Hello, hello. We are just getting started. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. No complaints here yet. Howdy, howdy. Let us see, make sure that we're not dropping any frames. It looks like we're good on the TikTok end. It looks like we're good on the YouTube end. I think we're in the clear. Everything should be set up, and now all we gotta do is wait for some people to show up. Oh, I should pull up my sources. Just so I have them on hand. How's A treating me? It's so hot. It is so hot here. It's awful. I mean, like, it's fine to fine to be back. It's just really, really hot. Who even opposes this? You would be surprised. Look, we have our first. London, how's it going?
Pretty good, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Do you think that humans caused climate change?
Um, I don't.
Why not?
I think just the fact that God created everything, like everything has a purpose. So like climate change, it's out of our control.
Would you say that everything that happens is out of our control?
Yes.
So, like, the Holocaust? Out of our control?
Out of our control, yeah.
And it's all part of God's plan?
Yes.
So all of the bad things that happen, you think God is responsible for them?
Well, if we're gonna say bad, that's quite
Surely
subjective.
you and I would agree that the Holocaust was bad.
Well, I wouldn't go that far as to confirm that it's bad objectively.
Murdering millions of people for the crime of being born a certain way is not bad objectively.
Um, Objectively, no.
Is anything bad objectively?
Objectively, no.
Okay, then why'd you bring it up if you don't think that there is objective morals?
Well, that's just the question that you asked. You said
No, I asked if they're bad, not if they're bad objectively.
like personally speaking,
Do you think that it's
I think
bad?
it's bad.
Do you think that the Holocaust was bad?
Yeah,
Okay, so God caused a bad thing.
bad in my eyes, but not bad objectively.
You don't think that anything is bad objectively, so that's irrelevant.
So, what is your point exactly?
It just seems like, under your view, God caused bad things in the sense that things are able to be bad.
One second.
Oh no, you have children?
It's okay, my pretty little baby.
Oh no.
So, I
Sorry,
think
is your is your child pretty objectively?
pretty objectively,
Yeah.
objectively, no. Beauty is in like pretty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, okay. So are you just fine with when bad things happen?
Am I fine with it? No, I have my problems with bad things happening.
So do you have a problem with the cause of those bad things?
The cause of it.
Yeah, like if somebody
Yeah,
came and
sure.
like, burned your house down, would you have a problem with the person who did that?
Depends on why they did it.
Let's say that you don't know why they did it. Would you have a problem with them?
Like I have no idea why they did it.
No idea why they did it.
Would I have a problem with it? Yeah.
Would you have a problem with the person who did it?
Um, Not knowing why they did it.
Yep, you don't know why they did it. Would you have a problem with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a problem with God?
I have a few problems. Yeah.
Would you say that if somebody burned your house down, that they're a bad person?
Not necessarily.
Well, it wasn't an accident, right? They did it on purpose. You wouldn't say that they're a bad person?
Whoa, whoa, wait. Now you're changing the hypothetical. You said I don't know why. Now
Well,
you're
yeah,
saying,
so what you do know is that it wasn't an accident.
so I know that they did it on purpose,
Yep.
but I don't know why they did it.
Yeah, you don't know what the purpose was.
So
Would you
again, I
say
would
that
just
they were a
say
bad person?
not necessarily a bad person.
Oh, okay, so you would just be
I would
like,
have to
well,
know
I know that they
exactly
did it
why.
on purpose, but I can't judge them. That's what you would say?
No, I can judge them.
Oh, okay. In what way would you judge them?
I would think that, I would feel upset that my house is burned down.
That's not a judgment of them. How would you judge them?
How would I judge them?
Hmm.
I'd have to meet them.
You wouldn't be able to judge them from that one action of purposely burning your house down?
I think it's a little bit of an unfair judgment. I don't know why they did it.
Somebody purposely built your or burnt your house down, and you'd be like, I can't judge them. It'd be unfair for me to like. Are you serious?
I would
Are
want
you
to
a
at
serious
least.
human being?
I would want to. Yes, I'm a serious human being. What are you
It
talking
doesn't sound like it.
about? Why? I'm just
Because
being like
no real human being,
irritable.
if you knew that somebody, you could identify who they were, you knew that they burnt your house down on purpose, no serious human being would be like, I can't
I
judge
don't know
them. I
why
can't
though.
say anything about them, whether they're good or bad, or whether they're, no, there's no serious human being that would act that way.
No,
You're
but the
either an
thing is,
alien or you're being disingenuous.
you're asking me to judge their action of
I'm
burning my
asking you to
house down, or
judge their
judge them in general.
character. I'm asking you to judge their character.
I don't know their character in this hypothetical. I have
You
no
know
idea.
detail, you know something about it, that they, I don't know, intentionally burnt your house down.
But I don't know why though, right? So how
Yeah,
can I actually judge
so
them
so you're
fully?
telling me that you wouldn't have you
I would
if
be
you met that
upset, yeah.
person, if you met that person, you wouldn't think that they were a bad person.
Knowing that they burned the house down,
You knew that they burnt the house down on purpose, and then you met them. Your
I
first
get to meet
instinct
them.
wouldn't be, yeah, they're a bad person.
Well, my first instinct would be to ask them why they burned my house down.
What if they just said, there's complicated reasons.
There's complicated reasons.
Yeah, I can't explain it to you.
It's unexplainable. I'd be like, well, it's hard for me to gauge that because if you're not going to tell me why and I can't get to the bottom of this, it's really hard for me to like come to a
So you would
conclusion
just you would
about
just
his
be like, well, I
character.
can't say that he's a bad person.
I mean, I could give you that. Let's say I say he's a bad person.
Okay. So would that apply in all situations where somebody does something intentionally that you deem bad that they can't give you an explanation for?
No,
Can you give me an example where you wouldn't do that?
something that is bad
So somebody does something that's bad that you deem as bad, like burning
that
your
I
house
deem
down,
is bad.
that they
Burn
did
my house down.
intentionally and that they cannot give you an explanation for. Would you come
Right.
to the conclusion that they're bad in the same way that you came to the conclusion that the arsonist is bad?
No, I wouldn't come to the conclusion that they're bad. I would come to the conclusion that the action they did was bad.
Okay,
But
so you would
them
agree then that
entirely,
God does bad actions.
yeah, I mean,
Okay,
as far as I am concerned,
okay.
but you know, it doesn't say much because the next guy over may not feel that way. He may feel
Yeah,
like
great, but
that's
presumably
not really that bad, man.
you think that your view of God, sorry, your view of morals is given to you by God. No?
Yeah.
So why did God give you morals that are inaccurate?
How's it inaccurate?
Well, either they're accurate, in which case it's true that God did bad things, or they're inaccurate, in which case God gave you inaccurate morals.
Wait a minute. Say that one more time.
Yeah, so God gave you the morals that you have. So either
Right.
your judgment, your moral judgment that God does bad actions are accurate insofar as God actually did bad things, they're actually bad, in whatever sense of the word you prefer, or
Hmm.
they're not actually, God did not actually do bad actions, but then God gave you inaccurate morals, inaccurate moral sensibilities.
I would say that just because I deem something as bad doesn't mean that I'm right.
Yeah, so then,
about
so
that.
presumably that means that God gave you an inaccurate moral sense.
Well, God gave me free will, so
It
I can
has nothing to do
choose
with your
to
sense
be
of morals.
incorrect. You don't think so? I would say that my
No.
morals are just as free to be like open ended as much as any of my actions are.
Your morals are, I mean, if your morals are given to you by God, then how could they be free?
Because I have a choice of the matter of how to feel about it.
So then
There may
God
be
didn't
the
give you your
perfect
morals.
there may be the perfect code of which
Did God
my
give you your
morals are
morals or not?
prescribed
Because if
by
God,
God.
if you can just have arbitrary morals, then God didn't give them to you.
How do you figure?
Either God gave you a set, either God wrote into your heart or into your soul or whatever a set of morals, which is where your sense of morals come from. In which case, obviously those can't change, right? Because God gave them to you.
Wrong.
They're written on your soul, or He didn't. In
I
which
don't
case they
think
could
that.
change.
I think your understanding of that is a little off, and I'll tell you why. If God gave me free will, right, and I am able to do things that are against God's will, in the same right He's given me morals, and I'm able to do things that are against God's morals and feel things that are against God's morals, can't we just say that I may be incorrect in my morals, even
Then
though
God gave you
there
incorrect
is a
morals.
correct
So in what
there is a
sense did God
correct
give you morals if you can just feel other ways about them, if you can think that things are bad that God thinks are not bad?
So in the way that He gives us morals, I would say that there's a right way that is objective, and there's a way that is
Oh,
subjective.
wait a minute, hold on. So there are objective morals?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what are objective morals? And is the Holocaust objectively bad?
Is the Holocaust objectively bad?
Mm-hmm.
Not objectively. It's bad to me.
In what? So there are things that are objectively, in your worldview, there are things that are objectively bad, objectively neutral, and objectively good, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which of those three categories does the Holocaust fit into?
Uh, I mean, that's for God to answer. I mean, how could I know?
You could know using the morals that God gave you, right? Because those morals should align with God's morals, yeah?
Not necessarily,
Why
because
would God give you morals that don't align with His own?
God gives us free will.
So God wrote on your heart morals that don't align with His own morals?
No.
So He did
That's
give
like
you
wait,
morals
wait, wait.
that align with His morals.
So the comparison here is like in my worldview, free will is a thing.
Yep, free
There's
will
things
has nothing to do
obviously
with your
that we're
moral.
not.
Free will has nothing
No,
to do
no,
with your
it has
moral
nothing to do
compass.
with it, but it is completely adjacent
Well, no. So
because
so a moral compass is a set of judgments that you make. Those judgments are, in some sense, at least under the standard Christian worldview, are given to you by God.
right.
The innate sense of right and wrong is given to you by God. If you do you believe that?
Um, the way that you're saying it, no.
You don't believe that God gave you a sense of right and wrong.
I believe that God has a way that is of right and wrong and is completely objective, but I may or may not align with that.
So why do you
I
think
may
that
be
something is
correct and I
bad?
may not be correct.
Why would you think that something is bad if you're not sure whether God thinks it's right or it's bad?
It ties in the free will
No, I'm
because
asking you,
we have free choice.
if you think that God thinks something is good, wouldn't
Hmm.
you want to think that that thing is good as well?
I might want to, but it doesn't really. If it doesn't align with how I feel,
And where does
then
how you
I'm just
feel come
simply.
from?
Where does how I feel come from?
Mm-hmm.
It comes from my individualism.
And where does that come from?
What do you mean?
Where does your individualism come from?
Comes from the fact that I'm a free thinking agent with free
Right.
will.
So you're telling me that none of your morals, your moral compass, doesn't come from God. It comes
That's
from
not what I said.
your experiences that you develop from your free will. That sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes, that
Okay.
is what I'm saying.
So God doesn't dictate your morality. God doesn't give you your morality at all.
No, God doesn't dictate anything, but He does
I thought He
say that
dictated what's right and wrong.
there is an objective morality according to God. But even though that is the case, that doesn't mean that I am aligned with it. because
Yeah,
I'm
okay. So
afraid.
you are not
I
aligned
could
with
just be a bad
God
person. I
because
could
you
just
think
be
that the Holocaust was bad,
sinful.
but God doesn't?
Uh, what would make you say that God thinks that the Holocaust isn't bad?
Well, presumably you don't think that God causes things that he thinks are bad.
I think God causes everything.
Oh, so God causes evil, even evil under God's
Yes.
worldview. Okay.
Yeah.
So to be clear, your God is like not good.
I wouldn't say that. How
Well,
do you figure
something that
that?
causes evil causes an equal amount of evil as it does good. Just doesn't seem like a good thing.
I would say that if you are going to do something that is, if you're going to create something that is untied and free to think how it wants, then bad things could happen, and that doesn't make you bad. If I make a person and I tell them, there's these things that I want you to do, these things are good, but you don't have to do them, and then they don't do it, am I a bad
I thought
person?
God causes everything, including everybody's actions.
No, I never said that.
You
I believe
literally
in free
said God
will.
causes everything,
Yes, God causes everything.
including your own actions. That's
Causes it,
included in
but
action or
but
in
he doesn't
everything.
control every single
So
like
does God
cause and
cause you to
effect.
choose cereal rather than choosing eggs for breakfast?
No,
Okay, then God doesn't cause everything.
we're talking about cause,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Does God cause you to choose cereal rather than eggs?
Can we wait? Can we just pause and define cause? Because maybe we're just off on like our
Yeah, it's a sufficient condition for some effect.
right. Sufficient.
So is
Okay,
God
I
the
agree with
sufficient
that.
condition for you choosing? Is God's will the sufficient condition for you choosing cereal rather than eggs?
Yes.
Okay, then
If there was
it
no
seems like you
God, I
don't
would
have free
not be able
will
to.
because if it's a sufficient condition, God's will being a certain way means that you must have chosen that way. That's what a sufficient condition is.
Not necessarily, because here's the thing. If there was no God, I couldn't choose between eggs or rice or whatever I would want to eat.
That
But that
seems
doesn't
irrelevant for
mean
the proposition that you accepted, which was that God's will is a sufficient condition for you to choose eggs over cereal.
no. My whole point was God is the cause of it. The
Yeah, which
cause, like
is God a sufficient cause?
sufficient cause. Can you break that down a
Yeah,
little bit?
meaning that so a sufficient cause for B would be something such that if A happens, then B necessarily happens.
If A happens, then
We would
B
say A is a
necessarily happens.
sufficient
Okay.
cause for B when if A happens, then B necessarily follows.
So
If God wills something, does that will necessarily follow? Sorry,
no,
if God wills something,
no,
does
no,
the
no,
effect of that will necessarily follow?
not necessarily. No,
So then God doesn't cause
it's
everything.
His will. He would like it to happen. It would be most optimal.
But then God doesn't cause everything. There are
But
things that God
since
doesn't
He gives
cause,
us
like
free
human
will,
actions.
if He gives us
You've
free will,
it seems like at this point you've agreed that human actions are not caused by God, right?
no, they're caused by God. But the
Okay,
thing
so then
about
where's the
it,
free will?
I think there's a little bit of a blurry a point here, because
I mean, you're just
even
contradicting
though
yourself.
God can cause it
They're either caused by God or they're caused by the free agent in a sufficient way, I should say.
in a sufficient way, yes. But I don't think that
Yeah,
that
so
would be
either God is the sufficient
sufficient.
cause or the free will is the sufficient cause.
It seems a little bit like a fallacy, because you're giving me two options that there are more options in between.
What are the more options?
The more options is, even though God is the cause, it doesn't
We're talking
also
about
mean
sufficient causes here.
sufficient cause. Okay. And
So continue.
I already agreed with that. He's not a sufficient cause.
Okay, he's
Not
not a
everything
sufficient
that
cause,
God says
which means that not every
doesn't
which
mean that he
means
doesn't cause it, though.
well, I mean, you could say that he's an insufficient cause, but in that case, we just don't use the word cause for that. But that's fine. If you agree that God is not the sufficient cause for all human actions, that means that humans can be responsible for climate change.
To some extent. But without
No,
God,
we can prove this empirically, that it's
I
a
don't think
result
we
of human
can.
actions, which you agree are not sufficiently caused by God.
So if I believe that God caused everything,
Not
if there
sufficiently,
was
though,
no
which
God,
means that not sufficiently, which means that there are other inputs that can affect the outcome.
yeah,
Right, and those other inputs are human actions.
but there wouldn't be any human actions without the initial cause.
That's irrelevant. The point is
No,
that
it's not.
those human actions exist, and those are the sufficient cause for climate change.
So you're basically saying
Humans caused climate change. Yeah.
humans are to blame, not God, even though there wouldn't be humans
Yes,
without God,
humans are.
even though He
Yes,
caused humans.
humans are to blame for climate change. Yes, humans
I'd have to see.
are the most proximal and the sufficient cause for climate change. Most proximal meaning most closely connected. Sufficient cause meaning that were that thing not there, the effect would not have taken place.
Hey, yo, could I get a 360?
No, you cannot.
Okay, fair enough. So if there's a cause, so for an example, just walk with me here. Let's say I'm God and I create a person and I say, you know what? I don't want you to do anything that I deem as bad, but you're free to. I will give you the ability to either do the right thing or the wrong thing. Is it now the human's fault or is it
When the
God's
human
fault?
does the wrong thing, yeah.
So when the human does the wrong thing, now it's their fault?
Yes. God gave them, under your worldview, God gave them the ability to choose, and they chose the wrong thing, so it's the human's fault.
But God gave them the ability to choose the wrong thing. Why not just not do
So,
that?
London, you have a child?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say that your child grows up. They sounded young, so let's say your child grows up, um, and you know, uh, let's say that they do something bad, like they burn a
Burn the
house
house
down
down.
on
Right.
purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, they burn a house down on purpose. Nobody gets hurt, but they burn a house down on purpose. Is that your fault?
Um, no.
Okay. So even though had you not, procreated and caused her to be born, or him to be born, um, that wouldn't have happened. It's still not your fault that they burned the house down.
I completely agree, but I don't think this is a direct analogy at all.
Where's the Dissonology?
The Dissonology is the fact that I'm not an all-knowing, all-powerful being who would know what would happen regardless of the free will.
So it sounds like that you are taking that God is the necessary cause for all of these things. In which case, God is the necessary cause for the Holocaust and all the bad things that follow, unless you think that there are no bad things from God's view.
I never said that.
Are there bad things from in God's perspective?
Yes.
Okay, and under your view, God is the cause of all of those things.
Yes.
Okay.
Indirectly, though.
Well,
Indirectly.
whether it's direct or indirect, is it sufficient?
How do you figure?
No, I'm asking, is it sufficient?
Ask the question one more time.
Is it sufficient?
Yeah, is what sufficient?
Is God's will for these things to happen sufficient?
Is it sufficient? Is God's will sufficient for these things to happen? So the fact that God allows it to happen, is it? I'm a little confused on what
No,
the
the
question
fact that God willed it to happen, is that sufficient?
Yes.
Is that sufficient to cause the thing to happen?
Is it sufficient to cause the thing to happen? Is it sufficient? I have to think about that. I feel like the way you phrased it, it's not clicking with. It's not quick. It's not clicking in my brain. Can you break that
So
down a little bit more layman's terms?
so if it were the case that God did not have that will, could it still have happened?
No.
Okay. And must the event have happened because God willed it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I mean by sufficient. That it couldn't have been any other way because of God's will.
Right.
God will, like, at the very beginning of the universe, the very beginning of creation, God had a will, and everything must have followed as a result.
Correct. Yeah.
So when you think that you're choosing, I don't know, when you think that you're actually choosing cereal over eggs, that's been set in stone since the beginning of time. There's not really a choice there. You couldn't have done something different.
I disagree.
So when God's creating the universe at the beginning of time, right? He knows everything that's going to happen in the future, and he wills all of those things, right?
No, he doesn't will all of those things.
Wait, there are things that happen in the universe that are not God's will?
They're against God's will, yes.
Okay, so then and does God will
But
those?
at the same time, he's aware that they're happening, that they're going to happen.
Okay, so
But it's still against
God,
his will.
but God could have created a different universe that doesn't have that thing happening.
He could have, yes, and he has.
So
It's called heaven.
if he willed it, well, no, I mean like he could have, like, let's say he willed you to choose cereal, but you chose eggs, right?
Right.
So when he was creating the universe, he had a whole bunch of different choices. He could have created a universe that does this, or a universe that does that, or a universe that does this, X, Y, Z. Has a whole bunch of different. There's a whole, he was Doctor Stranging it, right? There's a whole bunch of different like possibilities before him, and he picked one. He picked one, knowing everything that would happen in that universe, right?
He picked one knowing everything that would happen, but it's
In
still
that version of the universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
He could have made one where we have absolutely no choice.
So in one of the universes you pick cereal, in one of the universes you pick eggs, right? Everything else is identical, let's say.
Yes.
So is him picking the universe where you pick cereal sufficient to ensure that you actually do pick cereal? Is that enough? Even though he picked the universe where you pick cereal, could you still end up picking eggs?
If it's like our universe where we are given free will by this God?
Yeah, no. So this is God creating a universe, right? At the beginning of time, God has a choice to make a whole bunch of different possible universes. No, whatever you think of free will, this is under your worldview. God was creating a universe, right?
Right.
At the beginning of time, God creates the universe.
Right.
And before he created the universe, presumably he could have chosen to. There were a whole bunch of different ways that he could have created the universe.
Correct.
Now, in all of those different ways, he knows what happens through the entire history of those universes. Yeah.
And the future.
Like the history, or the entire history, the entire future of those universes. So,
correct.
In all of those universes, he gives you free will, whatever that might mean. But somehow he's able to pick one universe where you pick cereal, or another universe where you pick eggs. And he would know which universe that is from the very beginning.
I don't think that would be possible.
Oh, so God didn't know what the future of the universe would be like when he created it.
No, he would know, but it can still be against what he wants to happen.
If it was against what he wanted to happen, why would he pick that universe to begin with?
It's not that he's picking a universe in which he doesn't want something to happen. It's that he is creating a universe. He knows what's going to happen, but he's giving us the choice to pick between A or B.
I mean, it seems pretty clear that like it seems like it's so. Are you saying that he doesn't actually know what the definite future is? That rather he knows what the possible futures are?
No, he knows.
So then why didn't he just pick a different universe with a different possible future?
I mean, he could have. I mean, I'm not really sure about that. But the thing about it is...
Right, so let's say that there's something that happened in our universe that God doesn't will. Like climate change. Maybe God doesn't will climate change.
Right.
So when God created the universe, he could look forward. He could look forward to the history of Earth, and he could see, there's this thing I don't like that's happening in this version of the universe. But in that version of the universe, that's not happening. So why would he pick the universe that has something happening in it that he doesn't want to happen, rather than picking the universe where something that happens that he does want to happen? Why would he pick the universe that he doesn't want?
This is a hypothetical universe.
Well, so there's the real universe where stuff
Where
is
we are.
happening that God doesn't want to happen.
Right.
But at the beginning of time, he could have alternatively picked a different universe where stuff that he did want to happen happened.
So you're saying why would he pick the one in
What?
which we're able to pick A or B?
Why would he pick the one where we picked B rather
Why
than
would he
picking
pick
A?
the one where we picked B? He didn't create our choices.
I mean, he knows what the outcomes of all of our choices are from the very beginning, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he knows that in different universes we would have made different choices.
Hypothetically speaking,
So why didn't
yes.
he pick the universe where we made the other choice?
It would have been the same exact problem.
Well, except
He,
it wouldn't have contained things that he didn't like.
you're saying in this alternative universe, every single thing goes exactly his way.
Well, yeah, he could have done that. He could have made it that way.
Then we wouldn't have free will, and
Well, we don't
that
have free
defeats
will
the whole
now. He
purpose.
just picked the universe that goes not his way.
No, some things goes his way and some things don't, and he just automatically already knows.
How does he already know? How could he have known what would happen prior to us making those choices
You don't think
if
that
those
it's
choices could have been
logically
different?
possible for all-knowing God or for all-powerful God to create a universe in which all of his creations have free choice, but he didn't decide the choices, but he
Not if he
already
knows.
knows
Not
it?
if he knows what those choices are in advance. No.
What's the problem with that exactly?
Well, the problem is that by making a choice for where a certain outcome happens. Look, let's say that there's only two possible universes. One possible universe where you, in both cases, you have free will, whatever that means. In one possible universe, you pick eggs, and in the other possible universe, you choose cereal. Right? Those are the only two possible universes for the sake of argument. Now, at the beginning of time, he has two possible universes to choose which one to pick. He's either going to pick one or pick the other.
Right.
And depending on which one he picks, he is deciding which route you take. Now, it might feel like free will to you, but he knows which one you're taking from the beginning, and he could have chosen to make it so that you end up picking the other one.
Well, there's an obvious answer to this.
What's the obvious answer?
In one of these realities, we don't get to pick, and in one of these realities, we do get to pick.
Which
In
reality
both
do you...
realities,
So which of these two branches do you actually get to pick?
in which of these realities do you get to pick?
Yeah. So there's the one where you choose eggs and the one where you choose cereal. Which one do you get to pick in?
He wants it to be eggs, or he wants it to be cereal.
Maybe he's neutral.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Then why would it matter which one he picked? I thought the whole point.
I
of the
mean,
thing
maybe
he
he
prefers one or the
flipped
other.
a coin. Maybe he prefers one. Maybe he just likes eggs more. Who knows?
He likes eggs
But the
more.
point is yeah. Actually, yeah. Let's just say he likes eggs more, so he wants you to pick eggs.
He wants me to pick eggs.
Yeah. So in which universe do you have
In
a
one
choice?
reality, I pick eggs.
And in one
All right,
reality,
well,
you pick cereal. Yeah.
me specifically, I don't pick eggs, just because I don't want eggs.
Well,
Because that's my free
that would
choice.
mean that you're in the
But he
reality where
already
you didn't pick
knows.
eggs, right?
Yeah.
But that must mean that he must have chosen that reality from the beginning.
Right, and you're saying why would he choose the one in which he doesn't want?
Well, yeah. So why would he choose the reality that he doesn't want rather than choosing the reality that he does want? In both
Because
cases,
he
in
may
both
not
cases,
want
the
me to
outcomes are
pick the
predetermined.
eggs.
In
He may
both
not
cases,
want me to pick the eggs, but he
in
also,
both cases, the outcomes are predetermined. So why would he choose the predetermined outcome that he doesn't want?
I wouldn't go as far as to say it's predetermined.
Well, if he knows the outcome 13 billion years ago or whatever, then it seems like it's pretty predetermined.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
I mean, so
We're talking about
when he knows something,
like
1,000 years ago, right?
Right.
Or well, let's say 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, he knew what you were going to have for breakfast this morning, right?
Right.
So, and furthermore, you can't make him wrong, right? It can't be that,
No.
like, if you asked, like, if God spoke to you 5,000 years ago, or if God spoke to, I don't know, Moses 5,000 years ago or whatever, and said, hey, this London yellow guy, he's going to have eggs for breakfast on June 12th, 2025, right? And then Moses writes it down. And then we discover the manuscript 5,000 years later. it must be correct, right? Like you couldn't have chosen otherwise.
Let me think about that. London Yellow is going to eat eggs 5,000 years from now. And I'm going to eat the eggs.
Yeah, and so now it's morning of June 12th, and you have a decision: eggs or cereal.
Right.
What's the outcome? Which do you choose?
I choose eggs.
Okay. Great. So you choose eggs. That's what the prophecy said.
If he said I'm
So-
going to choose eggs, yeah.
Right. So could you have chosen cereal?
No.
Right. So
But that's
did
not
you
how
really
it
have a
goes. Though.
choice?
That's not really how things are laid out, though. I don't think.
I mean, the only difference between the way that you view things as being laid out and the analogy or the example is that God just didn't tell somebody what the outcome would be. But if
Right.
God knew what the outcome would be, then it's the same. He just didn't tell anyone.
Well, if he's willing to tell someone, then there's no denying that that's going to happen. But if he doesn't say anything,
If he doesn't say anything, he still knows what the outcome is. He just didn't tell anyone.
he knows
Right?
what we're going to choose.
Yeah.
But
So
it's not his decision.
but if he knows what you're going to choose, that means that you couldn't have chosen the other way, or that you couldn't choose the other way.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is, he knows what I'm going to choose.
Yeah, which means that it wasn't really a choice to begin with.
It was a choice. You don't think it's logically possible for a God to create something and that creation to actually pick either A or B on their own like abilities, and then him to just automatically know that? Is that without?
Well, he must
is
have
that
known
not
it
logical?
before you made the choice.
Yeah, he knew it before I made the choice. But that
And if
doesn't
he
mean
knew it
that I
before you
didn't
made
make
the choice, that means that the choice there was only one option for the choice.
No, there was two options.
If there were
was
two
either A
options,
or there was B.
so is it possible that you could have chosen the second option rather than the first option?
No, because he knows what I was going to
Right.
choose.
So if it's not possible to choose the second option, then it's not even a choice. It's not a valid choice.
Well, here's the thing.
It might be an illusion, an
Let's say-
illusory choice, but it's not an actual choice,
Well, let's say there's person A and there's person B.
right?
I'm person A, this other guy's person B.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose eggs, but person B is not.
Yeah, okay. God knows the outcomes in both
why
cases.
don't we just both choose eggs?
Because God willed different things for both people.
It's not that he willed it, it's that he knows what we're going to pick.
God wills everything, though.
No, he has a will, but we can go against his will. That's the problem.
So, I feel like we're looping. So to be clear, under your worldview, it's the case that God knows what's going to happen.
Right.
In fact, he chose the universe in which the thing that he knows would happen. He chose that universe specifically.
He created a universe in which all of his creations can pick between either A or B.
Mm-hmm. And he knows the outcome of, and he could have created a different universe.
He knows that the outcome will be A.
Yeah, and he could have chosen a different universe, right? Like a different possible universe.
He could have picked
so,
a universe in which
so he chose this universe
exactly
specifically, knowing the outcomes of all the events.
Yes.
And he could have chosen a different universe with different events, with different outcomes.
Problem. I'm totally following you now, but
okay.
I'm seeing a glaring problem.
Yeah, what's the problem?
The problem is, where's the logical inconsistency of an all-powerful God giving us the actual ability to pick between A or B, and just also knowing which one we're going to choose?
Because then you didn't have the ability to pick. Like if God knew you were going to pick A, then you didn't actually have the ability to pick B. There is no possible world where you pick B. Which means that like it may have seemed like a choice, but it was never actually a choice.
But there's no possible world that I wouldn't pick B because I wanted to pick A, and I will always want to pick A because that's what I want.
Well, I mean, there is a under a standard libertarian view of free will, there is a possible world where you want to pick something else, but that's not possible under your worldview because God can only, or the only possible world in which you pick B, but God foresees you picking A, right, is a world where God gets it wrong when you don't think that's possible.
I don't think God predictions would be wrong, but it doesn't
Right. So
necessarily
which means
mean
that it's
that
impossible for you to pick the alternative, which means it's not really a choice.
it doesn't mean that he likes it and he wants that to be the case.
Well,
It just
that's
means
fine.
he
That's a
knows
separate
it.
question. But the point is that it seems like under your worldview, it seems like it seems like your worldview is a little stuck. So either you have free will, in which case, humans can cause things, no problem. Humans are the
Right.
necessary and proximal causes for things, no problem. Um,
No,
or
I have a problem with that right off the bat.
so there's two things. Either humans have genuine libertarian free will, where we have genuine choices and we can go
Mhm.
against God's will, all of these lovely things. But then humans are the necessary, or the sufficient and proximal causes for a whole bunch of things that we do.
Mhm.
Or we don't have libertarian free will, in which case, well, then we don't have free will, like in the standard
Right.
sense, in the standard like theological sense.
Yes.
So I mean, you can either have free will, in which case humans cause lots of things that God doesn't want to happen, or you can't have free will, and then you don't have free will.
So we have free will,
Okay, so
and
that means
yet,
that we can cause things that God doesn't want to happen.
yes,
Okay, so then we cause climate change.
I don't see how you're coming to that conclusion.
Well, I mean, the data says that human actions caused climate change, and human actions are determined by free will, according to you.
Human actions are determined by free will, but that's still caused by God.
Free will is, I mean, I don't know what you mean when you
You
say
want me
free
to
will,
define
but
it?
typically, when people mean free will, they mean that there is no cause for that choice, that it is uncaused.
Right.
So God couldn't have caused it if it's free. Otherwise, it
Under, would you
would not be
say
free will.
would you say that under my worldview that God caused my actions?
I don't know. Your worldview seems kind of inconsistent. On the one hand, you want
This
God
is
to
standard.
be
This
the
is
cause of
standard.
everything.
Let's just go with the standard Christianity worldview,
Under the
according to the
standard
Bible.
Christianity worldview, um, it's still inconsistent. That's one of the issues with standard Christianity, by the way. You still end up with an inconsistency. Namely,
Where's it inconsistent?
on the one hand, you have the possibility, or you have each choice that you encounter is not actually a choice because it's all laid out in front of you by God's foreknowledge. You can't have chosen differently. And on the other hand, we want somehow to blame people for their choices.
Yeah.
So if you can blame people for their choices, then those people have responsibility for them.
Yes.
Okay. So would
But
you
so
agree
does
with me
God.
if I said humans are responsible for climate change? Do you just have an issue with the cause because you think of God as the first cause and you can't think of a cause that's not a first cause?
I mean, I would say that if God caused this universe and climate change happens, then it's ultimately in his will. That's not a human,
Wait, no, hold on. That's
that's not a
contradicting what you
free
said earlier.
will.
Not everything that happens in this universe is in God's will. That was your claim earlier.
No, not every human choice
Yeah,
is
and
within
human
God's will.
choices are what led to climate change happening.
How do you figure that?
That's what all of the data that's all of the empirical data that we have implies. Namely, that we can look at the human choices to produce copious amounts of carbon emissions are the direct cause of the increasing temperature and the increasing desertification in various previously non-desert environments, etc.
Simply put, because we make choices,
We
now
make
there's,
choices, those choices have outcomes on the climate, and the climate is changing as a result of those outcomes, yeah.
I think we have choices within our human human affairs, but when it comes to the world in which we live, we don't control that with our
Okay,
choices.
so question. Suppose for a moment that humans made choices to detonate all of their nuclear bombs simultaneously.
Yeah,
Could that have an effect on the Earth?
yeah.
Okay, so then clearly you think that human choices can affect the Earth.
The Earth. That's not what I said. I said the world.
Okay, well, I'm talking about.
The difference is
So when we talk about climate change, we're talking about effects that humans are having on the Earth and its environment.
the Earth's climate changing.
Yes, we're talking about the Earth's climate changing, yeah. World is typically synonymous with Earth, But if you want to be more specific, we can talk about world being like synonymous with universe or something like that.
Right.
So it is possible for humans, for human free will, to cause climate change of the Earth.
No.
How do you figure? You just agreed that it's possible for humans to cause climate change by just blowing up all of the nukes.
If we were blow up all the nukes, that would be our choice.
Yeah, and would that cause climate change? Would the climate change as a result of that choice?
It would cause climate change and result of the nukes exploding the world.
Mm-hmm.
However, God would have caused those choices indirectly by either not wanting us to do it or wanting us to do it.
So now you're saying that we don't cause anything.
No.
Okay.
I'm
Are
saying
we
we
responsible?
cause
Are we responsible for anything?
responsible, yes.
Okay. So humans can be responsible for climate change.
No.
Humans can be responsible for detonating all the nukes.
Yes.
And those nukes can cause climate change?
The nukes can cause climate change.
Right, and we are responsible for those nukes detonating?
Responsible? Yes.
Okay, so we can be responsible for the thing that causes climate change. Yeah.
I don't know if I would agree with you there.
Well, you just agreed that the nukes can cause climate change, and that we were responsible for the nukes, which means that we were responsible for the thing that caused climate change.
Not necessarily. God was responsible for that.
Do the nukes cause climate change? When the nukes detonate, do they cause climate change?
When the nukes detonate, they will indeed cause climate change, yes.
Okay, now are we responsible for detonating the nukes?
We are directly responsible for our choice to either detonate the nukes or not detonate the nukes, yes.
Okay, so are we responsible for the outcome of whether the nukes detonate?
The outcome, no.
Oh. So we're not responsible for the outcome of any of our choices.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so can you give me an example? Can you give me the distinguishing feature of why we might not be responsible for the outcome of the nukes detonating, but we can be responsible for other outcomes of our choices?
So we can make the choice to detonate these nukes, in which the world would explode or whatever. You know, it would change the climate for sure. But if that results in a destroyed world, that's not our choice.
Okay, so can you give me an example of a
physics
case where we are
directly to God's will?
So it sounds like we're not. So it sounds like under your worldview, we're not actually responsible for the outcomes of any of our choices.
No, we are.
Give me an example of an outcome that we are responsible for.
If guy A walks up to guy B and says, "I really don't like you. You make me like upset," and that makes in result that a person B, it makes him sad, that would be a direct responsibility.
Why? The fact that those words made him sad, that's a result of human psychology, which is a result of the laws of physics that come from God.
I wouldn't say that we have concrete evidence of that.
Concrete evidence of human psychology? Well, regardless of how human psychology interfaces with why people get sad, the point is that you believe that God gave people the emotions that we have, right?
God gave people the emotions.
God gave us the ability to feel sadness, the ability to feel happiness.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the fact that person A says something, I mean, does person B have the free will to feel however he wants?
Yes.
Okay, so then how could it be that person A is responsible for the way that person B feels? Person B could just freely choose to be happy instead.
How person A would be responsible is the fact that person A said something that can potentially make this person.
Yeah, but that's not the outcome. We're asking about whether
person A is responsible for the outcome. A and B. It's a shared responsibility between A and B.
So do humans have a shared responsibility with God when they choose to detonate nukes?
No.
Oh, but so what's the distinguishing feature? What's the symmetry breaker?
The symmetry breaker is the fact that nukes are not human. They do not have free will. And if they are going to explode, they're going to explode. And that would be God's choice.
Hold on. Okay. When a person points a gun at somebody and pulls the trigger, and when person A points the gun and pulls the trigger at person B, and person B dies, is person A responsible for the death of person B?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the same thing as the nukes.
No, it's not.
It's identical, because God is responsible for the laws of physics that mean that the bullet moves in the direction that it moves in.
But it doesn't have to. We can also say if person A aims a gun at person
Okay.
B,
So to be clear, let's say that person A points a gun at a, I don't know, like a statue, and pulls the trigger, and the statue breaks. Is person A responsible for breaking the statue?
No.
But if they point it at a person and the person dies, they are responsible for the person dying.
They're responsible for the person dying to some extent.
Well, do they have any degree of responsibility for the statue?
None whatsoever.
Do they have any degree of responsibility for the person's death?
Somewhat.
Okay, what's the distinguishing feature?
The distinguishing feature is that they knew that they could potentially hurt another human with free will. This person can move out the way, that they have choices in the matter. The statue has no choice.
It seems like that then, so it actually seems like the person would have more responsibility towards the statue than towards the person, because the statue can't get out of the way. Person B could get out of the way, so it's not entirely person A's fault.
The statue cannot get out of the way, but
so it's person A's fault entirely.
Had absolutely nothing to do with the statue not being able to move out of the way. That would be God's problem. God made it that way so that the statue can't move out of the way.
Yeah, and person B made it that way that they chose not to move out of the way.
Right.
So it's not. So person A doesn't have responsibility, because person B could have moved out of the way,
for the statue,
chose not to. And the statue couldn't move out of the way because God didn't let it. In both cases, there's something that prevented the thing from moving out of the way.
God can't change what a person's going to do, but he can change what the statue physically within physics.
The symmetry breaker that you're proposing isn't a symmetry breaker at all, because in the case of the statue, God could have made it so that let me rephrase. In the case of the statue, there is something that could have made it so that the statue wasn't there. In this case, it would have been God. God could have made a wind gust blow and knock it over or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Push it out of the way. In the case of the person, there is also something that could have made it so that the person wasn't there. In that case, that something is the person's free will. In either case, there's something that could have moved it out of the way but didn't. So there's no symmetry breaker.
There's a symmetry breaker. In one instance, with the statue, it's completely God's will whether he wants that statue to be shot and broken or not. And within the instance,
so you give the responsibility to God in that case, right? Because God is the thing that could make the statue go out of the way.
Yes.
But in the case of person B getting shot at, in the case of person B getting shot at, person B is the cause of them not moving out of the way. So in that case, you should give the responsibility to person B for getting shot.
I would say it's a shared responsibility because person A decided to do that.
So why isn't the responsibility shared between God and person A?
Because God gave us free will, even though he knows what we're going to do.
Right. So person A chose to shoot the statue, so there's some responsibility on person A, and God chose to let the statue be there and get hit. So there's some responsibility from God. So there's shared responsibility between God and the person.
It's not shared because even though they made the choice to shoot the statue, it's completely God's choice if he wants the statue to be destroyed or not.
Right, and even though the person made the choice to shoot the person, it's completely the person's choice as to whether or not they get shot or not.
No, it's not completely.
Sure it is. They could have just moved out of the way, but they didn't.
There's a difference between these two scenarios, and the difference is the statue doesn't have free will.
And the person could have moved out of the way, but they chose not to.
Right, so person B...
So person B is entirely responsible. Doesn't matter that the person A pulled the trigger. Person B is entirely responsible because they chose to be there and get shot by the bullet.
But they didn't decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and God didn't pull the trigger when the person shot the statue.
But even if you shoot the trigger and you decide to shoot the statue, God is still able to completely ignore your choice on that.
Yeah, and person B is still able to completely ignore the choice of person A. The person B could just move out of the way.
Yeah.
And so they could completely ignore the choice of person A.
But the difference here is that there is a choice in the matter. The statue doesn't have a choice,
Yeah,
right?
no.
You agree
So
with that?
look, the choice. There are two choice. There's a choice being made in both cases. There's the choice that God makes for the statue, and there's the choice that person B makes for themselves. Right? There's choices in both
Mhm.
cases, and
Yes.
so the fact that there's a choice in both cases and person A pulls the trigger in both cases means that the responsibility should be the same in both cases. Either the responsibility is shared between person A and the cause of the choice, or the responsibility just falls on person A, or the responsibility falls just on the choice maker. You can't there's perfect symmetry now.
No, because the statue is not a choice maker. It's not
No,
an
God is the
analogous.
choice maker, not the statue. God
Yeah,
is the choice
okay, yeah,
maker.
yeah, yeah. Right.
So either
So
person
God is
B and
completely
God
responsible. Right.
either person B and God both get full responsibility, or person B and God both share responsibility with person A, or person A gets full responsibility.
No. Person A and B share responsibility within the gunshot situation. Yeah. Two people, one shooting at the other guy. That's situation A. Right. So A, B share it. If we go to situation B, the statue does not have a choice. God has the choice.
Right, we're not talking about the statue making a choice. We're talking about God
We're
making
talking
the
about God
choice.
making the choice. Yes.
Right, so God makes a choice to move the
Can we
statue
acknowledge the
out of the way or
statue
not.
doesn't have a choice?
Statues don't have choices.
Right.
Either God makes the choice to move the statue out of the way or not. Right?
Correct.
When person B is getting shot at, person B has the choice to move out of the way or not.
But there's a huge symmetry breaker here that you're not seeing it. And I'm going to point it out to you as clearly as I can right here. God, despite of which choices his free agents will make, is still completely in control of the in of the substances and the matter that does not have any agency. Even if you decide to do something to something that has absolutely no agency, God has the full ability and the full responsibility to decide if that'll actually affect the
Great.
substrate.
Great, let's suppose you're right. So then why did you get mad at the arsonist who burned your house down?
He burned my house down.
No, he didn't. He doesn't have any responsibility for it.
I never said that I was mad at him. I said I
Oh,
wasn't
well,
judging him.
you said that you thought
But
he
I
was a
don't
bad
know
person.
why. Hypothetically, you said I don't know why he did it.
You don't know why he did it, but he did it on purpose. But you said that
And I said
that makes him a bad person.
no, I
Under
didn't.
your view.
I
Maybe
didn't
not
say that.
objectively, but under your view.
I didn't say that.
I'm
I
pretty sure
said
you
his
did.
action. No, I said him burning down my house.
Hold on. Do you want to replay the? We can replay the.
You can replay it.
Is your child?
But I'm trying to stay in good faith.
Fine with
That it's control. Hold on. Objectively.
Like
Do
personally
you think
speaking,
that it's? Do you think that it's bad? One sec. I'm just gonna find the thing.
that's okay.
One sec.
what's happening.
Okay, I found it. I just need to figure out a way. Can you hear the tape? Your
can hear
first
it, yeah.
instinct wouldn't be, yeah, they're a bad person.
Well, my first instinct would be to ask them why they burned my house down.
What if they just said, there's complicated reasons.
There's complicated reasons.
Yeah, I can't explain it to you.
It's unexplainable. I'd be like, well, it's hard for me to gauge that because if you're not going to tell me why, and I can't get to the bottom of this, it's really hard for me to like come to.
So you would just be like, well, I can't say that he's a bad person.
I mean, I could give you that. Let's say I say he's a bad person.
Right there. You heard that?
I conceded there.
Yeah.
Yes,
so why would you say that he's a bad person if he's not responsible?
Well, I kind of feel like you forced me into that a bit. I'm more
okay. So to be clear, I mean, if you want to take that back, you can. But then you're just saying, yeah, you wouldn't think that he's a bad person because he burned your house down.
Well, I followed to my original statement, which is if I don't know why he did it. how can I honestly have a true judgment on him? if
Actually,
he's
let's
bad
say you
or
know
not?
why he did it. Let's look at the hypothetical. Let's say he
Yeah.
burned it down because, you know, he just felt like it. He just felt like doing it. He felt like setting a house on fire.
He just wanted to set a house on
He
fire.
just wanted to set a house on fire. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to
He
set a
wanted to
house on
do
fire.
something bad.
Well, I mean, you know, maybe he
There was
didn't
no
view it as
good
bad.
reason. There was no good reason.
No good reason. He just wanted to do it. He didn't think it was bad. He just wanted to do it.
Then I would say that he is bad.
Yeah, except he's not responsible for your house burning down under your worldview.
No, absolutely not. But he is responsible.
How can you say he's bad if he's not responsible for anything bad?
I can say he's bad because of his intentions aren't good in any way, shape,
No,
or
his
form.
intentions were good. He thought he was doing a totally fine thing.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, he wanted to do it, and I actually did just say that. We could replay the tape.
No,
But
I asked for
yeah, I definitely
clarification.
did just say he just wanted to do it for no reason, but he didn't think that he was doing a bad thing.
I don't remember you saying that part.
Okay,
He didn't
let's replay
think
the
he was
tape.
doing a bad thing?
No, he doesn't view it as bad.
We don't need to hear it. Let's say
But then you're just saying, yeah,
he didn't
he
think he
wouldn't
was
think that
doing
he's
a
bad
bad
person if he
thing.
burned your house down.
Well, I followed
Hold on.
because if you're not going to tell me why, and I can't get to the bottom of this, you know, it's really hard for me to like say he's a bad person.
You are really quiet on
Right
YouTube. You hear that?
Yeah, it's probably
What
my
kind of
phone. You forced me into that a bit.
You wouldn't think that he's a bad person because he burned your house down.
Well, I followed to my original statement, which is if I
Hypothetical. Let's say he burned it down because, you know, he just felt like it. He just felt like doing it. He felt like setting a house on fire.
he just wanted to set a house on fire.
He just wanted to set a house on fire. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to
He
set a
wanted to
house
do
on fire.
something bad.
Well, I mean, you know, maybe he
There's
didn't view
no
it as
good
bad.
reason.
Maybe he didn't view it as bad, is what I
Maybe
said.
he didn't view it as bad.
Yep.
Then no, I wouldn't say he's a good person, or I wouldn't say he's a bad person necessarily.
Okay, so man burns your house down.
He
He thinks
thinks that
it's
it's
fine to
good.
burn your house down, but under your worldview, you don't think he's a bad person. He intentionally burnt your house down, and you don't think he's a bad person?
If he didn't do it to be bad and thought that it was a good thing, how could he possibly be a bad person?
To be clear, Hitler thought he was doing a good thing. Just saying.
Right.
So you don't think that Hitler was a bad person?
No, I do.
But he didn't do it thinking it was bad.
Well, I just don't agree with doing that.
Oh, okay. But how can you judge him if he didn't think he was doing something bad? You don't think he's responsible for the outcomes of the things that he did. So how can you judge him as bad?
I can judge him as bad because taking a life is a sin off rip.
Oh no, but he didn't do that. He just flipped the switch on the showers, and then, you know, the physics of the showers made life be taken.
No.
Oh no?
He made the decision because
No,
he
made a decision, but the outcome of the decision is different, right?
The outcome on, I mean, it was his option to cast harm upon a living.
It's not his responsibility that the
It's not
physics of
analogous
gas
to a
flow
house
was
being burnt
the way
down.
that it was.
This isn't analogous to a house being burnt down. This is another.
Okay, so let's well, I mean, it sort of is, but I can see that you're making a distinction between hurting someone and hurting something that's not animate, right?
Yeah.
So let's take another example where let's say that what about the case where the burning of the Library of Alexandria? That wasn't
Right.
intentional. Never mind, bad example. What about the firebombing of Tokyo, right?
People were firebombed.
Well, yeah, but it was the city got destroyed, right? But you don't think that destroying the city is bad as long as the people are okay?
If the city was able to be firebombed and
Without
anyone,
hurting the people, yeah, would that be fine?
hypothetically speaking, no one was hurt.
Yeah, would that be fine?
It wouldn't be necessarily bad. That's what I would say.
Okay, London Yellow. Okay. What a weird philosophy. All right, we have a guest from YouTube. Debate winner, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, one sec. I can see that you're talking, but I can't hear you. That's on my end. Can you hear me all right?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, does the stream hear me too?
They should be able to, but give me one more audio check. Can you
just let me know.
Yep, they can hear you all right.
Know.
All right.
Okay.
What you got for me? Do you think that humans cause climate change?
No, I don't.
All right. Please tell me that it's not because you think that humans don't cause anything. Why do you think that humans don't cause climate change?
Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck niggers.
That is your most polite right winger, by the way. I have some super chats that I should go over anyway, so we may as well do those now. From Grimlock with the $20, let's go. Love the climate change topic. I do too. We just get weird people like that. From Fear's Interaction with the $20, chat is wild. Someone should inform all those US farms, fisheries that climate change doesn't exist. We could save so much money. Just nobody get hungry. Yeah, true. Yeah, no, I mean, like climate change is like, it has real economic costs and real human costs, right? From Dalton with the $10, would forced sterilization, prohibition of global travel and excessive eating of meat and taxation, or prohibition of global travel and excessive eating of meat and taxation on excessive carbon creating activities be a good if it helped mitigate climate change? I generally think that forced sterilization is bad. I'm fine with taxation on excessive carbon creating. I don't think that that's bad. And I'm pretty agnostic about whether we should have bigger restrictions on global travel, whether we should have bigger restrictions on meat eating and things like that. And then Nectu with the $2, remember to like the live. Yeah, y'all remember to like the live. All right, let's move on to our next guest. Jordy Dobbs.
Hello, Dr. Blitz.
Hey, how's it going, Jordy?
How's it going? So I'm kind of on your side, but I did have a question that relates to this. So basically, how come we can't predict weather long term, but we can predict the climate? Because I know for weather, it's a system that's extremely sensitive to initial conditions, which limits our how far out we can predict the weather. But we can predict the climate, which is a lot more complicated system with a lot more variables. So what's going on there?
So this is, in some sense, this is and you're going to see that I'm a physicist here. This is in some sense like renormalization or the use of effective field theories. So in physics, there's a lot of things that are very, very complicated if you zoom in a lot. But if you kind of zoom out, then you can average over the stuff that's going on in the super, super microscopic world and still come up with good theories that can make good predictions at the, mesoscopic rather than microscopic. And it's roughly the same thing that's happening with climate change. So we know that individual weather events are very, very hard to predict. But we can also make statements like, over the course of 10 years, we can say that there will be, on average, this many hurricanes, right? So even though we don't know when an individual hurricane will happen, and we don't know how many there will be in a given hurricane season, we could say over a certain amount of time how many will happen. And so that's the kind of thing that we can predict, just because we can kind of zoom out from the specific details of the weather. Because, a lot of the chaos gets averaged over, and you just don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so similar to like thermodynamics, where you can...
It's exactly that. Yep, thermodynamics is also an effective field theory.
There you go. And come up with ideal gas law and all kinds of other stuff.
Yep.
Okay, I was just curious.
Of course. Thanks for being here.
Have a good one.
All right, let's bring up another guest. Dan without L. Dan
Hello.
without L, how's it going?
How you doing, Dr. Blitz?
Do you think that humans caused climate change?
Well, to some extent, yes, I do. I'm on your side for the God topic as well, but I just had a few questions and I just wanted to get your perspective. The first guest took forever and I couldn't learn anything off of him.
Sorry to hear that, but to be
So,
clear, it does say join if you disagree, right?
yeah, but like I do understand that, but I still don't know much of us causing this climate thing. Like
Well,
I'm just misinformed on that case.
so in that
Less
case,
informed.
we will get to it, but it will be in the context of somebody else being here. So thanks for being here, Dan. It's got to be that way. It's got to be that way. Can't be it can't be me lecturing people. It has to be there is a context, there's a time, there's a place, right? Oh no, somebody was in the guest box but just left. Okay, we have Jeffrey Soros. Ah, great, Jeffrey Soros. By the way, remember to like the live if you're watching on TikTok, YouTube, wherever you are.
Hello.
Jeffrey, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Do you think that humans cause climate change?
Right.
Is that a
No,
yes?
no, no, no,
No,
no.
you
I
don't
mean,
think
no,
humans cause
right?
climate change. This sounds
Right.
like a fake
So,
voice, by the way.
no, yeah, I'm Jeffrey Soros, right? I'm 55 years old. I reside in Los Angeles, California. I'm the CEO of Los Angeles Media Fund, founder of Considerate Entertainment. I'm also a mechanical engineer and a former F-35 pilot. And I got my degree at Oxford University, and I don't agree with you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so why don't you think climate change is caused by humans?
It's all lies, right? There are reasons we have access to all these resources,
Hey,
right?
can you turn your camera on?
No.
Why not? I
There's
just
a
want to see if
reason.
if you're actually Jeffrey Soros.
There's a reason we have access to all these resources,
I
right?
just want to see if you're actually Jeffrey Soros. Can you turn your
Don't
camera on?
pivot. Can you stop pivoting from the topic?
This isn't to pivot. I just want to make sure that you are here because it
It's a
seems like
pivot,
you're
sir.
trolling me.
I'm not here to date you, right? This is not a date.
All right, hold on. Let's just double check something really quick. We're just gonna. Don't worry, stick around. So let's hear a.
I don't want to shoot straight on because it's very reflective. So a little bit more. A little bit more. Push your head down. There. And then turn your face to me. Thank you.
So it was pretty quiet, but that voice that you heard was Jeffrey Soros.
Right.
And that's not your voice. So
I
why
have a
are
flu,
you
right? That's why, right?
why are you, impersonating
I have
Jeffrey
a flu.
Soros?
I have a flu, right?
You have a fluoride? All right, Jeffrey, tell me why you think climate
Right.
change is fake.
Yeah, so there's a reason we have access to all these resources, right? It's a gift from God, right? So we can, it's just lies, right? There's no such thing as, the ice melting in the South Pole, North Pole, right?
I mean, so
I
the
mean,
amount of ice on the surface of the Earth is lower
sir,
now
you
than it was
claim to
20
be
years
a
ago.
you claim to be a physicist, right? So you
Yeah.
should know better than me, right?
Yeah, and I do know better than you. Now,
But
what do you have to say about the amount of ice
don't.
decreasing on the surface of the Earth?
It isn't decreasing, sir.
Oh, I mean, if I could show you a charts proving otherwise, would you disagree?
Yes.
Well, you would disagree with the chart?
Yes.
You would disagree? Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. So I'm just gonna pull up surface ice over time. Pull up a little chart for you. We want over, say, 200 years. That's the surface temperature. We want, okay, we can just look up polar ice over time because that's something that we have better access to that we can, here we go. This is a chart that I want. All right, let's just pull this up. Oh, I want a window capture.
Come on, hurry up.
Chill. We're working on it. Here we go. I don't know if you can see this.
I can.
Open image in new tab. Here we go. Make it a little bit bigger. Polar ice over time. This is over the last 40 years.
You claim. This is all fake, sir.
It's all fake.
Yes. This is
Okay.
Typical leftist propaganda, right?
All fake.
Right.
Yeah. So on what grounds is it fake?
It's
Like,
leftist
what evidence do you have that
propaganda,
implies that it's fake?
It's leftist propaganda, sir.
What organization did that data come from?
Can you show it again so I can see it again? I can see it.
So how do you know it's leftist?
Because it's leftist bullshit, right?
How do you know?
Only the color globalists come with this kind of bullshit,
All right, Jeffrey Soros, your time here is done. We tolerate trolls to a certain extent, right? Yeah, it turns out that reality has a left-wing bias. Matt, how's it going?
Hey, it's going pretty good.
Good. Glad to hear it. Do you think that humans caused climate change?
Yeah, so I think I do agree that they can exacerbate it, make it worse kind of marginally, but I do think, I guess I am skeptical about the degree of which we cause it, because I have like heard before that there's been other periods like in Earth's history before humans where they've just they've gone through like extensive changes in the climate, and it's not the first time we've had I guess ice melting across all world and like global temperatures rising. And so I was just curious, like if uh if you think that this is like a human thing, or if it's like a natural kind of transition.
Yeah, so at worst, like, or rather best case scenario, it's about 25% natural, 75% humans.
Do you know like how you can kind of like arrive at like that's kind of the breakdown of it?
Yeah, so there was a study like 10 years ago or something like this. And essentially what they did is they did an information analysis, or an information flow analysis. So this is asking, if you have two different sets of data, which direction does the flow of information go? So if there's a change here, does it cause, is there a subsequent change here, or vice versa, right? And so you can just do this for things like anthropogenic CO2 emissions and climate and temperature. You can do this for solar irradiance and Earth temperature. You can do this for volcanic activity and Earth temperature. Just look at the trends. Look at the relationship between the causes here and the effects, or the potential causes and the effects. And what you'll find is that the total information flow of all possible causes is there's a positive information flow from causes to climate temperature increasing, and about 75% of that information flow is coming from anthropogenic carbon emissions. About 25% of it, or it's slightly less than 25% of it, comes from solar activity, and then less than 1% comes from volcanoes, less than 1% comes from other things like that. So so best case scenario for us, the sun for some reason has been getting warmer for the last 200 years, and that would cause an increase of about 25% of what we've seen.
All right, that makes sense. I have to, like, when you say like anthropogenic activity, kind of does that, like, because I know of course there's certain activities just cause way more emissions overall, of course, like I'm sure like factory plants and highly in general cars, things like that. I can understand that being a huge cause too. Do you know like if that, like, also if there's any kind of natural, I guess any sort of natural emission, just for the fact that we are one of the most populous kind of mammal on Earth. So if there's anything that kind of would have been there otherwise, and just kind of as a result of us being like, I guess, a successful species.
So do you mean like farts? Like, is that what you're, like
well, I mean, I know that
so
like
so specifically when we talk about CO2 emissions, we're just talking about like transportation, talking about energy generation, we're talking about manufacturing, things like this. Like those are when I refer to anthropogenic carbon emissions, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, and so I guess like if we do cause it, because I mean that makes sense. Is it something that's kind of like, because I do think it would have happened. I mean, naturally, the Earth goes through periods of transition in its climate and stuff. Was this something that's kind of like inevitable, or are we like accelerating it because of our emissions?
So the Earth does get warmer and cooler over long periods of time. Like you have ice ages that start and stop and things like this. You have like much larger trends, but these are usually things that take thousands of years. And in all of the previous cases where we've seen warming, it's always been the case that warming happens first and then CO2 emission happens afterward. This is the only time that we have any evidence for that CO2 emissions happened first and then warming happened. And so this is not something that would have been inevitable. Now, there would have been other warming events, other cooling events over, thousands to millions of years. But this particular kind of event, the sudden warming that we're seeing, preceded by sudden increase in CO2 emissions, that would never have happened were it not for us.
Oh, all right. I mean, yeah, that sounds good. I guess I personally didn't know that. I kind of thought CO2 was like almost a natural kind of thing that kind of precedes climate changing or
No,
the
no.
Earth warming up?
Usually it's temperatures rise first, and that causes an increase in CO2 emissions. But in this case, it's going the other way.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's pretty much. I was just kind of curious about that because I know it had happened before, and I was curious, kind of, to what degree we're causing it. But yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I do agree that we do cause it. I just now I understand kind of the extent.
Yeah. All right. Well, Matt, thanks for being here. I'm gonna let you go, but have a good one. Oh, he just left on his own. By the way, remember to like the live, to support the live if you can / want to follow, to subscribe, to join the Discord if you're interested in that. These are all good things that you should do. It is a moral duty to do so. Shane, how's it going?
It's going good. So climate change, one thing. Weather manipulation, totally different thing.
Yeah. So do you think that we are causing climate change?
I think that we are causing weather manipulation, not so much climate change.
So I mean, we could talk about weather manipulation if you wanted to, but on what grounds do you think that we're not causing the climate change?
Okay, so with the actions of weather manipulation is therefore causing the climate change. So
you do think we're causing the climate to change?
I think that we are causing weather manipulation, and that is causing the climate to change. And
If A causes B and B causes C, then are you saying that A does not cause B, or A does not cause C?
I'm saying it's a byproduct of it, but it's kind of like a shifting scales. Like you move one thing on one side, and on the other side, something else is going to move.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but like, do you disagree with the idea that increased CO2 emissions lead to an increased greenhouse effect?
No, I agree with that.
Okay, and so do you agree that humans have caused the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase?
I don't think it's just humans. I think it's the fact that we are sitting there overpopulating our livestock, our cattle, and everything like that.
And are humans causing that or no?
In
By
an
the way,
unnatural form.
livestock don't contribute significantly to CO2 emissions. They contribute to methane emissions.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. So climate change is relative to the actions of humans, yes, but you got to sit there and look at what's the base part of it. It's not just CO2 emissions.
That is the majority of the cause for climate change is CO2 emissions, anthropogenic CO2 emissions. Yeah.
And you don't think that it would have to do anything with the polarity shift?
No, the polarity hasn't significantly shifted in the last 200 years. If you're talking about the polarity of the magnetic pole, it hasn't significantly shifted.
Okay. Then...
Also, humans don't cause that, by the way. Humans don't cause
they don't.
Okay, just so we can agree on that.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say here. Humans didn't cause that. It's a
but
natural phenomenon.
that also hasn't changed significantly in the last 200 years. Nor would the polarity shift actually cause really any significant changes in the temperature of the Earth.
It would change how the entire globe is geographically aimed at the sun. So,
wait, hold on. There's two different things happening here. There is the magnetic pole that moves around not very quickly, but that moves around. That moves around, and we can see it moving around on a year-to-year basis. The alignment of the magnetic north and magnetic south pole. Right now, it's somewhere in like North Canada, is where the magnetic north pole is. On the other hand, there's the axis of rotation. That undergoes a process called the precession of the equinoxes. That's the ancient name for it, and that is a cycle that occurs every 26,000 years. But it doesn't expose more or less of the Earth to the sun. It just changes when the seasons take place. But again, that's a very predictable 26,000 year cycle. Has nothing to do with the significant change we've seen in the last 200 years.
Then I think that I've gone out of my depths in this knowledge field. So I'm going to leave the floor open for another person. I think that a lot of the weather changes isn't exactly, it's a climate shift, not a climate change.
Aren't those two things synonymous?
They are synonymous, but by definition, you have to choose. It's either one or the other.
Well, they're synonyms, so it doesn't matter which one you choose. I mean, I could just as equally say we caused climate shift, and it's the same thing. It's the same problem.
We can't cause climate shift. We can cause climate change. The shift is something that happens
You just said that
naturally.
they're synonyms.
You said they were.
Wait, do you disagree?
As I said before, I'm out of my depths in this. I'm not a very good debater, and I'm going to leave the floor open for other people.
All right, thanks for being here, Shane. I was willing to let him go, but then he started saying other things. All right, we have another guest. Bring up the next guest. And I thought that he was going to be super well informed on like the harp stuff, so then we could get into like some serious conspiracy business, but I guess not. You're fine, Shane. You're fine. RV, how's it going?
I'm good.
Do you think that humans cause climate change?
Yes, I agree absolutely with everything that you're saying.
Okay.
I have a suggestion.
Thanks for being here. It says opposition only. Look at the smug look on him, lol. Another brainwashed steeple. No point arguing. It's sheeple. I think the word you're looking for is sheeple, Jamie. And if you want to come up, you can. The Elder Brewer, how's it going?
Hi. No, come back. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. My flatmate is a flat earther, and he is refusing to believe you. Hold on. Come back.
Hey, it's just a hunch. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to prove it. I can't prove it yet.
I need you to convince him, please.
The only way I'll be convinced is if I go on a spaceship, like not a rocket ship. So I genuinely can't. I don't believe what the media says or anyone. I think it's all a lie, and they're great at manipulating.
Hey, so just a quick question for your flatmate. When the sun sets, does it get lower or further away?
I think it gets further away.
When things get further away, do they A, get bigger, B, stay the same size, or C, get smaller?
Get smaller.
Right. Now, when you look at the sun during a sunset, it goes like this, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Now, is my fist getting smaller?
No.
So when the sun sets, is it getting further away?
I think it's rotating while getting further away.
But if it were getting further away, it should get smaller.
Yes.
But it doesn't get smaller.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
So it seems like it can't be getting further away. So it has to be going down. Now, whether it's going down because it's going under the Earth, on a flat Earth, like maybe you're imagining that we live on a plate, and then it goes underneath the plate. Well, that's what the ancient people thought. They thought that the Earth was a plate and the sun goes underneath the plate every day. But I don't think that's what you think. So I would suggest reconsidering your flat Earth, because the sun, very easy disproof.
It's just a hunch. I don't have much proof to back it.
Explain
But I don't know
your model.
something.
Explain your model.
It's just my instincts are telling me it's flat, and that's what I'm going with.
Who are your favorite YouTubers, Elder Brewer?
Mine.
No, Elder. Sorry, not your flatmates. Who are your flatmates'
sorry.
favorite YouTubers about flat Earth?
Favorite YouTubers about
Flat
flat Earth?
Yeah.
I don't really spend too much time watching other flat Earth videos. I have seen some flat Earth videos here and there, and then they look low-key convincing. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't listen to specific YouTubers. But
You're a little bit quiet there.
But the ones I have seen, they look like they do make sense. The models, they do low-key make sense. And me being religious, it kind of matches.
I'm actually quite friendly. I would even say that I'm friends with a young Earth creationist, very, very Christian, who debates against flat earthers. He debates against flat earthers because he thinks that the Bible says that the Earth is a globe.
Mm. It's hard to tell. I do believe in the young Earth creation as well.
But that doesn't mean that you have to be a flat earther, is my point.
That's true. That is very true. But that's why I'm saying this just goes based off my instincts. Like
So
I don't know,
all,
it just because it feels like I'm on a flat Earth, and then these
yeah,
videos
but
make
like it also
make sense.
feels like that,
Mm.
you know, you get sick because, you know, like if you get sick and you catch it from somebody, it feels like it's because of just bad air, but it's actually because of like tiny bacteria and stuff, right?
Mm. Yeah, fair enough.
So I mean, like there are a lot of like our senses are pretty good, but they're not perfect. So that's why we build
It's not
machines
just
and
that. It's like
instruments.
I don't even know if the moon landings are real, the rockets and all these
Well,
things.
surely you don't think the moon
All
landings
these
are real
sorts
if
of
you think the
things.
Earth is flat. I don't think you can have it both
Yeah, I don't.
ways.
Yeah, I don't. It's just things like this because I don't believe in the moon landing. That's also
Well,
leads
so
me
there's a
to
whole
believe
conversation
that
to
we can't
be
leave that.
had there, but we don't need to have it.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, there are really good reasons, even like discounting the evidence that we get from NASA. Like there are really good
Mm.
reasons to think that the moon landing happened.
Yeah, you
Just
believe
like
in it.
that we can figure it out ourselves.
Mm. Okay.
Like there's like reflectors that we left on the moon, right? And you
Mm.
can bounce stuff off of them.
Mm.
And like
Yeah.
if we didn't go to the moon, how do they get there?
You can also
Mm.
prove the curvature of the Earth with a sundial.
That too. Sundials don't
Fair
work on a flat Earth. There's a whole story there as well.
Mm.
You can prove the curvature of the Earth just by measuring the lengths of shadows. Actually, like stick a stick in the ground, have two of your buddies do it at the same time in different places, and measure the lengths of the shadows, and you can do some math and figure out that the Earth can't be flat. But look, this is a bit off topic, so I'm gonna let you go, especially because it seems like you're not super deep in it yet. Elder Brewer's flatmate. So, Elder Brewer's flatmate, I would suggest, and maybe Elder Brewer, watch it together. There's a lovely chap on YouTube named MC Toon. MC Toon does a pretty good job of talking about, you know, the standard reasons why people think the Earth is flat, and then he explains why they're wrong, and he gives, you know, reasons to think that it's a globe that you can check yourself.
Mm.
So I'm gonna let you guys go because it's not on topic, but
Okay.
you know, think together. Thinking together is good. All right, let's bring up Altair. MC Toon, MCTOON. Altair, how's it going? You there, Altair? Oh, and they left. Oh, we're out of guests. Bummer. Well, if you think that humans didn't cause climate change, and you'd like to prove it once and for all, feel free to hop in the guest box. Otherwise, I'll just talk to chat, I guess. What's the point in discussing climate change while ignoring air pollution? They're just two separate problems that can be solved separately. Do you think there was not climate change before mankind? Definitely not this kind of climate change. Pride debate? I don't think that there's anything to debate. People who are against pride are just bizarre. All right, in the future, do you think that we shouldn't try to solve climate change if we don't solve pollution first?
They are definitely the same problem. They are not two separate problems.
I mean, okay, it depends. CO2 in principle isn't a pollutant. It's not toxic to humans, at least not in like, unless you're in like super high levels. So CO2 emissions, I don't know if you want to call it pollution, you can, but that's just not like, I think of like sulfur compounds as like pollution.
You're correct. CO2 is not a criteria pollutant. There are 6 criteria pollutants. CO2 is not one of them.
Right. So, but CO2 emissions is a problem for climate change, and so in that regard,
Absolutely.
CO2 emissions are like the largest problem for climate change, right?
Absolutely.
So in that sense, they are separate things. Solving CO2 emissions is separate from solving pollutant emissions, right? Now, maybe they can be solved in the same way, but they're not like the same type of problem. They're not the same problem.
It's not correct. You're incorrect. Apologies, but that's not correct.
Which part was incorrect?
When you say that they're two separate problems, that is incorrect. They are the same problem.
Well, no, I mean, one is emission of pollutants and one is not the emission of pollutants. You just agreed with that.
CO2 is not a pollutant. It's not, at least it's not a criteria pollutant, but it's very harmful to our atmosphere.
Okay,
Obviously.
so then, I mean, okay, so then we're just defining CO2 to be a pollutant, in which case, sure, I guess.
No, we are not. No, we are not defining CO2 to be a pollutant.
So then how are they the same problem?
There are currently 560 counties in the United States of America that are in non-attainment status for their criteria air pollutants. We have existing laws on the books that force these counties to become compliant with their criteria pollutant standards, and they're not. Because we're ignoring these laws, we're allowing high entropy combustion processes to continue, and if we solve the air pollution problem, we will automatically solve the CO2 problem.
So you might be able to solve them in the same way, but that doesn't mean that they're not separate problems.
The only way that we can solve our criteria air pollutant problem is by switching to a low entropy combustion process, and in doing that, we'll solve our CO2 problem.
So let me ask perhaps a leading question. Suppose for a moment that we switched off all of our, say, green energy production methods, but we converted every single power plant in the country to natural gas.
We'd still have a major problem because there's a lot of CO2 in natural gas.
Right, but would we have a pollution problem?
Well, yes, because there'd still be a lot of particulates. There's still a lot of nitrogen oxide compounds.
Let's say we do filtered natural, or like a filtered natural gas production. So you know how they can basically stick like filters on top of the emissions to filter out all of the particulates and stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so we could in principle solve the pollution problem.
Well, we absolutely cannot. No, we cannot, because submicron particulates cannot be controlled by conventional filtration methods.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that natural gas energy production is actually fairly clean as far as pollutants were concerned.
It's fairly clean compared to coal and wood,
everything
and biomass,
else,
and things like that. But given the amount of energy that we need in this country for the next, say, 30 years before we're able to transition completely over to low entropy, which is like geothermal and solar, wind, energy storage, things like that, we will need natural gas for another couple of decades. In order to get there,
all I'm saying is that it is in principle, maybe it's not practical, but it's in principle possible to solve them separately.
The problem, here's the issue. To solve CO2, we have to bring in new laws. And bringing in new laws is an intractable problem. However, we have existing laws on the books that can solve the CO2 problem today if we enforce those laws.
Okay, maybe it might be the case that in the current situation, the best way to solve both problems is with the same solution. But that doesn't mean that they're the same problem.
They're absolutely the same problem, because CO2 is a result of high entropy process. Pollutants are a result of high entropy process.
You can have pollutants that don't result from high entropy energy production, and you can have CO2 emissions that don't come with pollutants. Right, like they're not the same chemicals, so different processes can produce one in exclusion of the other. There are fundamentally, ontologically, they're different problems.
Wait a minute, there's a couple criteria pollutants such as VOCs, which is not technically a criteria pollutant, but they're definitely pollutants. And there's some lead pollutants and stuff that can come from fugitive emissions, but there are criteria pollutants that can come from non-combustive processes. But the amount of pollutants that come from non-combustion processes are essentially negligible.
Okay, they are clearly linked in the way that both pollutants are produced and in the way that CO2 is produced. But the point is that they are in principle separate problems. So it is totally fine to talk about one problem while not talking about the other problem. Now, it might be the case that the solutions I propose for one problem would also solve the other problem.
Here's an easy one, right? You have conspiracy theorists that talk about chemtrails in the air. And at the same time, in discussing chemtrails, what they are essentially allowing to happen is contrails. We've proved after 9/11, when the planes were grounded, the contrails have an amazingly poor effect on the health of our atmosphere. We know this for a fact. We also know that private jets fly in the stratosphere. Commercial jets fly just below the stratosphere, sometimes there. We also know that the atmosphere is highly vertically stratified. There's very little movement vertically in the atmosphere. So in the extreme case of the conspiracist who talks about chemtrails, by discussing chemtrails, they then ignore, which benefits industry, they ignore those contrails, which are a known and existing problem, in favor of a conspiratorial one. In the case of CO2, by discussing CO2 as a separate problem from air pollution, we allow these industrial polluters to continue to do their dirty ways.
Well, except the solutions I would suggest wouldn't do that. So
how do you stop CO2 without stopping combustion?
No, the point is that you do.
You do, but you have to make new laws. Those laws don't exist.
I agree.
You have to come up with international treaty.
I agree. You do have to make new laws. Yeah.
Right now, China has almost the exact same criteria pollutant standards that we have. So does Europe, so does India. Almost every country has the original 1972 clean air standards. Now, we do have a major problem with submicron particulates because those aren't even regulated. And industry has now switched their particulate emissions from large coarse mode particles and 2.5 micron particles to submicron particles, and it's become an oceanic problem. Our atmosphere is filled with submicron particles, and the aggregation centers for those are almost non-existent, so they stay in the air for years.
How does this address what I said?
I'm pointing out that we can solve the CO2 problem by using existing laws that are built for air pollution.
I don't think we could. No.
We absolutely can. We have 560 counties in this country that are in non-attainment for criteria.
That wouldn't solve. So burning natural gas, for example, wouldn't solve that problem.
There's no way to burn
the CO2 problem.
Using the existing methods, there's no way to burn natural gas and still be compliant with criteria pollutant rules. It's not possible. We don't currently have the technology to do that.
So what about the remaining, there's 3,000 counties in the US or something like this?
Yeah, something like that.
So the 2,500 counties in the US that are meeting standards,
right?
Are these counties that do not have energy production inside of them, or are these counties that are purely green energy producing, or are these counties that
it depends.
Are partially? What's the deal?
It's more up to Mother Nature. So the way the wind works is there's counties, for instance, I'll give you one that I know in Alabama, that is in non-attainment status for their criteria pollutants, and there's not a single factory in that county. All of their pollutants.
I was talking about power plants, by the way, not factories.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about power plants, not factories.
All right. Well, I consider energy production a factory production. You can go with producing almost anything, but fine. Industrial production. There are counties that are non-attainment that don't have industrial production, and their contaminants are being blown over from other counties. For instance, counties that have a lot of softwood then emit volatile organic compounds from these trees, which on their own are fine. They mix with nitrogen oxygen compounds. They form photochemicals, something called the latent process, in the air that creates tropospheric ozone and is a criteria pollutant. That county cannot become compliant without then forcing the counties around it to become compliant.
Sure.
So you want to know about the other
are you so it sounds like what you're suggesting is, well, there are existing laws in the books that, if enacted, would force industries to become essentially green, very climate friendly. Maybe that's true. I'm not familiar with that. I can look into it. But that is unrelated to the point that humans did cause climate change. We don't disagree on that.
We don't disagree. But
so is your contention that my suggestions are implying new laws rather than enforcing old laws?
My suggestions are that people like you and me who want to help the Earth and help the quality of our atmosphere and help the future of our planet are working as hard against climate change as the people who are actively campaigning against climate change. We are just as useless as they are because we've taken the wrong approach.
And the right approach is to enforce existing laws. Can you give me an example of like a law specifically that we're not enforcing?
Look at those 560 something counties that are in non-attainment status. That law says that they're supposed to shut down industry in either that county or the neighboring county until that county can reach attainment status.
Okay.
The Clean Air Act provides for that. The Clean Air Act provides for an enforcement mechanism that we don't use. It's very much like this immigration debate.
Sorry, I'm just looking at some of these counties.
People complain about immigrants, and we do nothing about illegal hires. It's the same kind of problem.
So let's take, for example, Phoenix, the Phoenix Mesa County. That, as of 2015, is not. This is as of 2015, but this is a non-attainment county. Now, the way that it's non-attaining is 8-hour ozone. That's what it lists on the EPA website. Now, 8-hour ozone, that doesn't seem like that's an issue that's a pollutant issue, right?
So
it's
the
a
ozone
pollutant issue,
doesn't
but it's
come.
not an energy production pollutant issue. I should say.
It is. The ozone is. The ozone doesn't come directly from the energy production. It's a photochemical secondary reactant. So it comes from nitrogen oxygen compounds from energy production. When nitrogen oxygen compounds and VOCs combine in the air, they make ozone. That NOx is a form of a pollutant, or it is a pollutant from
But
industrial
then
processes.
why are they compliant with the other pollutants? And it's just the 8-hour
Well,
ozone that
NOx
they're not compliant with.
Because NOx standards are very high, tropospheric ozone pollution standards are relatively low because ozone is so toxic.
Okay. Now,
I can take my gauges.
So what?
I can take my gauges.
What kind of industry should they shut down to reduce 8-hour ozone?
They don't. I mean, well, look. The first step to go to non-attainment, it's all in the Clean Air Act. Is they're given a what's the name of that word? I can't remember the word, but they're given they have to come up with a plan to become to reach attainment for their county, and at that they then have to either shut down industries, switch existing industries over to non-polluting processes. There's the whole standard. There's the whole thing that we need, the exact same thing that we need for CO2. But while they're fighting for those laws on CO2, the existing laws are there for criteria pollutants. It's the same process.
So that may very well be true. How do you suggest that we enforce those?
Enforce them with the law, the same way. Look, if a county's in non-attainment status for something
How do you do that?
truly toxic,
How do you do that?
say hydrogen sulfide.
This is a
Hydrogen
federal
sulfide
law, correct?
It's state and federal. There's
it's through the EPA, is it not?
Every state has their own EPA, so it's state and federal. There's state enforcement
The
mechanisms.
Clean Air Act is a federal law, correct?
Yes, and every single state has their own air pollution standards, even Alaska.
Sure.
So on top of the federal laws,
so
there's
presumably the issue is that the federal government is not enforcing the Clean Air Act as it should be. Yes.
the federal government does not enforce the Clean Air Act, and neither do the states, and neither do the counties.
So typically, the states are allowed to enforce stronger regulations, but they cannot enforce weaker regulations, right?
I think that's correct, yes.
So the
Well,
issue...
Well, wait a minute. Sometimes they can, but then they lose federal funding.
Well, okay, yeah, sure. But that's not the issue here, right?
Right.
So this is it seems like it's a federal enforcement issue.
And state, but yes, it's an enforcement issue. Look,
The bare minimum would be federal enforcement.
We live in a world where somebody gets arrested if they steal $15 from a 7-Eleven, but somebody can contaminate the air with highly toxic pollutants and there's no penalty. So and this is a larger problem that has to be addressed. But yes, these are not enforced. These laws are not enforced.
And how do you suggest that? And so it seems like the solutions that you and I are proposing are basically the same. Vote in people who will do the thing that we want. And those happen to be the same people.
I mean, I don't look at solutions coming from politicians. I look at them as from coming like communicators such as yourself.
How do you enforce? How do you push for enforcement of federal law?
Use enforcement mechanisms where you use the power of your pocketbook, deciding what companies you support, who you support, and of course what people you're willing to vote in. But that's almost a secondary issue. And then if cases are brought against industrial polluters, and the power of consumers to not purchase those products is valuable.
So there is a problem with and like generally I agree with you, but like there's a problem with the power of the pocketbook, especially for electricity generation, and that's because in a lot of states, at least the state that I currently live in, there are kind of enforced monopolies on power generation, right?
Wait, you're not in Europe anymore?
No, I moved a few weeks ago.
Oh, congratulations, buddy. Best of luck fighting the good fight that we're all fighting over here. Look, there's no question. Taking the consumer route is often a difficult one, but as
it's
we've
essentially
seen
impossible when it comes to energy.
I mean, it's you plug your thing into the outlet in your house and you don't know where that power comes from. But if you're willing to actually read the information that comes from your power provider, they have a legal obligation to tell you where their power is coming from.
No, so I'm aware. I'm aware with that. Like I did that when I was in grad school. But the thing is the choices that you have are often exactly one choice, because there are many states or many municipalities rather where there is an enforced monopoly on energy production. which can make any sort of voting with your wallet very, very challenging, if not
Okay, well,
impossible.
first of all, this is a critical point. Electricity production, while definitely being a major contributor to air pollution, is one of the more, is at least taking us in the right direction, because the thermodynamic efficiency of even highly polluting processes like natural gas is considerably better than running gasoline through an internal combustion engine. Okay.
So
I mean,
just to
I
be
made
clear, CO2 emissions are CO2 emissions. 30% of them are just for electricity production, right?
30% are from electricity production. And remember that 50% of our electricity produced in this country is used to heat, cool, and move air.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you live, but sure.
In hot climates, cold climates, is used about 50% is heat, cool, and move air. Again, that's a simple decision. If you're on board with trying to do this stuff, it's a couple of tubes of caulk or some window coverings and improved insulation. Maybe moving when your furnace dies, switching over to a heat pump. I mean, there's decisions we can all make.
I just don't think that. So it sounds like you're complaining about the messaging, which fine, I guess. But would you prefer I say, hey everybody, you can fix climate change. Just go seal your windows up. That doesn't seem like that's the kind of thing that.
I think
that's
I understand
the kind of
your
systemic
question.
change that we need.
I think I understand your question. Like after 9/11, when we found out the contrails are damaging our atmosphere, okay, we then spent the next 20 years arguing with each other whether they're contrails or chemtrails, okay? In this case, we are spending all of our energy arguing with each other over whether humans are producing CO2 damage or the damage that we're producing, or whether it's something we can control or whether it's something we can't control. And while we're sitting here bickering with ourselves, the industrial polluters are walking off with their cash.
I mean,
there has to be some kind of simplified message here so that we're all on the same damn boat. So we're all rowing in the same direction.
So industry accounts for like 25% of.
Go find me a climate denier. Find me a climate denier that comes to your channel and you ask them, do you want your kid to die of asthma? That person will say no, or unalived of asthma. Do you want your grandmother to have problems with chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder? We're all on board when it comes to having healthy, clean air. But the messaging has become so convoluted that we now not even think about pollution. If I asked you if the pollution is worse now than it was in 1969, you might not even have an answer, and you're a scientist.
So just to be clear though, the solutions that are being offered, like if I ask somebody, hey, do you care about pollution? They'd say no, and I'd say, okay, well, what's your solution to fixing pollution? They'd say, switch to natural gas.
It's better than coal, but yeah. But they don't think there's a problem with pollution. 90%, from my experience, 90% of the people I talk to think there's not a problem with pollution. And I ask everybody that I come in contact with. They say, I don't see the pollution. Well, they don't see it because coarse mode particulates are now cheaply removed from cyclonic processing. And some micron particulates, which are smaller than, in many cases, the wavelength of visible light, are completely invisible. You can't see submicron pollutants.
So I'm just never mind. That's terrible. That's a terrible chart.
Our annual
So it
cost
looks
right now
I just
spending
checked.
$40
So it looks like
billion
criteria
a year.
air pollutants are something like 21% caused by industry, 25% is agricultural, forestry, and other land use, 25% is electricity and heat production, and then the rest is like transportation and buildings and other stuff.
Well, vehicles are huge.
Oh,
Actually,
actually, hold on. Let me make sure that it's in a book. Yeah, okay, here's another one, which is not of the same kind. So all I'm saying is that there are the way that climate change deniers think of solving pollution is just by having cleaner electricity production generally, and or alternatively they will say something like, yeah, I'm on board with preventing companies from dumping toxic waste into the rivers, right? That's unifying around the message of reducing pollution will result in cleaner rivers, definitely. I don't think it'll result in fixing the climate change issue.
Look, there's been a big change, all right? And the big change is something called the laser time of flight sensors. So now for about $10, you have the means of detecting air pollution in a way that we were unable to detect in the 1970s. I've seen complete disinformation on TikTok, like with these little water sensors where they measure
I've
your
seen that
total
too.
dissolved solids.
Yep.
And they're saying, oh, this is 200 parts per million. It's completely toxic. You know, it's ridiculous. You can have 5 part per million water that's toxic as hell, and 500 part per million water that's completely safe. But, you know, people are absorbing disinformation because it moves product. The only real power, in my opinion, is not politicians. It's communicators, such as yourself. The power you have is more than any politician in this country.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I appreciate
The power that science
the faith that
communicators
you have in me.
The power that science communicators have is more than any politician in this country, because science is improperly communicated by everyone except for science communicators.
And some science communicators. Look, so I'll give you this. There are the percentage of production of criteria air pollutants that you know, because you can look up where criteria air pollutants are produced by what mechanism. It looks like there's heavy overlap between that and CO2 emissions as well. It's not 1-to-1, but if you look at, like, you know, it'll be like roughly a quarter is produced by electricity production. Well, that's roughly the same for CO2. So I absolutely grant you that that is a line of reasoning that I could use in the future.
Ooh,
but the first step is to actually convince people that climate change is a thing. Like, that's also worth doing, right?
Is it? But let me just say, hypothetically, let's just say you and I and our Butcher's Brothers Baker decided that we're going to completely ignore the problem of climate change for a year. And all we did was discuss measurable air pollutants and the need for children not to end up in the hospital with asthma, and our 90-year-old granny not to end up in the hospital with lung-related disorders, and the literally $40 billion of public health costs that come from contaminated air. For 1 year, we just talked about air pollution. We'd solve the CO2 problem by accident, without agreement on it.
Well,
if we solve the air
okay,
pollution
would we?
problem.
So think about the ozone layer problem that we had in the 90s, 80s and 90s.
Right, let's see. Chlorofluorocarbons.
Right. So you may have said, well, we have this. At that time, if we had known more about climate change, we may have said, well, you can solve kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We have all of these. We have too much ozone production, and if we get rid of that, then we'll get rid of the CO2. But that's not necessarily the truth, because it turns out the way that we ended up solving the ozone problem mostly is we just banned CFCs, right? But that didn't do anything. Like, all I'm saying is that even though the problems are linked, and you've convinced me that, yeah, sure they are, that doesn't mean that all proposed solutions for one will necessarily fix the other. And so we have to be careful, because, you know, we have to be careful as to where we spend our social capital, if you will. If it's the case that we put all of our energy, no pun intended, into solving the pollution issue, we may very well end up solving it in a way that doesn't fix the climate change issue. Now, maybe it will, but that's not a guarantee,
So
if you know
as
what
a
I'm saying.
physicist, I don't see the way that would be possible. There's no mechanism that I know of that could be true.
I mean, perhaps that is the case. It just seems like it's Let me back up and say, I guess the issue that I'm seeing with this approach is that there's a clear, evident problem that you and I both see. And you're suggesting we just ignore that problem and hope that by fixing another problem, we'll also fix this problem that you and I see.
We're not solving we're not solving the CO2 problem. It's still increasing. It's getting worse. We are entering a point where we have to make a change.
And that's a problem that we you don't think it's worth talking about?
As any recovering alcoholic knows, if you don't make a change, nothing changes. We are recovering alcoholics for CO2. We are addicted to the stuff, and we keep winding up drunk in our own pile of CO2. There has to be a change, and if we don't have some kind of consensus on something that can fix this problem the way we had with ozone, stratospheric ozone, not tropospheric ozone, the way we had with things that were damaging our stratospheric ozone layer, then we will not solve this problem.
By the way, we actually are doing better in CO2 than we were in years past. Like we basically, like if you look at I'm looking at it right now. If you look at like CO2 emissions, they basically flatlined for like the last few years. And per capita CO2 emissions have gone down in the US, in Canada, in the EU. So, yeah, I mean, like progress is being made, right?
a lot of that has been, I would say almost all of that has been improved energy production, and building efficiency has been enormous. But India and China and Bangladesh and Indonesia are coming online with improved economies where these minuscule CO2 emissions from places like Bangladesh and India are not going to keep happening. They don't deserve to be locked out of a global economy just because they don't have the money to invest in better quality energy production.
But hold on, you're suggesting that they do that, but just to make their air cleaner rather than to not emit CO2.
There has to be a pathway for places like India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, et cetera, to be able to enter this contemporary industrial age without adding to the CO2 problem. Currently, that doesn't exist.
So then so promoting the solution that you're promoting, which is, we talk about pollution primarily, I could make the exact same argument. You say like, well, we can't prevent them from polluting their air because then they won't be able to industrialize properly.
Oh, but if we have clean air, now all of a sudden the market exists for them. We have existing low entropy solutions in the United States.
Yeah, but I could say the same
they
thing for
can then
CO2
buy-
for reducing CO2 productions.
What's that now?
I could say the same thing for reducing CO2 productions. If we're reducing our CO2 productions, then there's a market for reducing CO2 production.
Well, nobody agrees on it. There's no, one of the hugely difficult problems, and I worked on the HITRAN. I worked on the HITRAN database. I found a 3 order of magnitude error in the HITRAN database with far wing multipole spectra with atmospheric dimers. Okay, even I can't find a perfect decision on how to approach this stuff. Okay, but I do know that children should not be having problems with asthma. I do know that people should not be having chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. This is something, the human effect is something that everybody agrees on. And it has nothing to do with CO2 because, as you said earlier correctly, CO2 is not a pollutant. It doesn't damage lung tissue and it doesn't affect us. But everybody knows that air pollution damages lung tissue, that it causes cardiovascular disease.
So, I mean, look, it may very well be the case that a messaging change is worthwhile, or at least talking about that is worthwhile. I don't think that anybody would disagree with that. But I think that the claim is that, so, okay, is all you're saying is that I should be like, yes, because like climate change to me anyway is actually a bigger issue, because it's not localized. And so
there's a huge danger of it being weaponized against people in developing nations. I think children in developing nations
India's
have
actually doing
access
fairly well in that regard, right? Like they're actually doing fairly well with their emissions.
Well, I mean, look at their emissions relative to their electricity produced, and you might have a different tale. You can't just look at the total emissions. You have to look at the per gigawatt of energy produced.
Yeah, do you have data on that?
Well, a huge portion of, my thing when I worked on this was in biomass, because a lot of the food heating and such in places like India and Bangladesh is still done with wood.
Sure.
So, I mean, I've done it myself. It's a rather simple scale. You just take the
you just divide through by
emissions.
divide through by the total power output. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that myself. I just haven't seen it, and
Look,
it doesn't
if
seem like
nothing
people have
else,
that chart available.
Well, okay, you and I discussed this about a year ago, and I was kind of tickled your fancy to the idea that air pollution and CO2 are related, and I don't know that but it sounds like now you kind of get what I'm saying, and I've maybe brainwashed you as the air pollution people have brainwashed me. And the air pollution people brainwashed me because they didn't have many physicists. They were mostly engineers. So having physicists on board.
Damn engineers.
What's that?
Damn engineers.
You hear the joke I always tell you, right? What did the physicist say to the engineer and the chemist?
Tell me.
Would you like fries with that?
No, it's supposed to be philosopher, not physicist.
Anyway, you're doing a great job. You're my favorite science community in the whole universe. You're awesome. You're literally the best. I think we're looking at a new way of science being communicated. Literally, nobody's ever done it the way you do it. You do it the best.
Well, I appreciate that. So I'll keep in mind what you brought up. Absolutely a good point. But now I have to go talk to people who don't know what they're talking about. But thanks for being here, bud.
Take care.
So by the way, I did just find so it is interesting if you actually look at total power output. So I'm absolutely willing to be wrong about this because I would be absolutely wrong about this. If you look at total power out, or if you look at total CO2 emissions, even per capita CO2 emissions, both India and China are lower than the US. However, I just now found a chart. I'd never seen this before. I just now found a chart. Why can't I pop it up? This is annoying. Let me pop it up over here then. I just now found a chart showing CO2 emissions divided by total energy generation, which is a relevant, here we go, which is a relevant metric. It's not the only relevant metric, but it is a relevant metric. So this is CO2 emissions divided by total power output, right? And so we can just look at total power output of these countries. And I mean, it's pretty clear that India is fairly bad in this regard. I don't know if you can still see this. 1 second, let me move the window over. So India is pretty bad in this regard. They produce about 708 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour produced. Not great. China is 506. Sorry, China is 560, which is still not great. The US is better. If you look over time, we could look in the past, and like clearly, you know, in 2005, for example, the US was much worse, China was much worse, India was actually better. But this is to say, if we just look at an overall trend, pay attention to China and India. China is getting better. India is slightly improving. Overall, it seems like the world actually is tending to do better with regard to how much energy they're producing relative to how much CO2 they're producing, which is an improvement. It's not perfect, but it is an improvement. China is absolutely getting better. They've gone down from, say, 25 years ago. They were at 783 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour produced, and now they're down to 560. So that's like a reduction of like 30%, while also building power plants all the time, which they are. So, you know, progress is being made, but it's clearly not fast enough. All right, let's move on to another guest. By the way, that data comes from the Energy Institute, and they cite their sources and so on. Chris Tofu-chan, how's it going?
Pretty good. Hi, Dr. Blitz.
Howdy. Do you think that humans are causing climate change?
I think we have waste products, and I think we associate that with climate change. But my
Okay.
conjecture with the kind of like the last person that was on, I think it's kind of communicated in a pretty poor way, because I think all life forms kind of have a byproduct of their life. And I'm not saying that CO2 is the byproduct of us living or whatever, not at the scale that we see it or whatever, but how would we as a life form avoid that process while being on planet?
Well, I mean, just take, for example, suppose that all power plants were replaced with hydroelectric, thermal, or geothermal, solar, and wind. That would basically reduce our emissions to zero.
But, well, true. Well, what if we
And
look
we
at
would
it
still be
from a
alive.
thermodynamic perspective? We're still disrupting a lot of kind of rhetoric that the planet has been, that the environments that we rely on to survive
Sure.
have relied
That's a separate
on. So-
that's a separate but related issue. Cutting
So-
down
so
rainforest,
we
cutting
just
down
pushed
rainforest
the-
is bad. It's a
I'm sorry?
separate kind of issue, right?
Well, I mean, like, just as you were saying earlier, when we were working with, or I think you guys were talking about PFAS, right? And
that
ozone.
was one of the things included, yes.
Yeah, so say we go hydroelectric, or we use what's it called? The new nuclear reactors that are coming out.
Sure, thorium. Thorium.
Yeah. Well, how do we know that we're not just pushing the goalpost?
Well, we can look at
Personally-
emitted product like emission products, right? And then just look, well, what are we emitting? What are we using up?
We
Let's do
can,
that.
but there's always going to be bad faith actors that take that technology and kind of run off tangent with it, or lie about what it kind of like what you guys said. The engineers, I'm an engineer. The engineers will kind of take something and kind of mess it up, really, because we're financially or whatever incentivized to.
So are you worried, just to shortcut this, are you worried that someone will take a thorium reactor and get more money out of it by causing more pollution?
I'd have to know more about the reactors. I know I have a limited knowledge about that. That's a good example on your case. I don't know enough to be able to argue that case.
And that's fine. My only point is that it seems like for example, solar panels, pretty hard to make them emit pollution, right?
True.
Like they just sit there. They don't really do anything besides produce electricity. Now, of course, the way that we produce solar panels can definitely be polluting. Absolutely. There's a lot of CO2 produced in there. There's a lot of like toxic things that are used in the production process. And so, yeah, that's something that we should worry about. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do solar panels entirely.
Agreed. I should clarify my stance or whatever. I would sooner agree with causing more pollutants in the short run to be able to get off planet or off world, because I don't know if we're necessarily going to be able to fix it.
Okay,
here.
What do you think's harder? Do you think it's harder to establish to terraform and establish colony on Mars, or to fix Earth?
I think we're terraforming this planet already. Terraforming this planet versus terraforming another planet.
Yeah, what do you think is harder? Continuing to terraform Earth or terraforming Mars so that it's suitable for human life?
Yeah, obviously terraforming Mars, but which one do we survive in?
I mean, if we can terraform Mars, then we'd have an easier shot of doing it. I just don't think that that's within the realm of possibility in the next 100 years. 200 years perhaps.
Agreed, but I think
and we have a problem now, right? That needs to be solved. Otherwise, we might not make it to the 200-year mark.
True.
So
True.
I don't think that we should be dumping all of our focus to try to get to Mars when we might not live long enough to get there.
I mean, what would be, so what we would spend more time or more assets and resources attempting to, air quotes, fix the planet we live on now, to be able to get to other planets later, or just stay on this one, because I think we're still kind of stuck at the.
I think that staying on this one, I don't think that there's an issue with staying on this one. I think that once we solve the issues here, then we can, once we solve the issues here, and that means like solving war and solving, solving poverty, solving climate change, then we can think about going elsewhere.
Aren't those or in my perspective, I think like war and air quote like waste and all that kind of stuff, I think those are byproducts of living organisms. We're kind of predators in the way that we interact with almost everything we interact with. Us and except for maybe like 5 or 6, like a handful of species, are primary resource, like either producers or consumers, and we're not one of them.
Well, I mean, like, it's fine to consume resources. That's not an issue. Like, we can absolutely, plant plants and then eat them. There's no issue. Somebody just sent 5 subs. Thank you so much.
There is an underlying issue with that. There's
the issue with
always
that?
a waste product with it.
So to be clear, the matter that is on Earth stays on Earth. So all we're doing is just rearranging that matter. Now, we can choose to rearrange that matter in a dangerous way, or we can choose to rearrange it in a way that's not dangerous. For example, you can have closed cycle production. You could be it is in principle possible to essentially completely live off the grid. You would need some land, but with solar panels, you could power all of the technology you need to basically clean up all of your. And I don't mean live off the grid. I mean live in a completely neutral way. Because essentially all humans need to survive is energy. We just need that energy translated in the form of food, etc. Food, warmth to stay alive, and things like that. So, and the fact that we have a source of energy, the sun, we can use that energy that we have to basically undo anything that we do except keep us alive.
Agreed.
And
I
like
agree.
that's in principle possible. So I don't know, like this isn't an issue. I don't think this is an issue of like, oh well, humans will inevitably ruin the earth, so we may as well just accept it.
Well, I think we got to back up a little bit, because waste product, I think, is kind of a special, it's kind of an overloaded or special term. It's not like a waste product as it's toxic to everything. It's a waste product just because it's toxic to us. And I don't think we can survive without creating waste products that are toxic to us.
Sure, we can. Humans did it for 20,000 years, or
We had a lot of,
300,000 years, I guess.
I mean, we still created tons of waste products that were toxic to us. It's just we didn't have enough people, and we had way more space to distribute those waste products. Like,
I
if
mean, so what are the fundamental waste products that we have to produce that are toxic to us?
our waste, like the things that come
Like
out of our
feces.
body. Yeah, and it provides like a test bed for other organisms.
I mean, I suppose that is in some sense toxic to us. You wouldn't want to eat that. But
well, it's
that can
more
be
than just that.
beneficial to other things, right?
Exactly. That's the dangerous part.
Why
That's
is
the
that?
more dangerous
No, it
part.
can be it can be beneficial to other things in ways that are good for us.
I don't know if
Like
species
for
have a
example,
relation-
I mean like what? So okay. Are you suggesting that there's no way to use feces in a way that, I mean, I don't know the details of fertilization. I know
Sure.
that some animal feces are used for fertilizers. I don't
Well,
know
let me
if
say the dangerous
human waste
part.
can be.
Let me say the dangerous part, I think.
Okay, what's the dangerous part?
It's that when we create these kind of like environments that other things can grow on, they grow to predate on us. Like if it's a life
on our
form-
waste, perhaps.
No, on us. There's the way that like viruses, or the way that bacteria, a way that the vector they use to understand our genes, to be able to interact with the proteins on our cells, is oftentimes through our waste products. So
Okay,
keeping
maybe.
our
And so we can take
products-
actions to deal with that. Momo, thank you for the whale. Momo's gifting a whole lot. I appreciate you, Momo. It sounds like your argument is just like, well, we poop, and poop helps bacteria and viruses that want to take advantage of us. So I guess we just have to live with climate change.
It's not we have to like, I think my original kind of qualm is that it's just miscommunicated, like how life in general kind of works, and people
To be clear, I don't think that human waste is actually like a major contributing factor for like the detriment of
not.
human health.
It's not. Well, for the last 2,000 years, it has been. For when
In the last
societies
100
and
years,
stuff.
well, okay, it depends on where you are. There's still some places in the world where it can cause harm. Absolutely agree with you there. But that's just an
no,
issue of
in developed countries, like waste management and waste production and safety and all that stuff, I think is like a $38 billion industry.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
want to invest.
it's definitely something that, but we know how to solve it now. Essentially, we know how to basically deal with the issue. So it just
I
so-
don't
so
know if we
you're-
do. There's
so
a lot of stuff that like boat fly or screw flies are coming back. There's a handful of species that we kind of thought we eradicated, or we have under control, or thought were predictable, and they exhibit emergent behavior that is kind of new to us within the last 10 years. But I agree with you, don't get me wrong. I do think that we 100% terraform this planet, sometimes to our benefit and sometimes to our detriment or whatever, but kind of when we label it as like
wait, hold on.
always bad.
You mentioned that like there are new flies that we thought we had eradicated that are coming back, that are
They're
causing
not
harm.
new, they just emergent behavior. Like they
What kind of emergent
they
behavior?
evolve something new. So the way that specifically with like screw flies or whatever, we manage their population by irradiating the males of the screw flies, and then
Sure.
we release those to mate with the females, and they don't produce viable offspring. The
Sure.
offspring don't survive. And so like sometimes, because of our waste products or because there's so many of us, we create a pool of energy, kind of like what you were saying before. If we just kind of look at this thermodynamically. We create with our waste, with our survival, we create those emergent pools of energy for another species to be able to take advantage of. So it's just
Sure.
another.
So we put an effort to deal with those problems, right?
Yeah, we do, and that all costs energy. It's just another.
Yep.
In my
Fortunately,
opinion,
there is so much more energy available than we're using, like so much more.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely.
So we can use that energy to solve these problems, but we have to do it in a way that doesn't cause more problems. Like what we're, I mean, and essentially that's what we did. That's why we're in the CO2 problem, the climate change problem, because we had this problem of we didn't have enough. We had too many mouths to feed and not enough food. So we industrialized, and that we took this source of energy that we have, which is an enormous source of energy, stored sunlight, if you will, and we use that energy to solve a problem. Unfortunately, that caused another problem. So we just have to be clever, and we have to make sure that any problem that we try to solve, it's going to cost more energy, of course, but any problem that we try to solve, we just have to make sure that we're not causing more problems in the future. And you know, I think that generally, you know, green energy production is probably one of those ways that's pretty safe. It's not entirely safe, but it's pretty safe.
Yeah, I agree. But all of that is added to, or at least with the argument I'm making, I think those are good points for moving to more sterile environments like Mars or the moon or terraforming.
Humans can't survive on Mars. That's the issue.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
the moment we make it so that humans can survive on Mars, the moment
humans couldn't survive on this planet like 3 billion years ago when our atmosphere was primarily methane.
Right, but the moment we make it so that humans can survive on Mars, it won't be sterile anymore.
It will be more sterile than what we have now.
No, it won't.
Why not?
If we're growing food?
It's sterile in the sense that our waste won't necessarily create test bed. Like there's not going to be another life form that we didn't put there, right?
Yeah, there will be life forms that we brought, which would be a problem.
Yeah. I think the problem is whatever problem we generate on Mars, it's here on Earth and it's worse, in my opinion. So that's what I mean by sterile.
And we would have to solve the problem on Mars anyway.
Yeah. But it would be easier because
why not just solve it on Earth?
Because it will be easier because you don't have a bunch of other things that...
It'll be much harder because we will have less access to infrastructure. We will have less sunlight, so less energy available. We'll be spending far more energy just keeping humans alive.
I don't know.
I think you underestimate how difficult it is to survive on Mars.
You're asking me, is it harder to grow a specific strain of cells in a petri dish versus grow it in a pond outside?
By the way, just to be clear, evolutionary adaptations of anything that we bring will be much more rapid on Mars because there's a lot more radiation there. So there is significantly more ionizing radiation.
Yes, there is, but there's a lot of species on this planet that have evolved mechanisms to repair their DNA, and they evolve slower because of it. Like a pretty popular one, alligators.
Yeah. But my point is when we bring bacteria there, which we will because we have bacteria in us, that bacteria could very quickly get out of hand.
I mean, it could, but I feel like I don't know, maybe some of the behavior of more ionizing radiation resistant species, putting it in those
in our guts,
Mars, in the Mars species population, and they'd outcompete for resources potentially. I don't know. I think that you're looking to try to solve a current problem with a solution that is infeasible in the next few hundred years. I don't see a way of us on this planet surviving for forever or very long necessarily. I think it's better that we, and I think by the way, I don't think that you've presented evidence that this waste problem that you're talking about is a significant issue. What do you mean? Or like you brought up the screw flies, fine. Or we can pick a significant issue. Pick a virus, or we can pick like a species of bacteria or a parasite. All of those problems will follow us anywhere.
But the point is that we
No,
have
no, they
solutions.
won't.
We have
Like those problems won't follow us everywhere. It's
of course
like
they will. Wherever
there's
humans are, there will be
like
viruses. There
what
will
are
be bacteria.
tapeworms? What are tape? Don't tapeworms have to?
Well, those are parasites, not viruses or bacteria.
Yeah, I said parasites, viruses,
okay.
or bacteria. Any vector for what's the general term for pathology in humans? Epidemiology or
Pathogens?
Yeah, pathogens. Yeah, are parasites considered pathogens?
I think so.
Okay, well, just for convenience sake, let's say that. A lot of, I think the primary way for pathogens creating vectors into us is by our waste product, mixing with waste product that the pathogen already has a inclination towards, like another mammalian species that doesn't have the medical care that we have for our species. That's the primary way, at least from my perspective, that pathogens gain access to be able to.
Are you a medical, like biomedical scientist of some kind?
No, I just spend a lot of time looking at immunology and trying to understand it. I like what's the field called? Biomechanics or molecular machinery more in general.
Okay.
Like,
because I'm not a biomedical anything. So I can't comment at all on the
It's just Legos. It's just little pieces of stuff that.
Well, no, but the claim that the vast majority, or rather that the majority of, dangerous pathogens, adaptation to our systems comes from our own waste. I don't know how true that is.
It's not. They don't get the adaptations from it. They get the adaptations from either.
I should say exposure. But yeah,
exposure. Yeah, I would.
I just don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is in general. So.
It's not just our poop, like our skin cells, just things we shed off, or just they need access to our DNA to be able to create, like on all of our cells, or the majority, unless you have like a mutation, your cells have proteins on them that that allow things to like dock onto the cell and do whatever they do.
But look, that will happen as long as there are bacteria. Bacteria, viruses, pathogens, whatever, that will happen wherever we are.
Yeah, but in more sterile environments, at least in my opinion, I think in more
the environments won't stay sterile. That's the point.
They won't. But in more
sterile humans are, you lose sterility.
I think. And I feel like that's kind of just is a beneficiary byproduct of being a more spacefaring species. Like
we're not equipped to spacefarer yet. It's just not a thing that we have the tech to do.
That's true.
Or the political will, for that matter.
But 200 years ago, 50 years ago, it was even harder. Today,
50 years ago, it was easier for us to get to space than it is today.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that 53 years ago, we went to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And now now we can't. We can. There's just no political will to do so.
Yeah, but it's not getting to the moon. It's kind of like what the last creator was saying. Like, we know of ways to reduce or like change CO2 to less damaging or less bad, air quotes, bad things or whatever. It's just we don't necessarily all agree on a way to do that.
So let's think about the proposed solution, right? The proposed solution is that, well, we have these issues with pathogens, which are dangerous to humans, and I agree that they are, although we're getting very, very good at dealing with them. And your proposed solution is, let's go somewhere where the pathogens aren't. Fine.
It's not just pathogens. That's just the benefit. It's not my talking point, or it's not my main.
Then why should we go to Mars?
Whatever. Because it's another bed of resources that's away from this planet. Like,
why do we need to be away from this planet if not to avoid the pathogens?
Oh, because we take resources on this planet and we put them into states that it requires a lot of where the energy it takes to change it back into something safe for us to be around is higher than the energy it produces.
Yeah,
Like,
and we have that energy available.
yeah, but it's going to cost more energy to get that back into. Like,
yeah, and we have that more energy available. Like it's accessible. It's right there. It comes from the sky. That energy is there, right? We just need to harness it and do it. So my question to you is, what's easier? Just taking the energy that's already there on a place that we already live, and just using the technology that we already have to pacify these things that are dangerous for us, or go to a place where we don't already live, in a place where we cannot survive, where there is no infrastructure, and start over there. What's easier?
Both of them, I think, should be sitting on around the same level. I think that question.
I think that you are vastly underestimating how difficult it is to get people to survive on Mars. You can't breathe the air.
Underestimating how difficult it is for things on this planet to survive.
We've been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. We've been surviving by accident.
Since the beginning of life, we've been doing it.
So it's pretty easy, actually, turns out.
It's not. That took so much work and so much time. All the time in between the...
Wait, it took time to survive? We've been...
Yeah. All of the abilities that we have to survive on this planet, we evolved on this planet. And that has taken every single millisecond from the first cell orienting.
I guess, yeah. Fortunately, we don't rely on evolution anymore to solve our problems.
Yeah, we do. Everything, our brain
No,
is
we don't. Technology isn't a form of evolution. I mean, you could call it evolution if you want.
It's an extension of something that we did, right?
I mean, if you want to, you can call it that. But like, the point is we know how to fix these issues now. We have the tech to do it now. We have the energy available to do it now. We just actually need the political will to do it, right?
Exactly.
But that's not the issue for Mars. We don't know how to survive on Mars. We have no idea. We don't have the tech to do it. We don't know. We don't have the medical. We don't have the medical tech to do it. We don't have the climate control tech. We don't have any of the stuff that we need to survive on Mars. You could probably send somebody to Mars in the next 10 years, and then maybe they could survive in like a capsule for like a week. And if they stayed there any longer, they'd probably die.
Yeah,
the technological difficulty between these two problems are vastly different.
I see us surviving on this planet, but not with the level of people and the level of technology that we support. We would have to essentially go back to more primitive states. If our population is to continue to grow, I think we also need to continue to expand our where we can live and where we can survive. I don't think we can continue to reproduce and have the amount of technology.
On what grounds do you think that that's true?
Because our CO2 problem is from us.
And we are, and we can fix it. It is fixable. It's a political issue, not a scientific issue.
But if you zoom out and look at it as a system, our political issues, our CO2 issues, all of these issues are byproducts of us surviving in the state that we survive in right now. So I'm suggesting that. I mean,
look. If we had this problem, if we had and knew about this problem, say, I don't know, 50 years ago, or maybe 70 years ago, and we had the tech to fix it, it would have been a whole different world. We probably would have fixed it.
I don't know.
Political will shifts all the time.
I mean, I agree with you. I think hindsight is 2020.
No, I'm not talking about hindsight. I'm just talking about the political environment that we're in right now is very different than it was 70 years ago.
Yeah.
Or 60 years ago. So people were more interested in, say, protecting the environment 60 years ago than they are today.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I miss Carter.
That's a political issue.
I loved Carter and what he did for nuclear technology.
Funnily enough, I'm actually referring to Nixon.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Nixon, despite how much of a corrupt politician he was actually he founded the EPA, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there was a time when both political parties were very interested in protecting the environment, the climate. So but the political situation has changed, which that this is not like a future. This is not like we'll never be able to fix this. This will always be the same. Like, no, this is just political situations change. We can adjust the political situation.
I still see that as part of us surviving on this planet. Like, if we didn't have civilizations that required resources put in particular places and stuff, we wouldn't have a need for politics. So we need politics to be able to interact at the population sizes that we do, and we need civilizations. And
yeah, we do. And the politics isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just
no, it's not.
How
I'm not saying it is.
Organized.
Exactly. I think it's an adaptation to be able to survive at the scale that we do. And I don't think we can survive at the scale that we do continually on this planet. I think we to survive.
I mean, in principle, I don't know what that's based on. It just seems super plausible that like very few changes are needed to be made in order to solve the climate change problem. Again, very few changes are needed to be made to solve other problems as well. We just actually have to do them. I don't see what the issue is.
I don't see. I guess I think that's just the trend. Like, that's been the trend. Like, before I think that's just been the trend of like societies.
The trend. What
upwards trend? In energy consumption and diversification. And when we need space and time to create these like new things that might be dangerous to life on this planet. And I don't see us being able to do that while staying on this planet. So I think surviving, like if we were just, let's say that we solve the climate issues or whatever.
Sure.
And much like after World War II, what was the German scientist that
Werner von Braun?
No, the guy who made nitrate, the extracting nitrate.
Oh, I know his name. Starts with an H.
He also created mustard gas. Yes, it does start with an H.
Is it Huber?
I think there's a Z in his name. I don't remember exactly.
One sec, I can find this. Fritz Haber. It's Haber.
Yes, Mr. So prior to his invention, his invention allowed our population to boom, right? Yep. And it was like so. And there's multiple times in our history that someone has created a tool that helps us survive better, and because of that we survive better. And so
sure.
Wouldn't it be more likely that we solve climate change staying on this planet, and that just creates a much worse issue in 20 years, because that's been the trend?
Can you give me another example? So you're telling me that the problem that Fritz Haber solved. So Fritz Haber solved the problem of too many mouths to feed, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And you're saying that the problem that created was too many people?
It led to whatever we have right now. Whatever problem you can identify, that was a requirement for us to get here.
I mean, not necessarily, right? For example, you might say that nuclear proliferation is a problem, but that has nothing to do with Fritz Haber.
No, not. I mean, like us surviving. Like that was in our timeline or whatever. That was in our history, and that had to be in our history for us to get to our.
I mean, I guess, but that doesn't mean that his breakthrough caused that. It doesn't mean that breakthrough was like a necessary or was like a sufficient cause for climate change.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
In fact, climate change was already happening by the time Fritz Haber did his thing.
Yeah. I'm not claiming that, but whatever the rationale is, his research was required for us to be here right now in this space.
So then look, that's the whole
So
business.
I'm trying to say this is a trend.
The whole
Like
business of humanity is like we solve one problem,
Mhm.
and then we have another problem to solve, and then we solve that, and then we have another problem to solve, and then we solve that.
yeah,
That's the
but
whole thing.
if you look at that in a limited space and time frame, like stuck
Can you give
on
me an
this
example of a problem that we haven't solved?
No, I mean that's what we evolved for, is solving problems. If I
So
could
then
come
what's
up
the
with a
issue? Let's just
problem-
solve this problem, and whatever the next
and
problem
then
will be,
solve
we'll solve
another
that
problem.
too.
Yeah, I just think the best way to solving those problems is giving our species more time and space. As in,
We don't have the time to do that.
But we have the time to solve climate change.
Yes,
and
it'll be solving climate change
afterwards.
is easier than establishing a colony on Mars. Yeah.
But I feel like that's something that we're gonna have to do regardless. I mean,
maybe in 500 years when we have the tech to do so, but we don't have the tech to do that now.
Yeah, I'm totally for solving climate change would be great. I just don't know if that's going to be realistic.
And do you think establishing a climate or a colony on Mars is?
I think it's more realistic. Yeah.
Do you like Elon Musk? Are you a fan?
No,
Okay,
I do not like him.
I mean, okay, let's just like, and we can end it there, or we can end it soon. But just to be clear,
it's fine. I think
there's a lot of basic science that we still haven't done to figure out how to survive on Mars, right? We agree on that?
Sure.
Like, we don't know how to protect humans in like the right way from the ionizing radiation.
That, or just change your perspective. Do humans need to live 80 years, or how much do humans need to live to be like? If you change your perspective,
that's not by the way, that's not a solution. Saying, it's fine if people just get cancer in their 30s.
It's
that's
not. I'm
a
not
solution.
saying it's fine. You still get cancers here, and
nobody will
I'm
want to do that. Nobody will do
question.
that. Nobody will agree to that.
We agree to it right now.
No, we don't. We don't. Nobody is just like, yeah, it's just totally fine and normal for people to die of cancer in their 30s. Like, that's not totally fine and normal. Nobody wants that. Nobody would agree to that.
30s, but we create tons of, like things that are dangerous to us that we don't know that at how dangerous they are to us. And in 10 years, like with microplastics and with PFAS and with and with ozone and with our exposure to, I mean, this one's kind of tangential, but like our exposure to like high frequency lighting and all this other stuff, like we don't know the long-term side effects on
we do know the long-term side effects of Martian level radiation, right?
Yeah. So we make those same concessions right here and right now.
No, we don't. No, hold on. No, we don't. Obviously, we don't. If we knew that something was that dangerous to us, we wouldn't do it. But there are things but we don't know. There are some things that we don't know, and so we do those things.
Yeah, but I mean, if that were the case, we wouldn't have a climate problem.
When we did the things, we didn't know that it was that it was going to be a problem.
Oh, you're saying intentionally doing it? I feel like it's safer intentionally taking on danger rather than unintentionally taking on danger.
There's nothing safer about getting 100 times the average dose from like on Earth just by existing. There's nothing safer about that.
Again, I said intentionally taking on danger versus
there's nothing safer about intentionally taking on 100 times the normal atmospheric dose from in Mars compared with Earth. There's nothing safer about that. That's dangerous.
I can't agree with that. If you're intentional about the danger that you take, it's not as dangerous as taking on danger unintentionally, because you don't know what the danger is.
If you don't have to take it on intentionally, why would you take it on intentionally?
Yeah, but that's what we're arguing about is
and you're missing all of the unintentional dangers and unexpected dangers that are on Mars.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not saying having people die at 30 is the answer, but that's not my place to give the answer. That's future generations.
The point is that we don't, like, there are so many basic scientific questions that we have to resolve, that we have to find answers to in order to even hope at having a colony on Mars. we're not in the same boat when it comes to solving climate change, or solving, you know, viral infections, or solving whatever. A lot of the problems that we have on Earth, we know how to solve. That it's a political issue. The Mars issue, we don't even know how to solve them. We don't even know if there are solutions.
Well, again,
So putting resources in
the main problem
putting
that
resources
I
and
think
going
is-
to Mars rather than fixing what we have on Earth is
What-
like wildly misguided.
What do you think is the main problem with surviving on Mars? The amount of radiation.
There's
that
no
people-
air.
Yeah.
There's no air. You can't go outside or risk radiation poisoning. It's minus 60 degrees Celsius outside. We aren't able to grow We aren't able to grow food there. Like,
doesn't Mars have CO2 in its crust and other?
Yeah, we don't know how to get it out.
Oh, well. What do you mean we don't know how to get it out? Like we don't know
how to like put it up in the air.
Do we not? Because we can break the carbon oxygen bond, and
we can. How long will that take? Is that something that we can do in 100 years? No.
Maybe not 100
Also,
years.
here's a separate issue. Somebody just brought this up in the comments. The gravity on Mars is like half that on Earth. That's like our bones won't function properly.
Yeah, it changes the way that people are born as well. Like you don't.
There are problems that we don't even know will be problems.
That's true. Yeah. I agree with you. Okay. I mean, you're
all right. I'm gonna kick you off, but thanks for being here, bud.
Yeah, thanks for letting me stay. Bye.
Have a good one. All right, I'm gonna bring on a guest from YouTube. I'm gonna bring on John. John, can you hear me all right?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, John, do you think that we cause climate change?
No.
Why not?
Well, I am 40 years old now, and I think through my entire life here in the United States, we have been propagandized. I do agree with you when you say that it is a government issue. And I think that we have just been propagandized to believe in this ghost, or, this thing which we can't smell, touch, see, or feel. But also at the same time has to be there. I think it's been pure propaganda. When, in the 80s, I'm not sure how old you are, but in the 80s, it was global freezing or I'm sorry, what's the word I'm looking for? It was an ice age. Leonard Nimoy did a propaganda video.
By the way.
I'm sorry.
Global warming has been known about since the 70s.
Well, okay. Well, hold on a second. So, when in the 80s, though, it was an ice age. Do you know who Leonard Nimoy is?
I know who Leonard Nimoy is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he did a video, and you can look it up if you've never seen it, where, in the 80s, he was like, oh, the scientists predict that within the next 20 years, if we don't change, that the Earth is going to be a giant, ball of ice. And then, in the 90s,
I don't
once
know
that did
what scientific basis he was giving for that, but we can look at climate predictions going back as far as the 70s. And the vast majority have been accurate.
Well, the problem, what sprung that was the blizzard that occurred.
So was there
the winter
scientific
before
backing or no? To the piece that he was doing.
Well, that's not too much of, I don't want to dig too much into that. So if I could just explain why I think it's propaganda, and then we could dig into the details of each one of them if you'd like. So then in the 90s, early 90s, late 90s, I can't remember which one came first, but it was acid rain. That was
a problem.
A thing that they sold on us.
It was a real thing, right? Then we fixed
the hole in the ozone.
The hole in the ozone layer, we fixed that too. We passed laws. We passed there were laws that were passed in the US. There were international conventions that were passed globally that fixed both of those issues.
Yeah, but they used propaganda.
No, we fixed those issues.
They used propaganda, though. I get we fixed those, but they used propaganda to get those things fixed. And let me explain why climate change is, I'm still trying to explain. I think, so then came global warming,
which has been around since
because
the 70s, just to be clear.
Well, yeah, but the ice age never occurred. So
I don't
so
think that there
since
was
they were
any,
wrong
any
about that.
I'm not familiar with any consistent scientific basis for a proposed ice age besides your Leonard Nimoy claim.
Well, right, because it was propaganda. It was fake.
Right. But
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. It was fake. That's why there's no scientific.
It's not fake. Climate change is not fake because there is scientific evidence.
No, the ice age. The ice age that they said, if because it led to taxation.
By the way, it wasn't going to be an ice age. It was a period of global cooling, which I guess people were worried about. I guess in the very early 70s, there was some concern, and it was a result of aerosols being emitted.
Well, okay, but so do you know how? Do you know why we got or how? What's the word? How am I trying to phrase this? So lead is bad, right? Do you know the scientist? You know the scientist who proved lead was in leaded gasoline was causing issues with everything, basically. I can't think of the guy's name, but he invented the clean room. Also, he invented the clean room.
I believe you. Yeah, that guy was pretty heavily shut down, wasn't he?
Oh, he absolutely was. He absolutely was until he was able to prove with no doubt that what he was saying was true. And the problem that I have with man-made climate change, right, is that nobody's actually been able to say, and it's been 40 years for me that I've been listening to this climate change debate.
Go ahead.
Well, I've never had evidence, and I'm telling you, like I'm not somebody that doesn't read. I've read Michio Kaku.
Wait, so to be clear, did you know about that? Did you know about how acid rain and the ozone hole were actual real problems that got really solved?
Yes, they were, because they were able to say, look, right here, there's a hole right here. Here. They said, look, it's right there.
So that's why it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
Well, the ozone hole still is there, but it's getting smaller.
No, it closed. I thought it closed up like a year ago or something.
No. It's still there, but it's much smaller.
So
now, if I'm correct. But point is, so you don't think that climate change is happening?
Well, I don't think so. Here's the thing. Do I think that
is the Earth on average warmer now than it was 200 years ago?
I'm sorry?
Is the Earth on average warmer now than it was 200 years ago, do you think?
It could be, but here's the thing. Couldn't that just be a drop in the bucket, though? Couldn't that just be a single grain of sand? Like you're saying, well, 200 years ago, 200 years ago, hold on. So if you're saying 200 years, so today is 84 degrees. If you're saying 200 years ago, today would have been 83 degrees. Well,
I mean 2 degrees
You're
Celsius,
saying that's only 200 years over, and I'm assuming you believe that the Earth is billions of years old. I mean, that's just a drop in the bucket, a thing in the sand. It could be nothing. It could be something. It could be,
so to be
but it
clear,
also could be absolutely nothing, because the Farmer's Almanac is still right.
We know that this has effects, though, right? Increasing.
What's that?
So one example would be.
Well, I know that.
I'm answering your question. You got to stop talking.
I know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, for example, we know that increasing ocean temperatures leads to increased absorption of CO2 into the ocean, which leads to which causes directly increased ocean acidification, which is deadly to fish, corals, plants, etc., and is very, very good for algal blooms, which are really, really bad for human activity in water and in general for fishing and so on. So that is an explicit negative effect that comes directly from having a warmer atmosphere. And even a 1 or 2 degree increase is significant in that regard.
Okay.
So that's just one example of the kinds of negative effects that we have.
Yeah, but couldn't that just be normal? Couldn't that just be normal?
Normal things can be bad. And the fact that we cause this normal thing, it's not normal, by the way, but even if it was normal, the fact that we cause this normal thing and we can stop causing it and stop it from happening and stop the bad thing from happening, it'd be good to stop the bad thing from happening, right?
I don't know. Is it?
You don't know if it's good to stop a bad thing from happening?
Well, I mean, sometimes a bad thing leads to good results. I mean, it's a lot of perspective, what you're saying. It's we kill one fish here and another one thrives, there, cause and effect. If, are you there still?
I'm here. Yep.
Okay.
So how do you feel about
I'm
immigrants?
just not going.
You there? Hello? You there? Oh, he disconnected. Bummer. All right, let's talk to Brian. Maybe his phone overheated? That's so funny. Okay,
Hello?
we'll bring up John again in a minute. Sorry, John. I just brought... Actually, no, this person's not here. John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me again?
Welcome back. How do you feel about immigrants?
I have no issues with them.
Okay, so you'd be fine if, there were 50 million immigrants in the next 50 years coming into the U.S.?
Well, the average the U.S. lets in is 1 million a year, so we're on par with that already. So yeah, I'm fine with that.
50 million more, I should say.
Oh, you mean well?
On top of what we normally do.
So you mean 100 million
Yeah,
in the
so let's
next
say 100 million
years.
over the next 50 years. Yeah.
If they could meet, I mean, that would be a hard number to reach. I mean,
No,
I
it
would
wouldn't.
say
It really wouldn't.
Well, I mean, you agree that you would want certain criteria met, right?
Well, no, what I'm
You
saying
wouldn't
is this
wanna
will inevitably happen as a result of climate change.
Well, that's
if it's
what
allowed
they've
to
been
run
saying my
wild.
entire life. That's what they've been saying my entire life, and it's just not proven true.
You know, how much do you think the sea level has risen in the last 200 years?
Well, if I look at like a picture of Pilgrim Rock from a while ago, it's the exact same height.
It's not. You know, it's been moved twice,
Or
right?
Plymouth Rock, rather.
You know, Plymouth Rock
not
has been
Pilgrim
moved
Rock.
twice, right? One of them was as a result of increasing sea level.
What's that? Yeah, I just I don't
Plymouth
think that's
Rock has
true.
been moved twice. It has been. You can go look it up on it's like on their museum website.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I know also, like, if, one big thing that somebody has pushed, and now lives in, a multi-million-dollar home in Martha Vineyard, he was president not too long ago. He pushed this also and said that sea levels were rising. And then he went and bought a multi-million-dollar home in Martha's Vineyard and still continues to fly on private jets everywhere to this day.
Yes, and people can
So,
be
I mean,
hypocrites. How much do you think that the sea level
So
has risen
I'm
at
not,
all
so
in the
hold on,
last 200
so
years?
I'm not saying that the sea levels aren't rising, okay? And I'm not
because they
saying
are.
that, hold on, and I'm not saying that climate doesn't change. What I'm saying is what you're witnessing could be perfectly natural, and
it's not. And we can prove
hold on, it could be perfectly natural, and the government could just be using it as propaganda.
So you might
Now,
think that it could
do
be
you
perfectly
agree?
natural.
Do you agree
but
that
it's not, and we
do
can
you
prove
agree?
it.
So do you agree that oceans are warming, right?
Oceans are absolutely warming, yeah.
Okay, and that Bill Gates made us all aware of this. Like he is pretty much.
I don't think that was Bill Gates' fault. No.
Well, but no. I'm saying, do you think Bill Gates is like a climate activist also? That he agrees that climate change is real?
I don't know. I don't really pay attention to Bill Gates.
Well, okay, so Microsoft has their servers in the ocean and uses it as natural cooling. Like, so
Okay.
Bill Gates is pushing climate change, man-made climate change.
Actually,
But
I don't
also
think
at
that's
the same
true. I don't
time-
think that anybody uses the ocean for natural cooling because it's corrosive. Can you give me a source?
I mean,
for
you
that?
could look it up. I do believe that Bill Gates has recently stopped doing it, but for the longest
Wait a minute,
time,
to be
he
clear,
used
Bill
it.
Gates doesn't own Microsoft. You know that, right? He's not even on the board of directors, I don't think.
I thought you said you didn't know anything about Bill Gates.
I don't know anything about what he does because he's not a particularly interesting person anymore.
Well,
But he
all I'm
used to be
asking
very,
is
very
that if
important.
a computer company put their servers in the ocean for free cooling, wouldn't that
I don't
warm
think that
up
they
the
ever
ocean?
did that. Can you give me a source?
Well, unfortunately, I'm on my phone, and if I switch the browser, it's going to kick me out of the room. That's what happened to me. That's why I got off for a second.
Okay, so what
you
happened?
just have to look up.
So I just found a source.
So hold
so
on.
what happened?
So you're saying that
as of 5 years
Go
ago,
ahead.
they did
Mhm.
experimental tests to see if they could use
Mhm.
the ocean for cooling. This is not like some
Mhm.
widespread thing. They basically they have something called Project Natick, which took some small data center and embedded
Mhm.
it in the seafloor, or put it on the seafloor just to see if it worked. And then they monitored it for a
Mhm.
few years. And you know, it seems like that they were able to it seems like there was a lot of corrosion. But yeah, so
don't internet cables run across the ocean right now?
Yeah,
Don't data
yeah, they
cables,
do.
and don't those produce a lot of heat too?
No, internet cables don't. No.
That data transfer doesn't create
No.
heat. It most certainly does create heat.
Not really.
It's energy transferring. Well,
Yeah,
you could say it doesn't. You
not,
could say it
not
doesn't,
on a
but that
significant
goes back
amount.
to my
No.
point.
How much
But it goes
energy? How
back-
much do you think that they're heating up the ocean with internet cables? Like, we could do the
I don't
math on
know.
this and see how much energy is lost
I don't
between
know
point A
how
and
much
point
is
B,
my
but it's going to be
I
negligible.
don't know how much is my 4-cylinder Honda Civic causing climate change.
I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming us.
See, I can do that too. I can laugh at your examples as well. It
So we
doesn't.
can do
It's
the
not
math
an
if you
argument,
want.
though.
Look, John, if you want, we can do the math and we can figure out how much energy is actually being dumped into the
No,
into the
no,
ocean from the
that's just one.
internet cables.
That's just one example. You
But-
know.
but
That's
you-
just,
you
I'm
under-
just
you
saying. I'm
understand-
just saying. Climate.
So
Go ahead,
so
go ahead.
look. So you brought up Obama with his house in wherever. You brought up an experimental
Martha's
test by-
Vineyard, which is
yeah,
an
Martha's Vineyard,
island that's sea
fine,
level.
whatever.
At
You
sea
brought
level.
up you brought up
It's sea
Microsoft with
level.
an experimental test to see if they could have data centers under the ocean for cooling, but it turns out it's corrosive, and like they were able to make it
But
work
they
a
could
bit.
do it though.
They were able to make it
But
work a bit.
that was an
but yeah.
example.
So
That was an example, though.
an example
That
of what?
wasn't, you know,
An
that was
example
just
of
an
what?
example.
Of people using the ocean? I mean, people use what's an example of?
No. That was my example of people like Bill Gates who used
Bill Gates
propaganda.
wasn't on the board
who
when that
used-
decision was made.
Hold on, allow me to finish.
Bill
Allow me
Gates
to
wasn't
finish.
involved in that decision. So you're just making
Okay,
shit up.
but allow me to finish though. So people like Bill Gates who do experiments like this, and I'm sure he had some say so in it. Okay,
He wasn't on the
but
board.
who do? Okay,
wasn't
but he
involved.
also flies around in a private jet.
Yep, and that's called being a hypocrite.
and has multiple yachts.
Yep, that's called being a hypocrite. You're right.
Has multiple houses. Yeah, but I'm saying. So hold on. So from a scientific perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could I be right?
No, because the data contradicts your view.
Okay, so you're saying there's no way that I'm right, that I could be right.
Yeah, that's
and
not,
there's no way that the
climate change is
government
not
just
man-made.
uses this as propaganda. That's just
Well, no,
you
I mean,
just
like,
ruined your
scientifically, you're
entire
incorrect.
argument. You just
Scientifically,
ruined your
you're
entire
incorrect.
argument, huh?
I mean, scientifically, you're incorrect. The data is not with you. So you asked scientifically, could you be right? The answer is no.
So
That's what you
Okay.
asked. I gave you the answer. I mean, like, look, we have definitive answer on what the causal structure is between CO2 and
Hey,
global temperature, and you know we can read this abstract. But
hey, I'm sold. I'm scientifically. There's absolutely no way I could be correct.
Our
You're
our
absolutely
study
right.
unambiguously shows one-way causality between the total greenhouse gases and global mean surface temperature anomalies.
Yep.
There's
Yeah.
not a question here, right?
And the people who gave you that data. So did
Who gave- the
propaganda
people who
have
gave you that data,
anything to
we
do
know
with the
their
food
names.
pyramid?
Their
Did-
names
did-
are
did-
Adolf Stips, Diego Marcias, Claire Coughlin, Elisa Garcia
I don't know
Gores,
if that has
and
anything to do with
Exxon Leong. Yeah, because they're random scientists. They're not the government.
So scientists can't be bought.
So
Do you know-
is your,
do you know-
is it,
do you know
is
the
it your
history
view
of the
that all-
food pyramid?
Is it your
Do you know
view
the
that it's a
history-
giant conspiracy?
Yeah, because I'm asking you for defense. So my original example of somebody in an immediate change that was made was with lead gasoline, right? The government said, "Holy cow, look at this! This guy's absolutely right." He presented both sides, who the day before said he was crazy. He presented both sides with irrefutable evidence that this is lead, it's bad, it's doing this, it's doing that. And we changed everything almost overnight. We
Wait,
got
you
rid
think
of
that this
lead
happened almost
gasoline.
over? Oh, do you think that this happened almost overnight?
Well, no, I understand it took
This
like
took
10 years,
years.
but I'm saying almost overnight, we started to immediately change our ways. Almost immediately.
Yeah, and
Okay. We took it very
and unfortunately
seriously.
we should do the same thing now.
And now we have people like Greta Thunberg who are saying that the earth is going to end in 6 years, 7 years ago.
Is she a scientist?
If we
Should
don't
listen to her?
change.
Is she a scientist,
Well,
or should we not listen to her?
So you're arguing from a point of authority now?
Well,
so first off,
no,
my
to be
argument
clear-
can't be
hey,
scientifically
John,
correct.
John, this got to be a conversation. It can't just be you ranting the whole time. Look, so the example you gave of the leaded gasoline, you're telling me, and I would need to look into the history, but I'll just take your word on this. You're telling me that the government listened to scientists, right? And then you brought up Greta
you and I
Thunberg?
agreed, called him a crackpot the day before.
And sure, and now you're bringing up Greta Thunberg as an example, as a an analogy. Greta Thunberg's not a scientist. Greta Thunberg's
let me
an
explain.
activist
Let me
kid.
explain.
Look,
let me
look.
explain.
The point is that the scientists are
Can I
doing
explain?
what you're doing. Let me finish. The scientists are doing what you want them to do. They're doing science, coming to the conclusion, and then they're telling everybody. But you know who's not listening right now? Politicians are not listening. And you know why they're not listening? It's because they've been captured. They've been captured by some particularly enormous corporations that have special interest in preventing those politicians from making and writing relevant laws. That's what's happening. And that's what you've been captured by too. Go ahead.
I actually forgot what I was going to say now, but so the big problem that you guys have though with this and why it's most likely propaganda is the Greta Thunberg effect. And reason why I brought her up versus the lead scientists that invented the clean room to prove this is that he said, look right here, here's proof. And Greta Thunberg, your guys' star pupil
Nobody
7
cares
years
about
ago.
her, by the way.
Not now. Not now. You
Okay,
don't.
so why are we bringing her up if she's not relevant anymore?
Okay.
I mean, who
she's
cared
not
about her back
relevant
then?
anymore. She's not relevant anymore because she, just like the people who propagandize.
By the way, the inventor of the clean room
6 years ago
is not the lead scientist. Is not the lead person. The lead thing.
The what?
The inventor of the clean room was Willis Whitfield. He invented the clean room. He's not the person who was responsible with checking or proving that leaded, anything is dangerous or any of that. He didn't have any
could be wrong.
Yeah.
This was on one of the episodes of Neil deGrasse Tyson's show that he did like 5 years ago. So my memory may be off a little bit. But to discover lead, I do believe the clean room was invented though to discover lead.
Not as far as I'm checking right now, and I can't find anything on that.
I would just I'll take your word on
it doesn't seem super relevant.
Well, no, my point is that Greta Thunberg just stomped her hand, much like these propagandists do today. They just stomp their hands and kick their feet and say, the earth is going to end in 5 years. Why aren't you listening to me? And I really don't
What does that have to do with why we shouldn't listen to scientists?
Well, because the food pyramid will be my example as to why we shouldn't necessarily listen to scientists, and that the food pyramid was just people being bought off, was just scientists being paid for, saying this is good for you when we know it's not actually good for you, saying this is good for you when it's not actually good for you. Look at all of the stuff that went on that's being discovered now, for instance, with COVID. We now know that a lot of these scientists that were saying this about COVID were paid for.
Sorry,
and it was just propaganda.
So who was paid for involving the food pyramid or for COVID?
Well, you don't know the food pyramid scandal?
Yeah, no, my understanding is that's a lobbyist thing. That's not a science thing.
Well, the scientists that endorsed it, though, were paid for. Do you understand? They said, here's the scientists that we have that endorsed it. They slipped them all $1,000 and the scientists went, yep.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference between, and here's the mistake you're making. So there are, scientists have, in some sense, two roles. On the one hand, they have the role of doing research, right? That is the job of a scientist primarily. On the other hand, they have the job of being a scientist in the public eye, right? So people like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a scientist in the public eye. He doesn't do a whole lot of research, right? That's not really his job anymore. So when a scientist comes out and endorses something, that is not the same as saying that the scientist has shown XYZ is true, right? It's easy to buy somebody's endorsement.
What?
It's really
No,
hard to
not
buy
right.
fake research.
Not
because
right. Did
fake
you just
research
say
is really
that
hard
a
to make.
scientist? Did you just say it's a scientist's job in the eye of the public to come out and say they endorse something even though they don't know anything about the science behind it?
No, I'm not. No, I didn't say that. You must have misheard.
Yeah, because what I'm trying to say
Look,
is
there's
that
two roles that scientists have. Scientists can do
scientists,
research, and they can have a public facing persona, right?
right?
And
But
so
you
when
would
you say a
you would
scientist
agree that
endorses
scientists
something,
can be corrupt, right? You can agree that scientists can be corrupt, right?
right? That's why I'm not talking about the scientists talking about stuff. I'm talking about the research that scientists do.
Yeah, but that could be corrupt too, right?
No, that is much harder to corrupt. Much harder.
No, it's not at all. In fact, that's
Okay,
it's not hard to corrupt at all.
Give me evidence that the climate change science is corrupt. By all means.
You want hold on. Are you
I want evidence
are you
for the
saying
claim.
that hold on. Are you saying that scientists can't be corrupt?
No, I'm saying that.
Okay, then what are you arguing right now? You're asking me to prove that you're asking me to prove that they're corrupt.
Is corrupted. The scientific research is corrupted. Individual scientists.
What do you think I mean by
just like everybody else.
corruption? What do you think I mean by
Presumably
corruption?
you mean bought off or faked, something like this.
Yes.
Yeah. So
a doctor
research is
so
fake.
hold on, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. Okay. So let's say I'm researching a drug. Okay.
Mhm.
And I actually work for a company that works with DICOM imaging. We do medical research for different drugs, experimental things and stuff like that. So, and this happens. Okay. Let's say
what happens? You have to get to it.
a patient, let's say a patient comes in, right? And the answers to this question are yes, no, and blank, right? No answer. Okay. And the person sits down and I say, is your pain gone? And the person says no. But somebody in the other room just slipped me $1,000 to switch that answer to yes. And I go ahead and do it. Pharmaceutical industry does this all the time, bro.
Are you a doctor?
All the time. No, I'm not a doctor.
So you're talking about clinicians.
I'm actually a software engineer.
That's not surprising. So you're talking about clinicians, like people like doctors.
What do you mean
who
that's
are
not
like,
surprising?
There's just a trend at software engineers, but it's neither here nor there.
What's the trend?
So are you talking about like the research that pharmaceutical companies engage with, or are you talking about like the things that physicians do when physicians prescribe certain drugs? Which one are you talking about?
It can all be corrupted.
Okay, so
I'm talking about all of it.
So to be clear,
all of it. Every example you can think of from start to finish of the pharmaceutical
physicians giving drugs when they should give other drugs. That's not research. That's not science at all. Now, if you're talking about pharmaceuticals, are you saying that the pharmaceutical industry is faking their service?
Say that again.
When when physicians give drugs to a person who has XYZ thing, and they should have given a different drug, but they gave the wrong one. That's not science. That's not research. It has nothing to do with science or research.
That's not my
clinical
example.
practice.
I don't know why you said that.
That's I wasn't done. That's why.
Okay.
On the other hand, if you're suggesting that pharmaceutical companies are faking their research, that's a very, very strong claim. And
yeah,
then,
I know. They do it all the time, bro. They've been caught doing it all the time. Who's that one lady?
What's the evidence?
Who faked
what's the evidence
DNA
that this is a
tester?
widespread problem? What's the evidence that this is a widespread problem?
Sure. So that the Netflix actually just did a really good series on that one lady who faked that DNA sequencer. What's her name? She made like $1 billion off of it. I mean, you just look it up. Netflix series. The lady's in jail right now. She faked this DNA. I don't understand how you don't know this.
I actually think I know who you're talking about.
Okay, that's the second person now.
She was like on a 30 under 30 or something.
About what you do.
Yeah, it's Theranos. Theranos, right?
It
was Elizabeth Holmes.
Yes, Elizabeth Holmes. There you go. There's one example.
Wait, sorry. So you gave me an example of one person.
If you want another example,
I want evidence that this is a widespread problem. Also,
to
be clear, was she hold on? Was she a scientist?
Do you want another
was she a
example?
scientist? Was she a scientist?
Oh my God! What's a scientist to you?
Somebody who conducts science.
Okay, she said she claimed it.
Was she?
She was corrupt, bro.
Was she actually, or was she a CEO?
She claimed to be a scientist, bro. She wore the lab coat. She walked around and did the scientist stuff. I mean, I don't know what
she claimed.
else.
Was she actually?
Bro, you asked for an example. I gave you one. I'll
No,
give
no,
you
I asked
another
for
example.
evidence that this is
Are
a
you?
widespread problem. An example is not evidence of a widespread problem.
Well, for it to be widespread, you'd need another example, right? I'll give you another
No,
example.
for it to be
Would you like
widespread, I
another
would
one?
need an analysis of the entire data set, not just an example or two.
No, I give you example of where doctors were corrupted and giving out drugs they never should have been giving
Wait,
out.
to be clear, that was the thing that I ruled out earlier. That's not an example of science. That has nothing to do with science. So giving me an example of that wouldn't make your case.
But it's widespread corruption.
It's irrelevant
not
because
science.
those people aren't scientists.
Do you know the history of OxyContin in this country?
A little bit, but not super well.
So
but again, prescribing drugs is not
the
science.
scientists with OxyContin said it wasn't addictive at first.
And
we know
then
that
what
to
did
be
the
a lie.
scientists say afterwards?
That a lot of them
That it
went to
was,
jail
that it
because
is.
Right, but a lot of the scientists that said it wasn't addictive went to jail for lying. That's the corruption I'm talking about.
Yeah, and how did they discover that they were lying? With more science.
But that was nationwide.
Wait a minute. How many
science.
scientists were involved in this? How many scientists were involved in this lying thing?
You ask for examples of corruption, and I give
Yeah,
it
so
to
give me
you,
how many scientists were involved in
and then you
this?
just wave it off and are like, yeah, whatever.
How many scientists were involved in this OxyContin?
You are correct. See, here's the problem: is that you were correct. Is that politics are what is affecting all of this, and I can clearly see that politics are deeply ingrained in your science. Because
wait a minute, hold on. Actually, you just lied to me. Purdue Pharma,
right now,
Purdue Pharma this wasn't based on science.
You're a Trump
This wasn't based on science, by the way.
You're a bigot.
So to be clear, this wasn't actually based on science. This was just lying by Purdue Pharma. They didn't have research studies backing this up.
I know, bro. I said
so. There
corrupt.
wasn't. This isn't.
I
corrupt.
said the
this isn't
climate people could be
corruption.
corrupt and their data could be fake. And you said no, it can't. I want an example.
Wait a minute. This isn't science being corrupt. This is a company being corrupt. They didn't have any studies that backed up the claim that it was not addictive.
Oh my gosh.
So this is
dude, they did
example.
research. They did research and they corrupted
the
data.
Didn't. That's the point. They didn't. They just marketed it and said that's not addictive. They didn't have any evidence for that.
So 5 seconds ago, you said you didn't know anything about the OxyContin.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
I just looked it up. Everything about it.
I just looked it up and I proved
about
it.
that
It's
one
obvious
lady
that you're
with the
wrong.
DNA
Yeah.
sequencer.
Yeah,
You didn't know anything about the
so
DNA
I proved,
sequencing lady, but
apparently it's
suddenly
easy
you
to
now
check that
know
you're
everything
wrong.
about her. You didn't know
Apparently,
anything about Bill Gates until you knew everything
it's
about Bill
super
Gates.
easy to prove you're wrong. I guess
Bro,
you don't know anything about it either.
Can you just call me a bigot Trump supporter? Because that's what you want to do so bad. Call me a bigot Trump supporter.
You're just an
that's what
ignorant
you want to do
software
so bad.
developer. I don't care who you support. You just don't know anything about science.
You said, a typical software engineer.
Yeah, because this is a trend. This is a trend I've observed in software engineers.
Call me a bigoted Trump supporter.
I don't know you. Maybe you're not bigoted. Maybe you love black people. I don't know you, but you are stupid when it comes to science.
So my science
maybe you're a great guy.
Correct.
Maybe
Only
I'd love to
your
get a beer
science
with you,
can
but you
be
don't know
correct.
anything about how science works.
I don't think you know how corruption works.
Look, so do you know any scientists personally?
Myself, I am a scientist myself.
You're a software engineer. You're not a scientist.
Well, look at you arguing from authority now.
Yeah. Do you write scientific papers?
Are you the science? Are you the science like Anthony Fauci? Are you the science?
Sorry, do you write scientific papers?
I have, yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
actually wrote. My final paper in college was why it's better for you to live on the 60th floor of a building than on the first floor.
Oh, wait,
And
is
do you
this
know
a
why I
college
said
essay?
that? Huh?
Is this a college essay?
Yeah. Do you know why I
I'm
said
sorry,
it was
that's
better
not
to live on
science.
the?
That's a college essay. You're not a scientist because you wrote a college essay.
We said, did I write any papers? And I'm giving
Yes,
you an
I'm talking
example of
about
something I
academic
wrote.
scientific papers.
Yeah, if it got published, does that make it academic?
I mean, if it got peer reviewed and got put into an academic journal,
bro,
sure.
see, bro,
Yeah.
your politics are corrupting your science so bad.
What
Because
politics
you
is
jumped to
involved in asking about
conclusions.
peer
You sat
review?
there just so that you could say, software engineer. You went, oh, you wrote a paper in science? That doesn't mean anything. Well, if it got published, it means something,
Well,
right?
Most people, when they write a paper in college, they don't. It doesn't end up published. It just gets handed into your instructor. Did your paper get published? If so, congrats.
Anyway, so do you
Did your
know
paper
why
get
I wrote
published?
that paper?
Did your paper get published?
Anyway,
In like an academic journal? Did it get published?
I didn't say that. I said it could have been published, right?
Well, did it?
I don't know. Did it?
I mean, you do know.
Is that the only, is to be published in an academic paper? Is that the only way for something to be valid? Or
Well, I
could
mean,
that system be
no,
corrupted
but that is
Could
basically
system also be corrupted?
That's essentially a requirement to be a science, to be published academically. That is like the scientific metric that we use nowadays.
Is that like saying I have to go to college to be a scientist? Do I have to go to college to be a scientist?
No, you just have to be
How do I get
like an active research scientist, and that involves publishing papers. You have to, so it's a profession.
But publish papers in journals that you call real science, right?
Well, publish papers in journals, yeah.
So the only way I could be a scientist is if I published a paper.
I mean, that's generally how we like talk about the merit that a scientist has. If they're published, then we can be pretty sure that they've done science.
No one in history has ever.
Why are you cutting me off? If they haven't been published, if you have somebody who claims to be a science but has never published anything in their life, like never published like anything in a journal, then you have good reason to be suspicious of the claim, right?
This is amazing.
I mean, like, that's just how we judge like who's doing science.
If I invented something, do you think I did scientific research?
No, you'd be an inventor. Being an inventor.
You don't do scientific research to invent stuff?
No,
so if I invented
not.
a new chemical, I didn't. If I invented a new chemical, I didn't do scientific research.
So we don't talk about inventing
chemical?
chemicals. We talk about discovering chemicals, right?
Oh no.
You discovered a technique to synthesize a chemical, or we talk about synthesizing chemicals rather. It's not invention.
So if I invented a new engine, do I do scientific research on engines?
Usually not. I mean, you might look into how engines are built, but yeah,
your
usually
politics
not.
are influencing your science?
What does this have to do with politics?
Because I'm going to go out on a limb here, okay? I'm going to go out on a limb here and just assume you voted for Kamala Harris at this point.
I did not.
Oh, okay. Well, then
so see how your politics is influencing your science? You just assume something about me that wasn't true.
I don't think my politics influence my science at all.
You literally just assumed I voted for Harris when I literally didn't.
I'm the one who sat here. I'm the one who sat here and conceded many things. I'm not the one who sat here and argued from authority and said only scientists have to be published.
Well,
I'm not the one who said, well, the consensus in the science community is this. I'm not the one who sat here and said all this stuff.
This is a crazy crash out. But like, I mean, look. A scientist is a profession.
It's really not, though.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
If I turn a screw on a machine, does that make me an engineer?
No.
Okay.
It can though. It can.
If I write a piece,
if you turn many screws on a machine, it could make you an engineer. Yes.
Okay. So if I write some software,
am I right though? Am I right though? Hold on. Can you concede that?
I don't think so. I think that an engineer is a profession. Yeah. But I'm just asking under your worldview. If I write a piece of software to write like a Python script, does that make me a software engineer?
If you write software, does that make you a software engineer?
If I write a single Python script, does that make me a software engineer?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay,
yes.
so cool.
Yeah.
I'm a software engineer.
Cool. What's your point?
My point is that's not how we categorize professions.
If I perform the scientific method to prove something, am I a scientist?
Scientist is a profession. That's my point.
Oh my God! Oh, right. Now it's a profession.
That's what I've been. That's been my point this whole time.
It's not a thing.
It's a job. It's an occupation.
So yeah. So back to you arguing from a point of authority,
or like an engineer.
Back to you arguing from a point of authority again. So,
I mean, like, do you think that scientist is not an occupation?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it. I think it
is
can
engineer
be.
an occupation. Is doctor an occupation?
Can I be a scientist in my spare time?
I mean, I treat scientists as an occupation. If you use it in another way, that's a you thing. Not under the definition that I use. No.
Can I do science 1 hour a day in my free time?
I mean, perhaps you could do science, but that doesn't make you a scientist. A scientist is an occupation.
Okay. Oh. Is that your opinion?
That's how most people use the word. Yeah.
So that's your opinion, right?
Well, it's just how most people use the word.
Well, I would define scientists as someone who uses the scientific method to prove things. And I don't think you have to be a professional to do that. I don't think you have to have a job that says, what?
Have you ever done that before?
What?
Use the scientific method. That wasn't for an
Yeah,
assignment.
I graduated from high school.
That wasn't for an assignment.
Do what?
Have you ever done that in a way that wasn't for a homework assignment?
Yeah, bro. We use the scientific method all the time.
Can you give me an example?
Does that mean I'm not a scientist?
Can you give me an example
of what?
Of when you use the scientific method in a way that wasn't for a homework assignment?
Oh, geez, Mr. Authority, I bow
I just want an
actually to
example.
your authority now. No,
I just
I
want an
bow
example.
to your authority. You're
I mean,
right.
you can be
right.
bad faith
Who
and pivot because you don't have an example,
Who
or you
is
can just
my
answer the
small
question.
brain to question your authority? Who
We
is
grant
my
that.
small brain to
We
question
grant
your
that.
authority?
But why not just like answer the question?
What the original question was, can science be corrupted? And you
No,
said what?
the
No?
question is have you used the scientific method in a way that wasn't for a homework assignment?
Sure, yeah.
Can you give me an example?
No.
Oh. So it just sounds like you're lying.
Well, you're the authority here, not me. You're the scientist, not
We
me.
grant that.
Did you use the scientific method? Did you use the scientific method to come to that
No, I used
that
standard
conclusion?
inference rules.
Oh.
I used inductive reasoning, which is not the scientific method.
Oh, yeah. Use the science of deduction, just like Sherlock Holmes.
No, it's not a science. Deduction is not a science.
You don't think Sherlock Holmes, who invented the science of deduction, was real? You could use that though.
Do you think that Sherlock Holmes is real?
No.
Okay.
No. So you don't think science can be corrupted then?
I think that scientists can be corrupted. I think that science, like the scientific institutions that we have, I think are far more immune to corruption than any other institution that we have. And the reason for that is because the people who get into science are the people who are most overjoyed to prove other people wrong. That's the one thing that unites every scientist, and that's that we get much joy out of proving other people wrong.
I would agree. I would agree with you with that statement, like probably 50 years ago. I would agree with you on that statement.
Do you
but
know
I
any
think
any scientists?
I think today, a lot of what you would call science is just corrupted data.
When was the last time you read a scientific paper?
Man, I don't know. It's been a while. I mean, I read articles online all the time. Mechanics magazine, stuff like that. Scientific stuff online all the time.
Right, but not like, but you haven't like looked at data in like a while.
Is that one of the criteria to being a scientist? Is to
no,
read papers?
I didn't say that. Quit putting words in my mouth.
Could somebody that can't read or write perform the scientific method?
Why not actually listen to what I was going to say rather than assuming what I was going to say?
Well,
you said that
you keep going back to this point of authority.
So I muted you, by the way. So you said that, look, you think that most science today is just corruption using corrupted data, but you haven't looked at the data, so how can you know it's corrupted? Similarly, you don't know any scientists, at least it doesn't sound like you do. So this just seems like it's based on vibes. I've unmuted you. You can go ahead and talk.
Oh, sorry about that. I actually think I don't think all science is corrupt. Let me rephrase that. I think a lot of science is real and it's good, and I love science. It's been a passion of mine since I was a kid. But I think specifically, I think climate science, I think it is corrupt, and I think it's used as propaganda to get people to vote one way or the other. Okay? Because when Kamala Harris goes up there and says, we need to stop climate change and we need to do it this way, people cheer and they clap. When Donald Trump and Elon Musk is another example. When Donald Trump gets up there and says,
are we just going to be on the Rambo roller coaster, or are you going to land on a point?
I am. So when Donald Trump gets up there and says, I want to do it this way, all of the science, all the climate scientists go, no, blah, blah, blah,
well,
blah, blah,
it
blah,
might
blah.
be, that might be because the way that Donald Trump doesn't even think climate change is a thing, by the way. So I don't think he's ever said that.
It might be because climate scientists like you, when they meet somebody like me,
I'm not a climate scientist,
just said, well, you don't read papers. You've never been to this. You've never done that. So how would you know?
Yeah, how would you know?
How
what
would you
grounding do you
know?
have for the knowledge that you have about climate science being corrupt? What basis, on what basis do you have for
I
that
gave you two
claim?
examples. I gave you two
In
very good
pharmaceuticals,
examples.
you gave me examples in pharmaceutical companies. What does that have to do with climate science?
You asked how science can be corrupted,
Now
not how
to
climate
be
science
clear,
can be corrupted.
you
Here,
made the
I'll give you an
claim that
example.
science.
How about I give you an example of how it could be corrupted?
John, please.
Oh, go ahead.
You made the claim that you actually do trust a lot of science. You actually love science. You think
Mm-hmm.
specifically climate science is corrupted. So your previous examples are irrelevant because the examples you gave were not in climate science. So give me an example in climate science.
Well, no. Originally, my
corruption.
claim was that science can be corrupted,
And then you changed your
And
mind.
then since
Then you changed your mind.
took me saying, well, I wanted to clarify that I do think specifically climate is. I'm not saying that the pharmaceutical isn't also. That too is corrupted.
So if
You
if you're
seem to
going
think
to say
it's not,
that it's
but it
either
is.
so if you're going to say that it's all science is corrupted, then you could give examples from any science. But because you're saying it's only these specific sciences that are corrupted, you have to give specific examples for each of these. Now, to be clear, I just don't know where like have you ever read a climate science paper? Like, is this something that you've ever
Do you
done?
know who John Kerry is? Is it
You
John
should answer
Kerry?
the question. You should answer the question.
Wait, ask that again. Ask that again.
Have you ever read a climate science paper?
Yes.
Okay. What was it about?
Like any of them, or just you want one
The most
specifically
recent
that
one,
I've
say.
read?
The most recent one, say.
I would say the most recent one that I would say that would go towards this argument is the amount of carbon that is released when, say, a volcano erupts. Okay. Also, the particles, I forget what it is, but the particles in the air of carbon that have to be there in order for plant life to be sustained. So, like, for instance, minimum of like 0.02 particles per whatever square inch or whatever.
I'm a little confused because just a minute ago you said that you can't remember the last time you read a scientific paper.
Yeah, bro, this was like 10 years ago.
So you do remember, and the last time you read a climate science
No, that's
article
why
was
I'm
like
being
10 years
very
ago?
vague about it. I could be very vague about the paper I wrote or read, but I cannot be specific. You said, what one have I specifically read about climate recently? And I said, yeah, about 10 years ago, what I had read was about how much, do you know how much carbon's in the air by chance?
It's on the order of gigatons.
But do you know what it is? Do you know what the percentage of carbon in the atmosphere is?
Yeah. So like currently it's like 450 parts per million or something like that.
Yeah, but do you know what the percentage is?
Yeah, it's
the percentage
450
is what makes it very easy. No,
it's 450
so
parts
in the
per million.
atmosphere.
So do you know what a part per million is?
The percentage of the so point.
Yes,
like
yes, that's what a part per million is. It's
0.02%.
just a smaller version of a percentage.
Well, no, but what I'm looking for is like specifically is this article that I read, for instance, was 0.02%.
400 parts per million is going to be 440 divided by a million. So you can just work out the percentage that works out to, and I guess it's 0.04%.
Sure, that's what I was going for. That's why I said what percent? 0.04%. Okay.
Yeah.
And at what level? Okay. What do you want to reduce that to? If that's what it's at, 0.04%. So what is that then? Percentage like 0.02?
I want to reduce it by about a factor of 50%.
Okay, but percentage, so 0.02.
Yeah, that's how much I would like to reduce the carbon in the atmosphere.
Level, at what level does carbon life start to die? Basically, plant life start to die at what level?
You tell me. I'm sure you know.
0.02.
I don't.
So
think
the level
that's
that you want to get us to is actually going to start destroying vegetation.
I don't
on
think
this
that's
planet.
true.
You can Google this.
Google
it.
I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for it right now. The CO2 in the atmosphere 100 or 200 years ago was 260, and that's where I want to go back to.
No, I thought you were just Googling what I just said.
No. I was Googling the CO2 in the atmosphere over time. Yeah, we had 250, 260 for most of history.
No, not most of history.
Yeah, want me to show you a chart?
Carbon dating would disagree with you on that. Yeah, 200 years. How about you go back 200,000 years?
I am.
You
I'm
can
gonna
look
show you,
up a
I'm gonna show you
chart. You can look up a chart that goes up
I am.
200,000 years.
I'm
can't
actually
you?
going to show you a chart that's far older than that. One sec.
Yeah. Long ago, much more carbon existed
Long
in the
ago.
atmosphere than today. Yeah.
Yeah. Here you go. Here's
You're
a
the
chart.
one who's saying 200. What's 200 to you?
So here's a chart. So this is the carbon dioxide level in parts per million. It oscillated between 190 and 280 or so for the last nearly million years. And on the right there,
and what's it at
that's
now?
us now. This is a little bit old.
Oh,
but,
I can't see the. I can't see the chart. You have to give me numbers.
Yeah, so this is like 410, but I think that this chart is from like 10 years ago.
Yeah. Well, will you acknowledge that there were will you acknowledge that there were point in times in history that carbon was higher than what it was today?
Not in the last 800,000 years, and we don't have data.
That's not what I asked. That's
well,
not what.
we don't have
again.
We don't have ways to measure that prior to that. Prior to
this goes
800,000
back
years
to
ago.
my first question. This goes back to my first question. Could it just be a drop in the bucket?
Well, no, it's not.
So
you saw
you're
the chart,
saying
right?
this is another reason why I say that you climate guys are kind of propagandists, because you only want to go back 200 years.
I just went back
right?
800,000 years, bro.
Well,
and you're not
right. But
good.
originally you were like, no, let's go back 200 years. Let's go back 200 years. Let's go back. And I said,
well, yeah.
Let's go back
So John,
than
the
that.
reason why I wanted to go back 200 years is because that's like a safe level where we should be, where it was about 200 years
why
ago.
do you think I want? Why do you think I want to go back 800,000 years?
Well,
because I want to
regardless,
show
you could go back
that there was a
800,000
point in
years and it would be
time-
the same. 800,000 years ago
Well-
would also have been a safe level.
No, you just said okay. Well, hold on. Let me ask this again. Then, at what point was there a point in time in Earth's history where a carbon rating was higher than what it is now?
So we don't have any data on actual carbon atmosphere or carbon content in the atmosphere. That's
But the
not.
answer is
we don't
yes,
have any
right?
direct data.
But the answer is yes.
So
But the answer is
maybe
yes.
maybe 50 million
there's
years
your
ago.
corrupted science. There's
Maybe
your
50
corrupted
million years.
science
Well,
again.
so to be clear, I said that we don't have any direct data of this. We don't have any direct evidence of this.
We do,
We can
though.
infer
We
it.
do.
No, we don't.
No,
we
we
only have
do.
atmospheric data going
do.
back 800,000 years. And the reason that we have that is from
I thought
ice
it
cores.
was 60,000 because I thought carbon
No, it's
dating only went
800,000.
back 60,000 years. Are you sure? You should Google that real quick.
Carbon dating only goes back
Carbon
50,000.
dating, I think, only goes back 60,000 years.
You don't need carbon dating to figure out how much CO2 is in the atmosphere. You can use ice cores for that.
It's true. But there was a point in time, though. Many
That
points
you can
in time.
infer that. You can infer that from other measurements, but you can't measure it directly.
Okay, well, aren't you inferring that this might be bad?
No,
This could
we
be
know
good.
that it's bad because it has current effects
How do
that
you
we can
know it's
measure.
bad?
Yeah, so there are current consequences that we can measure.
Hold on. You just
I'm
admitted
telling
that
you,
you
I'm
want
telling
carbon.
you. I'm telling you that
just
we can
admitted you want
know
carbon to
it's
drop
bad
to levels where plant life
from
would
around
die
200.
on Earth.
No, I said I wanted to drop to around
Yeah.
250 parts per million, which is higher than 200 if you don't know.
0.02, which is what plant life requires to
0.025.
exist.
Do you know that there's a difference between 0.025 and 0.02?
Yeah, but aren't you getting kind of dangerously close?
No.
Well, let me ask you
life
something. Do you
existed.
think,
Life
do you think-
existed on Earth for a million years prior to humans, when
Do
the
you think
CO2
that-
level was around 250 parts per million.
Do you think that cloud seeding in Dubai could be maybe causing a lot of the stuff that you think that I'm causing with my car?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think how Dubai?
you have a
know
study that says
Dubai
otherwise?
just had like biblical flooding, right?
Wait. Do you have?
You know
do you have?
Dubai has a-
Do you
you
have
know
any?
Dubai has a
John,
rainmaking
John,
machine,
do you have any
right?
data that says otherwise? Because I'm happy to change my mind if you present contrary data.
Well, are you aware of the Harry Ball theorem?
Yeah, I'm very aware of the Harry Ball theorem. Are you? Can you prove
Okay,
it?
so you understand that weather on one side of the Earth certainly affects weather on the other side of the Earth.
That's not what the Harry Ball theorem says.
Well, Harry Ball theorem says wind's always blowing in one spot, right?
That's not what the Harry Ball theorem says.
Okay, go ahead. Give me what the Harry Ball theorem is.
The Harry Ball theorem says that on the surface of a two-dimensional, or on the surface of a three-dimensional sphere, so we call it S2, two-dimensional sphere. There will, if you have a smooth vector field that points along that surface, there will always be a place where that vector field takes on the zero value. That's what
You're
the Harry
right.
Ball theorem
And what
says.
did they?
You're
come up
right.
With that
You've
theorem
never
to
heard of
prove?
the Harry Ball theorem before reading it online and
what
thinking it
did
has
they
something
come
to
up
do
with
with
that
climate.
theorem to? What did they come up with that theorem to prove?
It's a theorem in
That
topology.
the wind was
it has
always
nothing,
blowing
it has nothing to do
somewhere
with, it has
on
nothing
Earth.
to do with, it has nothing to do with climate.
They used it to prove that wind was always blowing somewhere on Earth.
The Harry
Okay.
Ball theorem doesn't prove that, by the way.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You don't think that Dubai turning a desert into a tropical oasis has anything to do with what we might be seeing in weather today?
No, and also climate change isn't weather.
So
Do you
me
think climate change
flooding
is
one
weather?
half of the Earth has nothing to do with the other side of the Earth, you're saying? Pulling
Dubai
all
hasn't.
of that-
To be clear, Dubai hasn't been flooded.
Do you hear
Dubai
how
Dubai
corrupted
is not
your
tropical.
science is?
Wait. So to be clear, Dubai is not a tropical
You
oasis.
said no,
It has
bro.
not been
You
flooding.
said no. You said no. Scientifically, you should have said it might have, but I haven't seen anything about it. You know, I keep saying it could, and I don't give definitive answers.
Yeah,
because my
that's
science
called.
isn't corrupted.
Wait. To be clear, you're not doing science. You're just speculating, and speculating can be very, very bad if you do it without any evidence.
Well, you said Okay. Well, if you don't think that Dubai having biblical floods for like 3 months straight isn't
didn't have
kind of
biblical
messing
floods,
with
but
Earth's
okay.
atmosphere, isn't messing with Earth's atmosphere a little bit, then
No,
you're
it's
definitely
not.
not going to be able to
So-
convince me that
Hey,
carbon
John.
coming out of my 4-cylinder Honda is causing
Hey John,
climate change.
when did these floods happen?
Like a year ago.
Can you give
Actually,
me
I think
the
they're still
can you
going
give me-
on.
Can you give me the month?
They might be still going on. Huh?
Can you give me the month? The month, perhaps?
No, I can't. Just look up Dubai floods. I mean, it was huge. It was all over the news. I'm
Okay,
not
yeah, let's
surprised
do
you don't
this.
know about it because you don't seem to read science.
So Dubai got nearly a year's worth of rain.
From their
in what?
machine. From their machine.
Well,
They
hold
couldn't
on,
shut
hold
it
on,
off once
hold
they
on. To be
turned it
clear-
on.
To be clear, it's not so.
Uh-huh.
At least, so I haven't read about this, so I'm just citing forums.
Yeah, you
which
don't
is
know
citing
anything
the
about
Atlantic.
it, bro. I know
John,
you don't
hey,
know
John,
anything about
John,
it. Why would you know
It's-
anything about a giant
John,
rain-making machine
John,
in
it
Dubai?
seems like
It's
you don't know
only
anything
like the
about it either.
coolest thing invented in years.
Because literally, it didn't necessarily cause that effect.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, a
England's
desert
University
had
of
biblical
Reading
flooding.
is a rain-making partner in Dubai. Professor Martin
Are you going
Ambaum,
to
a
bring the
meteorologist
Bible
at the
into it
university,
now? Or are you going to?
suggests that as scant as rainfall generally is in Dubai, deluges do happen. On his department's webpage, he acknowledges that this part of the world is characterized by long periods without rain and then irregular heavy rainfall, but even so, this is a very rare rainfall event. The idea is that they don't actually know if they caused it. It could have just happened. That's not that's not unheard of in this area. That's how deserts work.
I'm glad you're taking their word on that. But when I say climate change could just be happening, you're like, no.
I'm taking scientists' word in general. So John,
Yeah,
what
scientists
so
in
I've been
general.
very,
I don't
I've been
know.
super,
I don't know.
super
Think about that
consistent. I'm gonna mute
scientifically
you
for a
again so then I
second.
can
Do you
actually
think?
talk. So I'm muting. So you've been muted, so nobody can hear you. To be clear, my standard here is if the expert scientists in the field are saying something, I will generally trust them unless presented contrary evidence. So a scientist, one of the scientists who worked on this project, said, "Yeah, it might not have been us. It might have been us, but it might not have been us. This is kind of a thing that can happen naturally." And then also scientists say, "Yes, climate change is happening." So I'm believing them both. Now you're saying that you don't believe the scientists in either case, which seems like a bad way of doing epistemology. Now I'm unmuting you. Go ahead, if you want to respond to that.
Well, you know nothing about cloud seeding apparently, and you know nothing
don't
about
think you
this
do
machine
either.
that Dubai. You know nothing about this machine that Dubai created.
Do you know anything about
you
it?
know,
because
I do. I've read
apparently,
a lot about it. I'm the one who brought it up, dude. What do you think? I just
well,
brought
no,
it up out
I
of
don't think
thin
that
air
you know
'cause I
anything. I don't think that you know anything
it?
about it. I think that you've heard of it. I just don't think you know anything about it.
Oh, okay. I only introduced it to you. I think I know a little bit more about it than you already,
Apparently
don't I?
not. Do you want me to read you what Professor Martin Ambaum, who's a meteorologist,
I'm the one who told you
studies it,
about
said?
it, and I don't know anything. You know more
Apparently
than me.
not. So from Professor Martin Ambaum, who studies rainfall patterns in that region, he said this was an extremely heavy rainfall event which dumped a year's worth of rain across a wide area in a single day. This is part of the world. This part of the world is characterized by long periods without rain and then irregular heavy rainfall. But even so, this was a very rare rainfall event. These storms appear to be the result of a mesoscale convective system, a series of medium-sized thunderstorms caused by massive thunderclouds formed as heat draws moisture up into the atmosphere. These can create large amounts of rain, and when they occur over a wide area and one after another, can lead to serious heavy downpours. They can rapidly lead to surface water floods, as we have seen in places such as Dubai. These types of intense rainfall events can be made more extreme due to climate change, as a warmer atmosphere will hold more water vapor. Climate scientists have been warning for many years that such extreme events will become more likely in a warmer climate, and indeed, we see this happening around us now. The UAE does not have an operational cloud seeding program to enhance the rainfall in this arid part of the world. However, there is no, or they do have an operational cloud seeding program to enhance the rainfall in this arid part of the world. However,
that article just contradicted itself.
However, there is no technology in existence that can create or even severely modify this kind of rainfall event. Furthermore, no cloud seeding operations have taken place in this area recently. So no, it's just not the case that cloud seeding is what caused the heavy downpours in Dubai last year.
I'm so glad that you're discrediting something you just found out about 5 seconds ago from
apparently I'm more well informed than you are on this, because I actually read.
You'd never even heard of. Listen, brother, I read when this thing was being built, I was researching it. Okay, I was researching all of the scientists who said, "Don't do this; it's a bad idea. Cloud seeding can lead to really bad things." We did cloud seeding in Vietnam. We learned.
Name one scientist who warned against the Dubai cloud seeding.
Bro, this was
by the way,
years ago. I can't.
Okay, so no, you can't get.
Do you even know that? Do you know that we cloud seeded it in Vietnam?
I would believe it if you said so.
No.
We did a lot of fucked up stuff in Vietnam. I don't know the history of Vietnam very well, so.
But you didn't. But you didn't.
Yeah, but I believe you.
We've been cloud seeding for years. We've been cloud seeding for years.
Yeah, and Dubai apparently wasn't doing this near the time of these.
You could just Google. You could just Google scientists that disagree with cloud seeding. I mean, it's not like.
So to be clear,
it's not like you're not going to find some that don't. That just.
To be clear, apparently, the cloud seeding that Dubai does do, they do cloud seeding, but they weren't doing any.
But the article you just read said they don't.
I was in the
So
middle.
no, it said that article.
It said that no cloud seeding operations have taken place in this area recently. Which means that cloud seeding didn't cause the downpours.
It's only a machine that they run like every week.
It's not.
Yeah, they
it
just
involves
didn't run
planes.
it in the past 5 minutes. They just didn't run it in the past 5 minutes.
So apparently they didn't. Do you have any evidence that they were running it, or that they were running it during that time period, during April of last year?
No, bro, you just discredit. You just disproved my entire argument in 5 seconds.
I grant that.
Something you learned about 20 seconds ago. You completely disproved of me in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Apparently, your worldview is so weak that can be disproven by a single Google search. Yeah, you're right.
I'm completely convinced now that it's just climate change, because that article you read also said climate change. Now I'm completely convinced that Dubai flooded because of climate change, not because of a giant cloud seeding machine, not because of a giant cloud seeding machine that they made.
Hey, so
and the government messing with weather.
Here's a question: why is it that European forecasters, the Global Flood Awareness System, which is a European flood forecasting system, actually predicted high risk of flooding across that region weeks before the flooding happened, which means that they couldn't have known that the cloud seeding was going to happen if that's the claim, which it didn't happen, by the way. How were they able to accurately predict it if it was all based on cloud seeding?
Bro, if I have to, you understand how rain works, right?
I don't think you do.
How does rain work?
Rain collects, or water droplets condense and collect in clouds. When the clouds get sufficiently dense with water, it falls.
Okay, and now how do they predict the weather? What's the machine called? And
I'm not a meteorologist, so I'm not well read on that.
Machine. You don't
That's
even
not
know
the
about
only
a
way that they
machine?
do it. That all Doppler is for is for detecting clouds, if I remember correctly, and pressure differences.
So let's say I have this magic machine, right? I have this magic machine that can create that can create a rain cloud. Do you think the Doppler machine would be able to pick that up?
Probably. Why would it rain? Why wouldn't it rain for weeks
well, there's
afterwards?
your answer, buddy. How did they predict weather? How can I predict the rain tomorrow?
But they weren't doing cloud
seeding.
Make it rain? They weren't doing cloud seeding during that time period.
How can I predict the weather tomorrow if I can make it rain?
But they weren't doing. Wait, hold on. So to be clear, Europeans predicted the weather in Dubai. Were the Europeans doing the cloud seeding?
Oh my gosh, bro. You're right. Climate change is fake. Man-made, it's not man-made. You're absolutely right.
Well, that's not my claim.
Oh, it's not. I thought it sounds like you're arguing that man-made climate
I'm
change
arguing
isn't
that
real.
that Dubai
these
that Dubai
man-made
having cloud
machines
seeding
that change
efforts
the weather
has
don't
nothing to do
affect
with climate
anything.
change.
Do what?
What I'm saying is that Dubai's cloud seeding efforts has nothing to do with climate change. Also,
Something
by the
you
way,
just learned about.
so by the way,
Something you
just to be clear,
learned about. Listen to this. Listen to this absolute statement you
to be
just
clear,
made.
do you
Listen
know
to
how
this
much
absolute statement you just made. Hold on. Let
yeah,
me
yeah, yeah.
let me
Yeah, go ahead,
repeat this
go ahead,
absolute
strawman me.
statement. No, it's not straw manning. I'm steel manning. I'm steel manning what you just said.
Go
you
ahead.
just said cloud seeding in Dubai has nothing to do with climate change.
Yep.
That's science. That's corrupted science for you right there.
How,
That is
I mean, considering that climate change is older than Dubai's cloud seeding efforts, it's like obviously the case.
Something you just learned about 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
You're already
and
like,
because
nope,
it's obviously the
it's
case.
not climate change. It has nothing to do with climate change. Has nothing
Yeah,
to do
yeah,
with it.
Do you know how we know?
Nothing.
Do you know how we know?
Nothing.
Do you know how I know?
Let me ask you something. If
Hey, do you know how I know?
Hey, do
you know how I know?
If I ran a machine,
Hey, do you know how I know?
Go ahead.
Do you know how I know?
Because the scientist told you.
No.
Because the article told you.
Do you know how I know? Do you know how I know?
Huh.
Because climate change has been happening for 150 years, and Dubai hasn't been cloud seeding for 150 years. Duh!
Well, we haven't been driving cars for 150 years, and
You're right. Cars aren't the only cause of climate change.
Oh, so you're not saying get rid of cars?
No, you can have cars. You just like there are
powered?
other
Can I
there
have
are
a
ways
big
to
V-
address.
Can I have a
there are ways to
V12?
address. No, you
Can I
can't.
have a
You don't get to have that.
gas-powered engine?
No,
Okay,
you don't get
so
that.
see?
Specifically, you
So
don't
see?
get that, John. You don't get that. It's just
But
you.
anybody else does.
Anybody else can, yeah.
else does. Scientifically, right?
Yeah, scientifically. By the way, you said
Okay.
that there were biblical scale floods in Dubai last year. How much rain did they
No,
get?
I was just saying people called them biblical because
Oh, okay.
literally
So
a
they got
desert-
like
because
you know that they
literally
got
a
10
desert
inches
got
of
like
rain.
15 feet of water. Huh?
You know that they got 10 inches of rain actually.
No, bro. You can
Yep.
watch videos of
They got 10 inches of rain.
Lamborghinis and Ferraris completely buried underwater.
According to the
That's
National
higher than
Center of
10 inches.
Meteorology, the highest rainfall was this is Monday, April 15th, 2024. The highest rainfall was recorded in the Qadam al-Shakla area in Al Ain, reaching 254.8 millimeters or 10 inches in less than 24 hours. This comes from the Khalij Times.
That's 10 inches
10
of
inches.
rainfall, but you understand that
10
can
inches of
equal a
rainfall.
lot
Yeah.
in some spots, right?
Yeah, that's what flooding is.
Okay, yeah.
But
So
it's 10 inches of
like,
rain.
stuff could still be, but wouldn't you, bro? I only used it as a descriptor that other people
well, it was a
used
bad
it as.
descriptor.
I wasn't literally saying that God came down and flooded Dubai, if that's what you're thinking. I only used the phrase biblical to show that it was severe. And some
It was
areas
severe, you're right.
of that. Okay, so then you agree.
I wouldn't call it biblical though, but that's fine. I mean,
well, you and
suffice
I
it to
probably
say,
use different adjectives, don't you agree?
yeah, I mean, I tend to use
there you go.
adjectives
Okay,
correctly.
so don't make fun of the
but,
adjectives I choose to use.
But to be clear, maybe we can just back up and zoom out a little bit. What would it take to convince you that the climate science that's done is actually true?
I would want to see it out of politics for at least 3 election cycles for me to even come close to taking it.
Why is that related to whether the climate science is correct?
That means that because I believe that science, and I don't understand why you don't believe this or understand it, but since the beginning of science has been corrupted. Anytime, if your professor in college told you not to question everything, then that person failed you. I don't know where you got your degree from, but you should probably get your money back. Question.
No,
everything.
I'm good.
So
actually,
when a politician says, unless I can raise your taxes 0.5%, the icebergs are going to melt and it's going to kill their polar bears. Right.
So when you say question everything,
when they say that, hold on, let me finish. So when they say that, and then 10 years later, that dude's no longer a politician, right? My taxes went up, and then the icebergs actually grew because the icebergs grew this year, right?
No, the total amount of ice on the planet is still shrinking. There was some growth in Antarctica, but that was countered by shrinkage in Greenland.
listen, you can expand it to that, okay? But John Kerry, I believe it's John Kerry, right? John Kerry's claim was that they were
John
going
Kerry's
to
not
melt.
a scientist. Why should I? Why should look? I asked you. Like
Yeah, you're
you
right.
seem like
John
you're avoiding
Kerry's
the
full of
question.
shit, isn't he? John
I
Kerry's
don't care
full
about
of
John
shit, isn't
Kerry.
he?
I don't care about John Kerry. I haven't paid attention to
Yeah,
him for
he's
20
full
years.
of crap. I agree.
I'm sure he
he's
is.
The,
I'm
he's
sure he
the
is.
number one pusher
So
of climate change. He's full of crap.
wait, no,
I 100%
you're
agree
getting him
with you.
confused with Al Gore. So John, I asked you what would convince
John
you.
Kerry.
John,
Hold on.
John,
Maybe I
John.
am.
I asked you. Yeah, you're confusing him with Al Gore. I asked you what would
John
convince
Kerry's
you.
that dude with the weird face.
Well, he does have a weird
Isn't
face,
he?
but Al Gore is the
and
guy.
he went
Al
in
Gore
front-
is the
he
guy
went- hold on.
who. Al Gore is the guy who made the like an inconvenient truth.
I know who Al Gore is. Man, bear,
Okay.
pig.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. So look, I asked you what would convince you that the
You know what
science
that's
is
from, though,
correct.
right?
Yeah,
Hold on,
I
can we
watched
get a
that part
laugh
too.
out of that real quick?
Well,
okay. All right.
So look,
It was
I
fun.
asked
It was fun.
I asked you what would convince you that the science is true, and then you brought up politics. So
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
what
would say
science?
that I
What
want
would
it
you
out
have
of
to see
politics.
scientifically? What would you have to see scientifically to see that it's true? What new
Well,
evidence would you have to
again-
see?
again,
What would you have
the
to see
first-
scientifically?
Well, scientifically, I would have to observe it be removed from politics. Because
That
right
has nothing
now,
to do with my. You're just avoiding my question.
Well, my hypothesis though is that it's all corrupt. Okay, all climate science, because it's in politics, is corrupt, and I can use the scientific method to prove that over and over and over again. Okay,
Wait, you haven't
may-
demonstrated that
you-
it's corrupt at all, though. My point is
I
there
have
should be some
John
piece of
Kerry.
evidence.
John Kerry's my
There-
example, man.
the-
You may
he's
say
not. He's not a scientist.
He
It's
may-
irrelevant.
But dude, he is the biggest name in climate change, bro.
No, Al Gore is the biggest name in climate change. What the fuck?
Al Gore's been wrong too. Al Gore's
Actually,
fine,
Al
I'll
Gore's
use
been
Al
right.
Gore.
He's been right a lot.
No.
To be clear,
Al Gore has
to be
been
clear,
wrong my
I
entire
asked.
life.
So you made the claim that
Al
climate
Gore's
change
been
is
wrong
corrupt.
since he was George
You
Bush's
made the
vice
claim.
president.
You made the claim that climate change is corrupt, but you haven't actually provided any evidence that it's actually corrupt. You're just pointing to politicians. You're pointing to news pieces or to activists. I want evidence that the
Yeah.
science is corrupt.
Bro, that's propaganda.
Where's the evidence
if
that the
it's
science
real,
is corrupt?
If it's real, listen. If it's real,
Where's the evidence that
then
just
it
give me the evidence? Just give me the
Listen,
evidence
if
that
it's
corrupt.
real, if it's real, okay. Greta Thunberg, okay.
Irrelevant,
Listen,
she's not a
you
scientist,
may
I
not
don't
like her, okay. You may not like her, but she
She's
has
not a
like
scientist. I
50
don't care.
million
I don't care.
followers.
I don't care. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to whether the science is corrupt. Is she a scientist? No? Then it's irrelevant to whether the science is corrupt.
Okay, all the climate scientists who said 10 years ago that the Earth was going to end in 6 years, all the scientists
Name
that
one.
told that
Name
to
one.
Greta Thunberg, those are the corrupt ones.
Wait, name
I
one
can't-
scientist who said the Earth was going to end in 6 years.
I'm on,
There isn't
I
a single
can't
one.
switch the browser on my phone. I'm sorry. I
There
can't
isn't
switch
a
the- because
single
if I do, it's
scientist who
gonna
said the
close
world
out.
was going to end in 6 years. Not a single one.
Bro,
You can
Al
search
Gore's
all
been
day.
saying it my entire life. Leonard
Politicians,
Nimoy in the
activists.
80s did a video about how
Yeah.
the Earth was going to freeze over and kill
Funny.
everybody.
Funny
in
how
the
you can't name a
80s.
single scientist.
Who do you think told Leonard Nimoy that?
Probably his agent.
Listen, when the scientists went to Congress and said lead is bad, were there scientists saying lead is good?
Probably.
No, well, there you go. Thanks for proving my point.
Seems irrelevant.
Do you
I'm
think
asking
there
about
were
the science
scientists-
being
Do you
corrupt.
think there were
Show me evidence of
scientists
this.
who were ignoring data to say that lead was good? What do you think would
There probably
would
were.
lead
There
one
probably were.
person
The
to say
great thing
lead
is
is
that
good?
every single climate scientist is on board with this. This is not like some contentious thing.
No. I strongly
Okay, name one. Name one
disagree
who's
with you
not.
on that. I strong.
Name one who's not.
So you want authority. So here we are back to
Wait,
authority.
wait. To be clear, you said
This
that
is
there
this
are.
is
You said that
exactly
there
how
are.
you convinced me. See, this
You
is
said
why
that there are
this
no
is why I
climate
say it
scientists. You
needs
said
to
that
be
there
out of
are climate
politics.
scientists. This
This
isn't
is
the
why
question
I
of
said it
authority.
needs to be out of
John,
politics
this
because
isn't
you
the
won't
question
even
of
let
authority.
me answer.
John, I asked you. Okay, look, I said that there's not a single
You wouldn't
climate
even let me
scientist.
explain, bro.
I said that there's not a single climate scientist. There actually might be one, but I don't think that there are.
That should show you how corrupt it is. That should show you how corrupt it is. Are you
John,
telling
can
me
you- do you have a problem with listening?
Science is 100%.
Do you have a problem with listening? So look, I
Is
said
science 100%?
nobody ever
Bro,
made
you
that
just
claim.
said they're all. You just said they're all in
Yep.
agreement.
Yep. Yeah. So look, I said that
Wow.
every single
Wow.
climate scientist is on board
Wow.
with this. I said that every single climate scientist is on board with this. You said
That is
I
that is like the
disagree.
fifth
Hey John.
bold claim you've
Hey
made
John.
in this conversation.
Hey John, maybe
Huh.
let me finish a thought and then you can
Sure.
respond to it. So
Okay.
I said that every climate scientist is on board with this. You said I disagree, which means that you think that there are climate scientists who are not on board with this. You made a claim,
Correct.
so I just said, okay, who are they? And then you blamed me for asking for authority? No, I just want you to back up your claim with a name of somebody who disagrees.
Has science ever been 100%?
Okay, are you gonna like actually engage with what I said or
No, because I don't need a name to prove it. Has
Science and
science ever been
scientists are different.
100%?
That's a red herring.
Yeah. No,
It's a
the
red
answer
herring.
is no. The answer is
It's-
no.
yeah,
The
but it's a red
answer is no.
herring.
There's always a percentage of dissenters in science.
Oh, no, that's not true.
So
That's
no
not true.
matter what the
Wait, hold on.
situation,
No, that's not
I
true.
could give you a dissenter.
Wait, no, that's not true.
Yes, that's true. If
I
you
don't-
want
I don't think
to
so.
show me a scientist that says climate change is real, I'll show you one that says it isn't. Show me one that says crossing the street on Sunday is good, I'll show you one that says it isn't. Show me one that
Wait, do
says
you think that that's actually
four-cylinder
true?
engines are bad for the environment, I'll show you one
Do you actually
says
think
it
that that's
isn't.
true? Like, do you think that you could find a scientist who
Bro,
thinks
is,
that like
is science
breathing-
100%?
Yes,
Please
John,
just answer
breathing air is good for
Wow.
you. Every single
Wow.
scientist will agree with that.
Wow, science is
Wow.
100%, huh?
Yeah. So John, find a
So
scientist.
what happens? What
Hey, John,
happens when it's
I'm
only
gonna mute you because
98%?
I'm muting you because you're not letting me actually say anything. So why not find me a scientist that says that breathing air is bad for you? Go ahead. Are there any scientists that say breathing air is bad for you? The silence is deafening.
Wow. Show me. Wow.
Hey, you should answer the question.
Wow.
You should answer the question.
What was your name? I never actually caught your name.
It's okay. You don't need to know it. It's okay.
Okay. Okay.
So what is the
Wow.
what's the scientist who
Wow,
says that
that's
breathing
your
air is bad for you?
example.
Yeah, give me an example.
Yeah. So
Let's
you
give me an
agree that
example.
some people have to live. You agree that some people have to live in steel lungs, right?
Not anymore, no.
So I think a scientist would say that somebody needs to live in a steel lung and has to breathe filtered air. That breathing is pretty bad for him, right?
No, I don't think any scientist would say that. Do you think that you look good in this conversation?
Hold on. If I told you that breathing is bad, okay, and I have data that proves it, would you say that's corrupted data?
No, I'd look at it. I'd actually examine the data.
So if one scientist said breathing air is bad, would you say that he probably is corrupted?
No, I wouldn't say he's corrupted.
What would you say?
I would question why he says that. And I would probably go
Yeah.
look at it. I would go look at his claims, try to figure out if
And then you
he has
find out.
evidence.
Then you find out some politician paid him $1,000 to say it.
Then I would be
Is
like,
that
yeah.
corruption?
If I had evidence that was the case, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. That's
And
like
now
weird and
since
sus, and I
there's
shouldn't
one
believe that.
dissenter, and since now there's one dissenter, is he corrupting the science?
No,
Yeah, because he's giving doubt.
that's
One
doubt
person can
and
give
corruption are not the
doubt.
same thing. It's not that's what?
Oh my, no, dude, corruption can lead to doubt, bro.
Sure.
Wow, man. Wow.
But you haven't provided.
Wow.
Look, the distinction between.
This has been an amazing
can you do anything
scientific conversation.
Can you do anything? If only you knew what science was. Can you do anything besides just acting incredulous? Because look, in the example that you gave, you said, "Hey, if you find evidence that he was given $1,000 to say this, then would I think that was corruption?" Yeah, of course, obviously, that's what corruption is. My question is, where's your evidence that happened with regards to all of the climate scientists?
Well, brother, that's a rabbit hole we could go down one day if you like.
Where's the evidence? Please, where's the evidence?
That they're corrupt? Okay,
That
so
corruption
John
happened, yeah.
Kerry.
Not a scientist.
So hold on. So according to you,
he's not a scientist according to anyone. He's a politician.
Do 100% of people agree that he's not a scientist?
I don't care. He's not a scientist. If you think he's a scientist, your brain is smoother than a koala's.
Oh man. Would you say that somebody that says he's a scientist is corrupt?
No.
Wow. Your definitive answers for all of this are amazing. They could be though, right?
Could someone be corrupt? Sure. Doesn't mean that they
There you
are.
go. There you go. There's the scientific answer. Could be.
Do you think that
So
Donald Trump
John
is corrupt?
Kerry, so just because you don't agree that John
John.
Kerry is
John.
an authority in climate change,
Yeah, he's
John
not. He's not a
Kerry
scientist.
sat in front, and I know why you say he's not an authority in it.
He's not because
I'll
he's
get
not a
to that.
scientist.
Hold on.
That's why.
I know
That's
why
simple.
you say that, though. I know
Why
why
do
you
I say
say
that?
that, though.
I don't
Because
even.
he went
To
in
be
front
clear,
of he
John,
went in front of a
to be clear,
climate
John,
change
I don't even know what
committee.
his claims are regarding climate change. I just don't treat him as an authority because he's not a scientist.
Wow, bro. Are you saying you've never like listened? You know who Al Gore is,
Yeah.
but not John Kerry? Is Al Gore a scientist?
No, he's not a scientist.
Oh. So you know who Al Gore is, but you
I know
don't
who John Kerry is too. I just
Okay.
never pay attention. I don't treat him as an authority on climate change because he's not an authority on climate change. He's not a scientist.
Hmm.
Why would I think that somebody's a scientist if they're not a
why is he
scientist?
spreading propaganda?
He's a politician. That's what politicians do. Hey, John, question. Is Donald
There
Trump
you go,
corrupt?
buddy. There you go. You just answered.
John, is Donald Trump corrupt?
Is he in what sense?
Oh, now you're being so nuanced. In the same sense that you think that John
No,
Kerry
I'm
is
not.
corrupt.
I'm being scientific. You asked me if he's corrupt, and he
Yeah,
could
has
be
he-
and he couldn't be in some senses.
Has he been bought
What
off
do you
in any
mean by
sense?
corruption?
Has
What
he
do
been
you
bought
mean
off?
by corruption?
Has he been bought off?
In what sense, though?
In any sense?
That's vague.
No, I just mean in
That's
any
too
sense of the
vague.
word, has he been
Has
bought
he
off?
been bought off in any sense is a very vague statement.
No, it's just broad. It's not vague.
Has Kamala Harris been bought off? Is she corrupt?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Has Donald Trump been bought off? Is he corrupt?
I said it could be.
No, I'm asking, is he?
He could be.
What if I get and what if you saw evidence of him being like given enormous gifts by people who are
who's your
politically interested in it?
expert? Who's your expert?
I mean, if it's public
Who's your
info,
expert on corruption? Who's
I'm
your
not relying
expert
on
on
an expert.
corruption?
I'm asking you. I'm not relying on an expert. I'm
Well,
asking
no.
you.
Who's your expert on corruption? Because
I'm
I
not
need to know.
relying on
Because
an
if it's like a
expert.
John Kerry of corruption,
I'm
then I'm
not
just going to
relying on an
discredit
expert.
anybody
I'm just
you
asking
say.
you.
Well, what's corruption?
Whatever you define it as.
Well, no, that's not how it
Well,
works. You can't ask
no,
me if
that's not
something's
how it
corrupted
works.
and then not give me a definition for it.
Whatever your definition of corruption
Is
is,
the
let's use
Earth
that.
round? Is the
Of course.
Earth round?
Of course. I'm just using
No,
whatever
isn't
your
it more
definition of
oval
corruption
shaped
is.
though? Isn't it more oval shaped though?
Oval is a type of round. Now I'm just look. It seems like you're kind of avoiding the question. It seems like you're
It
kind
has
of avoiding
rounded
the.
edges.
It definitely seems like you're kind of avoiding the question. So like, it seems like you have
I'm
a hard
not
time.
avoiding it at all. I'm
Okay,
not
so
avoiding it
if
at all.
Donald Trump was given
I
enormous
said he
gifts,
could be corrupted. Give me an example.
yeah. How about when he had?
And then you said in any way. You said in any way. And
Yeah,
I said
yeah.
I can't think of one. I can't think of one. So you have to give me an
What
example.
about the case where Donald Trump had foreign dignitaries stay in his personal hotel that he would profit off of, rather than staying where they typically would stay?
I have no issue with that. I don't see why that's
Is that not
issue.
an example of corruption? He's explicitly profiting off of
Was
dignitaries and diplomats.
George Washington corrupt when he allowed
Sure.
people
Yeah,
to stay
sure.
at his property? Oh well, that's a.
What about
if
what
that's
about when
corruption to you?
Yeah, what about when
If
Donald
that's
Trump announced
corruption
his
to you, hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah.
If that's corruption to you, I should have no issues convincing you that politicians have corrupted climate change.
What about Donald Trump selling the meme coin?
Does the
get access to
climate
him?
convention every year? At the climate convention every year, do they fly private jets there, big jumbo
Maybe, in which
private
case they're
jets, or do they?
hypocrites. In which case they're hypocrites. Stop deflecting. John, what about
I'm not
Donald Trump's
deflecting.
meme coin, where people literally used it to buy access to him?
They didn't use it to buy access to him.
Oh no, they didn't.
The meme coin came out and was a big hit, and then Trump said, "Well, if you're a top holder, then you're going to get to come meet me."
That's
the
corruption.
egg came before the chicken here.
Wait. So
no, that's
meme coin
actually a
existed.
Cool thing. That's a cool thing. I would love to get the opportunity to meet him.
So in April of
I don't see that as
2025,
corruption. I don't
in
view
April
that
of
as corruption at
2025,
all.
in April 2025, Donald Trump announced that leading buyers of a digital coin that his family was marketing would be rewarded with a private dinner with him at one of his golf courses, and that the very
Yeah, it
top
was already
bidders would win a
released, though.
tour
It
of the
was
White
already
House.
released prior to that.
Yes, and then what happened after he made this announcement?
It went up.
Yes, people bought more so that they could get a dinner with him.
Yeah, but you could have bought it.
That's called selling a private dinner with the president. That's corruption.
Dude, presidents do that all the time.
Name
Are you
another
serious?
time a president has done this. Name another time.
Who used a meme coin, or just like top donors got to? Like top donors got to have dinner with the president?
A time when
Is that what you
anybody
mean?
could literally buy access to the president. Literally just put money in his pocket and
hold on.
get a dinner with him.
So if Joe Schmo who owns a plumbing company is the top meme coin holder and gets to have dinner with the president, you consider that corruption?
Yeah,
You
he's
consider
selling
that
access to
buying
himself.
access? Oh my god.
That's literally what he's doing. That is literally selling access.
Wow. What if he donates all that money to charity? Then is it corruption?
Did he do that? Yeah, by the way, yes, it is still corruption.
I'm just asking if he does.
It is still corruption, yes. Yes, it is still
Oh.
corruption.
I guess it's a Robin Hood sort of thing, right?
I mean, the point is that he's selling access. It doesn't matter where the profits go.
Who cares? That's not
That's
corruption.
Okay, so do you see the double standard here?
Gosh,
If you were really
that's
scientifically minded,
not
you would be
corruption.
absolutely. Oh, it's only corruption
That's not corruption in any way, shape, or
when
form,
the
bro.
liberals do it, huh?
Do what?
Okay, John, be honest with me. If Joe Biden did that, you would be rioting on the streets.
No, Joe Biden did do that, and I didn't say
he didn't do a meme coin. Are you high?
Joe Biden met with people. Joe Biden met with people who donated to his campaign all the time. What are you talking about?
Was he personally enriched by the donations to the campaign? The silence is deafening.
Holy cow! Ask that extremely I don't even know what that question just was. Ask that question again.
Yeah, I'll ask it slower for you. Was Joe
Please do.
Biden personally enriched by the donations to his campaign?
Was Joe Biden personally enriched by the donations to his campaign? I don't see what that has to do with anything. Donald Trump was not personally enriched.
Yeah, he was.
by his campaign contribution.
It's literally his
be a crime. So you just
cryptocurrency.
discovered a crime.
It's literally his cryptocurrency.
Dude, no. He started a crypto, bro.
Yeah,
that's not
that's how.
campaign
So he
anything.
Sorry,
If he took his
I
own
misheard you.
money-
I misheard you.
If he took
sorry,
his own
John.
money and
John, I misheard you.
Huh?
I misheard you. I thought you said
Okay.
I thought you said Donald Trump was not personally enriched by the meme coin thing, which he absolutely was, right?
No, I said by his campaign.
Yeah,
of
no,
course he was enriched
yeah.
by the
So
meme coin.
I'm not referring to the
But
campaign
you understand?
thing.
Hold on. So you understand though? Hold on. So you understand?
I'm not referring to
though,
Donald Trump's
that
campaign stuff.
Meme, but you understand that all of the gains that meme coin got from that announcement are now it's right back where it was pre-announcement.
Yeah,
So
and he
all
could have
the
sold.
money
He could have sold in the meantime.
But he didn't though. You can look
How
at
do
the
you know?
crypto record.
Okay, did you check?
Well, you can look it up. Yes. Do
Okay,
you not
let's
have
look-
crypto? Do you
No,
not invest? Because
No, I don't invest in Trump coin. I don't invest in Trump coin.
Invest
Sorry,
in XRP.
I
XRP,
don't.
you ever
I
heard of
don't
that?
invest in XRP. No.
You should, and so should your audience.
Stop shilling for some random what's it called, ticker.
Oh, it's not random. It went 5x in the past 6 months, and it's going to go 10x by the end of the year. Buy
Okay,
XRP.
cool. So to be clear, the person who got access to
Mhm.
Trump was a Chinese-born crypto entrepreneur.
Okay, so what?
So we have a Chinese-born crypto entrepreneur giving $18.5 million to Donald Trump and his family. Is that what you want?
So what? So
It
what?
sounds like he's buying access.
Holy cow! For what? What nefarious reason? Is he like, hey, President, I got this heroin I want to start pushing in the United States?
Could be. It was a private combo,
Now
so we
you're getting
would never know
scientific
what.
about it. Now you have the scientific response. You hear how corrupted your science is? You've gone into full-fledged
It's
TDS mode already.
John, it's
Let me ask you
hilarious seeing
something.
it's
Let me ask you a
hilarious seeing
question.
people who would otherwise be reasonable defend like one of the most corrupt politicians we've ever had. Like
Let me ask
you
you
were
a
so
question.
close, you were so fast to say, "Oh, your science is corrupted, oh, your politicians are corrupted." But Donald Trump, oh, well, maybe not. I mean, even though he
Let me-
literally
let me
sold
ask
a
you a
meme coin
question.
for $18.5 million so that somebody could get private access to him, maybe it's not corruption. Maybe he was
Let
totally
me-
normal, totally not nefarious at all. Like,
Let me ask you.
your brain is so sick.
Let me ask you a question. Okay? Because I want to test.
Oh, hey, by the way,
your brain.
the
and-
company that Trump's family owns, that controls that owns 80% of the Trump coins, have
Is
earned
this
300.
like how Bill Gates owns Microsoft?
No, they actually do own it. They have earned
So,
320
but does Trump have anything to do with it? Does Trump have anything to do with
It's
it?
Trump's family. So Trump is selling
But does
assets.
Trump himself have
enriching his
anything to do with
family.
it?
Well, he's enriching it.
Does
Yeah,
Trump
he was the
himself
one who
have
pushed the meme
anything to
coin.
do with it?
He was the one who promoted
Okay,
the meme
so
coin.
so
So
no,
yes.
so everything you're
No,
about
he
to
does.
just
Wait.
say
He was the
means
one who
nothing
literally.
because of your.
I'm muting you. So he was one who literally was selling access to himself for people who buy the meme coin. And by the way, they have earned $320 million in fees from the meme coin. $320 million.
So what? It was a good investment. Didn't you make money off it? I made money off his meme coin. Did you?
No. They made money in fees.
Am I corrupt because I made money off of it?
John.
I bought that day and I made about
John.
$500 off it. Did you make any
John.
money?
John, they made money in fees. This wasn't just a good investment.
Sorry, look.
They made money in fees.
It was a great investment. I know.
They
Yeah,
weren't
cool. Good
investing.
for them.
They were taking fees from people.
Okay,
They
so
made
what?
$320 million by Trump
320
pumping up
million
this
in a
meme
$50
coin.
billion pot is a drop, bro.
Okay, do you think that it's good to cut NASA budgets?
Well, yeah, because doesn't Elon Musk do it better and cheaper?
No, Elon Musk doesn't do any scientific anything from NASA. So
Oh, here we go. So Trump owns his businesses,
John.
but Elon Musk doesn't do any scientific blah 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 blah.
Well, so to be clear, and this is just something you just might not know about this. So NASA does
Okay,
two
so
things.
the
John,
SpaceX then. SpaceX, the private
no,
sector
SpaceX,
does it
SpaceX
better.
doesn't do it. No,
SpaceX does it
SpaceX
better.
doesn't do it at all. So look, NASA has two things, kind of two
Oh my
separate
God.
branches.
SpaceX
John,
doesn't.
please.
SpaceX
I'm
doesn't
not
launch
being an ass.
rockets
I'm
for
just
NASA.
trying to inform you something that I do know about. So
Hold on,
there's two.
hold on. I want you to say that real quick because you just said they don't. Does SpaceX launch rockets for NASA?
Yes, that's not the entirety of
Okay,
NASA's
thank you,
thing,
thank you,
John.
thank you, thank you.
So, John, so NASA has kind of two things that they do. On the one hand, they do rockets. On the other hand, they do science, right? So SpaceX does a pretty good
They
job
do
with the
what?
rockets part. They do science. They do like
science,
telescopes.
you said?
They do like telescopes. They do like data analysis. They have like scientists on staff, not just rockets, right? NASA is
Oh, is that
half.
what NASA does? I'm amazed at your wisdom of what NASA does.
So
I didn't
John,
know that.
So John, SpaceX does good on the rockets part, but they don't do any of the science. So nobody does the science that NASA does. They don't like SpaceX doesn't build telescopes. They don't like launch probes like that. Like they don't build probes. They don't like do data analysis.
They don't
do any
build
of that.
satilates. SpaceX doesn't build
No,
satellites.
they just launch stuff. They just launch stuff.
They don't refuel. They don't
John,
refuel.
none of this is the science part of NASA, right? So for example, the Chandra X-ray.
Did you really just say SpaceX doesn't do science?
No, they literally don't. They're a rocket company. They're not a science company. So
have you ever heard of rocket science?
Yeah, it's a misnomer. Anyway, John, the point is John.
Go ahead.
So the point is that there's a telescope in space called the Chandra X-ray Observatory. Very, very brilliant telescope. It's already in space, right? It's in space. It's collecting data. They're doing good science-based stuff. Really, really cool stuff. There's another telescope called the Euclid. There's a lot of telescopes, but the Chandra is particularly close to my heart.
I've heard a lot of these. Yeah.
So the Chandra X-ray Observatory had a budget of $41 million in this year. Because they have to fund a bunch of scientists, they have to do like maintenance, and anyway, $41 million. And it's being reduced as part of well, maybe, but as part of Trump's budget, it's being reduced to $5 million. Now,
what is this? You said an observatory?
Yeah, the Chandra X-ray Observatory. It's a space telescope.
Is that the one in Hawaii?
No, it's in space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's already in space. It's operational.
Is it manned? Is it manned or unmanned?
No, it's unmanned.
Okay.
It's just a telescope that's floating around. It's kind of like the Hubble, but less well known.
Okay.
So Trump is proposing to cut the budget by $35 million. Cut it by like 90%, or a little bit more than 90%.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
think, and do you think that that's a good thing?
What's the problem?
Well, the problem is that the $35 million is a drop in the bucket, according to you.
Well, if we could take, let's say, we could take half of the people there that observe things, right? And we could automate that job using AI. I don't
But
see
why
we
bother?
couldn't
It's a
cut
drop
it.
in the bucket.
Well, drops in the bucket add up, right?
Oh, so now it matters.
I never said it didn't.
Then why'd you dismiss the $320 million that Trump profited off of the meme coin? Why did you dismiss that as, oh, it's just a drop in the bucket?
Because compared to the amount that it was a drop in a bucket. You're talking about adding up drops.
$35 million. $35 million is a drop in the bucket of the American budget.
Bro, you're conflating these two things.
Yeah,
okay?
One is a bigger proportion than the other. $320 million is a much bigger proportion of Trump's total wealth than the $35 million spent on Chandra's observatory.
Business. If no, you're
it
saying
was a corrupt
$40 million.
fee. Yeah.
Hold on. No, you're saying $40 million, a $35 million cut is just a drop in a bucket. But what I'm saying is if you take that drop, plus we cut like the EPA down a little bit and use AI there, and there's another 35 million, and then we take like any number of these other 3-letter agencies and cut them down.
NASA has 4 letters, by the way.
Add up.
NASA has 4 letters, by the way.
Okay, 4 letters too. However many letters are in the acronym, okay? These acronym agencies, how about that? We take any of these acronym agencies.
Yeah, so the DOJ. Should we cut down the DOJ? Should we cut down the DOJ and the DOD?
I think AI could do that, yeah.
So
you don't think AI could cut that down? Could
do you
cut
think
the
do you think
spending
that,
down?
So do you think that Trump's goal with his budget was to reduce spending?
Hold on, do you think AI could cut all that down?
Maybe. But do you think that Trump's goal with his budget was to reduce spending?
Oh my gosh, bro. You're right, maybe, I guess. That's the most scientific thing you've said all night.
Do you think that Trump's goal with his budget was to reduce spending?
Was to reduce the federal government.
So why does it increase defense spending?
Do you know where the internet came from?
Came from CERN.
Well, the military invented it.
No, CERN is not the military. Well, okay, the World Wide Web came from CERN. The internet came from
the
military. DARPA? I think it was DARPA.
Yeah, the military. Yeah, the military.
DARPA's not the military, I don't think.
It is.
I think it's DOE, not DOD.
Do you know where wireless internet came from?
No, you'll have to tell me. Sorry, it came from ARPA.
Bill Clinton directed the DOD to create it. He wanted it for Air Force One.
Okay,
so that's
great,
originally
but that seems
not Wi-Fi,
but that seems irrelevant to the question. I mean, the point is that like if you think that Trump's goal was to reduce spending, why did he propose an increased spending in the
again
$114 billion, by the way, for the DOD?
Well, because in my opinion, and I think this is where it's going to go, Biden didn't take Space Force. Which, do you like Space Force? I love Space Force. Do you like that?
I think it's kind of cringe.
Of course, you wouldn't like space travel. Of course, you wouldn't like space travel. You're a scientist. Anyway, so
why
Biden didn't really take Space Force serious and kind of cut them out a lot. And I'm just
a little confused. Why is Trump's budget higher for 2026 than the 2025 budget if his goal is to reduce spending?
Well, this is just phase 1. This is just, we're only in the first 5
So
months.
it just sounded like one. So it just sounded like
the goal is to eventually cut spending, and you just admitted that he's cutting spending but the DOD.
He's cutting spending by increasing spending, is what you're telling me. Why not just keep the DOD spending the same?
He's investing in AI so that AI can cut spending in other areas. Correct.
I don't think that he's saying. So he's spending money on DOD. Wait, why not put money into universities and into scientific research rather than into DOD? Because most of the research comes from universities. That's where most of the research is done.
One, we do, and two, universities have been failing us on. Oh my gosh, can I say?
Oh, we don't.
One, we do give money to universities. Okay.
Oh, why is he cut? Why are funding cuts towards universities happening?
Can I finish my answer? And two, here's why. And two, the universities have been kind of failing us over the past few years with the whole scientific breakthroughs.
What? Sorry. Which scientific breakthroughs are failing us?
How about AI?
I'm sorry. Do you think that LLMs just popped out of nowhere? Or do you think that they were first described by academics?
Bro, name the university that's leading the way in AI.
Literally every university will have every major university will have people working on AI. It's not a single university thing. You know that it was computer scientists who were working at universities, and actually one physicist as well.
Did you just say computer scientists?
Yeah, it's a type of academic that works
That's
at
me,
universities.
bro. I'm a
No,
computer
you're a software
scientist.
engineer. You're not a computer scientist.
Well, what's a computer scientist? I build circuit boards. I design chips.
A computer scientist would be, for example, somebody who like does like theoretical analysis of potential like groundbreaking architectures, things like that. You're a software engineer, my guy.
That's what I do.
You're a software engineer, my guy. You said you're a software engineer.
Yeah, dude. I write algorithms and theories every single day.
Algorithms and theories are not the same thing. So, by the way, to be clear,
I'm not a computer scientist then, in your opinion.
Physics.
I'm not a computer scientist.
You said you're a software engineer. That's not a computer scientist. They're different things.
Well, my job title, because if you didn't know, sometimes we're called software developers, sometimes we're called software engineers. And my current title is a software engineer. And I think engineers can also be scientists, right?
I know you think that.
Well, what's the authority say then?
Well, it's just not what the word means. But anyway, the point
Engineers
is
can't
that
be scientists.
The point is that the whole neural network and LLM stuff that started in universities.
The point is that you really messed up when you said that, and you should just retract it.
No, I mean engineers can be
right,
scientists if they also do science as their job, but most engineers are not, and you aren't either.
No, I'm saying you misspoke about the whole being a scientist thing.
No,
you
I didn't.
Really,
I've been very consistent in this.
You really just
scientist is an occupation.
Yourself into such a hole with that. Anyway,
no, scientist is an occupation. It's very very clear, and I've been very consistent.
It's an occupation, so I can't do it in my spare time.
No, generally.
Is it? It's not. No, generally. That means, yeah.
I mean, if you have a lot of spare time, then perhaps you could occupy yourself by doing science, and then it would be your occupation.
I'm retired.
Oh, you are?
No, I'm just giving you an example, an analogy.
Then why'd you lie to me?
I didn't. It was an analogy.
So if somebody is retired,
sorry, what if I'm retired?
If somebody is retired and then they spend their days doing science, then yeah, they could be a scientist. That's fine. It's their occupation. I didn't say job.
No,
I said occupation.
Not their occupation. It's not their occupation. It's their hobby.
An occupation is how you occupy yourself.
Yeah. Duh.
So if they occupy themselves doing it, even if they're not getting paid for it, that's still their job. Sorry, not their job, their occupation.
So now we're going to debate semantics.
No, I've just been very, very clear.
Okay. No, you have been very clear. I do acknowledge that.
Yeah, I'm glad you agree.
So
look,
anyways,
is there anything else that you want to say about defending Trump's non-corruption, I guess, or thinking that all of climate change is corrupt, or should we call it there?
I didn't say he wasn't.
So he is. So is Donald Trump corrupt?
So
is Donald Trump corrupt?
I think he's putting that money into AI
I don't
research.
have time to go into a whole separate thing. I have to eat lunch. So I was going to give you is there anything else you want to say before we end it here?
Well, I wanted to finish that statement that I think that money's going to go to AI research and into Space Force, which is a good thing. I like the idea that in 20 years we could possibly have spaceships going from here to Mars or here to outside our solar system. I think that's the coolest thing ever in my lifetime. I wasn't alive in '69 to watch the moon landing, and I think seeing spaceships would be probably one of the coolest things of my lifetime.
Unfortunately, Space Force is primarily defense and not for exploration. But thanks for being here, John.
Wait.
Yeah, if he's still watching. Space Force is primarily for defense, not for exploration. And we have a super chat from Fierce Interaction. OMFG, you are still on with this cat. Yeah, he was good for the views. Actually, was he? Was he actually good for the views? I don't actually know. Primarily defense. No, maybe he wasn't. No, I guess he wasn't. But anyway, here's my tribute to St. Blitz and his divine patience. Yes, I appreciate you, Fierce Interaction. You are much, much appreciated. And Grimlock with a $5 streaming after lunch. What a rare occasion. Yeah, he baited me hard, but I'll give anything to talk to dumb people. Like, talking to dumb people is my kryptonite. And so here we are, an hour and a half later than I should have been. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna end the live. Oh, did I miss the Garba Gaiman donation? Interesting to hear someone demonstrate knowledge of high-level concepts, but can't understand that being drunk and missing your phone counts are two separate problems. From Garba Gaiman with the $10. I think I did miss that. Interesting. What does that mean? Interesting to hear someone demonstrate knowledge of high-level concepts, but can't understand that being drunk and missing your phone counts are two separate. Yes. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah. Look. Sometimes things are hard. Anyway, I'm going to end the live and go eat lunch. See you guys tomorrow. Oh, and $1. Thank you for the $1, Rob. The Cash App works now, by the way.